The story begins in Qing City, in the underground black market. A guy knocked on a door, telling the boss inside that he wanted to sell a kidney, and also a cornea. The guy got inside, and now on the operating table the man asked him if he was serious. In the past 6 months, he had already sold a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a pair of testicles, 1/3 of his liver, and parts of his small and large intestines. If he sold another kidney, he wouldn't last more than 4 days. The guy told him he was fine. As long as he could save his terminally ill sister, anything was worth it. The man told him fine. Since he had guts, he would do it without holding back. He then raised his knife and started operating. Sometime later, the guy was walking with the aid of a walking stick, his eyes blind, complaining about kneecap and hip joint pain. He went to a dark alley, opened his eyes, looked around. No one had followed him. He then healed his eyes. Same for his stomach that had been cut open. He happily held the cash and said to himself that with the 30 grand, plus what he had before, it should be enough to pay for the job transfer ritual. He threw the stick away and walked off laughing, knowing the man believed his made-up story about a sick sister and dying mom. The guy's name is Yahello, and he's a transmigrator, a textbook orphan. He doesn't have any sick sister, and this world is overflowing with spiritual energy, full of demons and beasts everywhere. There are also countless dungeon realms. As an orphan, surviving in this world is really tough, until he discovered his unique ability, body regeneration. No matter how severe the injuries, his body can fully recover within minutes. Even missing organs or limbs can regenerate. He used this regeneration ability to sell his organs and save up 100,000 yuan, just to pay for the class transfer ritual. Because only by going through the class transfer and awakening his power can he become stronger. Only then can he stand firm in this perilous world and protect the ones he cares about. And today is the big day for the transfer ritual. Other students were surprised to see him. A lady asked, "Why is he here?" The one behind her asked, "How can a poor student like him afford to attend the transfer ritual?" Yahello immediately held her hands in tears, saying that in order to attend, he had no choice but to take a class transfer loan. The girl, Wang, was surprised. "You took a transfer loan? If you end up with a useless profession, you'll be stuck working the rest of your life just to pay it back." She calmed him and told him, "Since it's already come to this, you should give it your all. Hurry inside, the class transfer ritual is about to start." Yahello thanked her, then went in. The ritual began. The supervisor called the next person to come up. Gao Days, from class 5, came forward. People talked about how his family wasn't rich. Someone else commented, when he paid the fee, it felt like his heart was bleeding. He'd be done for if he ends up with a support class. The principal told him to place his hand on the stone and relax his body. He did as instructed. Minutes later, the principal announced that his skill was a support-type class, a rank poultry breeder. People felt bad for him. He'd probably spend his life raising chickens and ducks. The principal told him not to get discouraged just because it's a support class. There are only useless people, not useless classes. The next person was called in, Zhu Dejanini. People were excited to see her, calling her their goddess. The principal wished her good luck. She thanked him, then placed her hand on the stone. Immediately, a light shot up into the sky, forming the figure of a phoenix. The principal, shocked, announced her skill as an SSS rank fire mage. He was overjoyed. Qing City Academy could finally hold its head high. Everyone was stunned. Yahello, unimpressed, muttered to himself, "She sure is lucky. An SS-level fire mage can rival an entire army." The principal told her that becoming an SSS class was a big deal for the school, and he'd discuss her training plan with the academy. She thanked him and left. Yahello was then called in. Confident, he walked up. Refusing to be a side character, he had waited for this moment. He would either live a miserable life or defy fate. It all came down to this ritual. He placed his hand on the stone. His energy flowed into it. Then, from the sky, an anomaly occurred. A dragon-shaped light shot into his body. Everyone was shocked. What kind of luck is this? They wondered. A poor student using a loan to get an SSS rank? Even Nini wondered if he was also SSS rank. The principal was also stunned. Yahello himself couldn't believe what had just happened. The principal then announced, with vigor, that Yahello's combat class was SSS, rank Forbidden Class Master. He told Yahello that today, he honored Qingcheng Academy. Tomorrow, the academy would be proud of him. But then, the principal paused. His expression changed. He announced again, but this time, Yahello is an SS rank Curse Master. The students burst into laughter, mocking the skill. It was said that no Curse Master had ever lived past 25, since the profession consumes the user's life force to activate skills. Because of this, Curse Masters are considered trash classes. He just got a loan, and now he's gonna die young? That's tragic, they laughed. Nini, however, felt pity for him. The mockery continued. Poor kids are meant to live miserable lives. The principal didn't mock him. He told Yahello, "It's too bad you're a Curse Master." Yilin asked, "Do curse masters really die before 25? The principal replied, "Don't be negative. As they say, it's better to burn brightly than live a meaningless life." Though disappointed, Yilin thanked him, saying, "I want to burn brightly too, and bring honor to the school." The principal told him to come with him. He'd create a good training plan for both him and Zhu Jianini. Yilin thanked him. Then he thought to himself, "Curse masters may die young, but that has nothing to do with me and my immortality." The ritual ended and Yelin was heading home. He felt so tired, so he decided to go get a good night's sleep. But then, Nini told him to team up with her because the more a curse master fights, the quicker they die. She meant no harm, she just didn't want him to die too quickly since they're classmates. Yelin politely told her, "No, thanks for the concern." She turned around angry, calling Yelin a stubborn idiot heading for death. Yelin was speechless. "That was weird," he said. Some guys then stopped him on his way. They asked if he thought he had risen up just because he switched to a curse master. He dared talk to Zhujanini? They reminded him that Zhuj works for young Master Ji. Yelin was speechless again, thinking to himself, women are really troublesome. He never thought just 2 lines from her would get him in trouble. He then told them to get out of his way. He was going home. They didn't. Instead, they got closer. They laughed at him, asking if the home he was talking about was that 10-square-meter shack. The yellow-haired guy, who seemed to be the boss, told Yelin, "Now that you're SS ranked, how about calling me daddy and I'll get you a security job?" The third guy laughed. "Being a G-Corp security guard is a privilege. You should kneel to young Master G already." With a mocking tone, one of them told Yelin, "You'll be working at G-Corp tomorrow. And once you have money, you can buy some nice incense for your dead orphanage family." The first guy mockingly asked if an orphan even deserved a family, saying, "They didn't, that's why they're all dead." Recalling his orphanage family's death, Yelin became angry. He activated his powers and told them, "You're the ones who forced me to act." The guys panicked immediately. "Yelin, hope you're not really going to cast a forbidden curse," they questioned. "Are you trying to kill yourself or something?" Yelin shot the attack. With vigor, he told them, "Why wouldn't I? Don't speak of my dead family." He struck the spell at them. Though it only hit the ground, it didn't really harm them, but the fear was engraved in their bodies. The boss panicked and asked Yelin if he had gone crazy. "Do you really have to use a forbidden curse?" Yelin told them to come at him, but they fled immediately, not wanting to interact with such a crazy psycho. Yelin sighed. He called them a bunch of trash. They just ran off with one move. As he walked up, he felt a sharp pain in his duodenum. It felt like it had been scorched. Zhuge had seen him cast the spell. She called Yelin a fool for getting provoked by a few insults and being ready to throw his life away. "Even if someone like that isn't a curse user, they won't go far," she said. She then deemed Yelin unworthy to stand beside her. Yelin got to his rundown home and put his bag down. He sat and looked through his system panel. From there he could see. One in sacrificing a piece of duodenum summons a regular lightning bolt. On in sacrificing a bladder summons yin thunder from burial waters. And sacrificing a heart summons destruction purple lightning. If that's the case, he wondered, wouldn't I die summoning the most powerful chaos thunder? He then slept. His head was spinning. It seemed to be a side effect of his body recovering. The next day, the G guy complained to his father, saying he had to avenge himself. He must get Yelin killed. He begged him to send someone to take him out. His father asked if he had forgotten what he taught him. Killing an SS rank curse user is very risky, and there's no benefit in it for them. Someone who goes all out using forbidden spells just because of a few insults is clearly emotionally unstable, he said. He told his son not to forget. Yelin is from a poor background, and what the G family has the most is money, so you should learn to use your greatest advantage to target the enemy's weakest point. The next day, at Qingcheng Academy, Yelin yawned, still feeling sleepy. People who saw him gossiped, saying he was the one who switched to a curse user and even taught Ji Lingyu a lesson. Lingyu then appeared behind Yelin. He greeted him, "Good morning," then asked if Yelin had had breakfast yet. In his hand was milk and food. He bought it for Yelin. Yelin took it and asked, "Are you trying to poison me? Since I can't test it," Lingyu replied. "How could I dare poison you? The food is to thank you." Yelin drank the milk, then asked, "Why are you thanking me?" Lingyu told him he was grateful. "You struck me like a bolt of lightning and woke me up. Your appearance made me realize I've been wasting my life in a daze." Yelin told him, "Just say what you want to say. It's not like there was actually lightning." The guy then went on his knees and told Yelin he wanted to call him Big Bro. Yelin, surprised, asked, "Did I hit you in the head too hard for you to be saying this crap?" But Lingyu told him he was serious. "After the beating you gave me yesterday, I painfully reflected on myself. I deeply reflected. If I want to become a better person, I need a great role model." Since that was the case, Yelin told him it's only right to pay some tuition. Happy, Ling Yu asked for Yelin's account number. Yelin called it out, saying he should transfer 2 million to the account. It would be his tuition for the first term. The guy was surprised by the absurd sum, but he decided to send it anyway. Now everyone gathered at the novice secret realm, which had just opened. The principal told them the test would begin shortly. He hoped all candidates from each academy would perform well. Seeing Yelin and Zhuge, one of the other school principals asked if they were the students from Qingcheng High who got SS rank professions this year. They sure look extraordinary, another principal commented. The Qingcheng Academy principal sighed. I already told them to keep a low profile. Just getting one SSS class job is enough, but they really don't know how to behave. 2 of them ended up getting SSS class jobs at once. Isn't that infuriating? He laughed boastfully. He looked back and asked the other principals, "Why aren't you saying anything? Were you all born mute or something?" Pissed, they bid him farewell, saying they specialize in combat, not in talking. It was then announced that all examinees should begin entering the field. Zhuge told Yelin once again, "It's not too late to team up with me now," but Yelin thanked her and said no. She deemed him so arrogant that she wouldn't stop him anymore if he was so eager to die. Yelin then went inside the gate. As he landed, he looked around, but he saw he was the only one there. He wondered if it was a random teleport, but then a monster appeared. He called it a little kitty. He deemed its appearance the perfect chance to test his forbidden spell. He then took it down in one strike. It was a level 1 leopard cat, and he was awarded 10 experience. He felt pain in his stomach, disappointed that the huge spell only gave him 10 experience. It didn't even justify the damage to his kidney. 1 only gives 10% experience. He'd have to kill 100 just to reach level 2. It's way too slow. So he decided to figure something out. Sometime later, hundreds of monsters were chasing after Yelin. As he ran, he was happy. This wave should give him a good amount of experience. He stopped running, then decided to test his newly learned Forbidden Curse on them. He activated Forbidden Curse, Destructive Surge. His energy exploded. The curse was so terrifying. His strength, agility, and spirit all increased twofold. With Burning Reincarnation activated, even a level 10 monster probably couldn't withstand his full-powered world-ending Thunderstrike. He then moved at an incredible speed, taking down the monsters in his path, leaving nothing of them behind. But then, his body started aging. He was surprised he was aging that much in just 5 minutes. If he didn't want to reveal his undying body, he decided to stop using the Burning Reincarnation curse after about 1 minute at most. He then rejuvenated himself using his immortality skill. He continued by sacrificing his hand, cutting it off to create a curse. This time it was more powerful than before. Forbidden Curse, World-Ending Fury. It instantly obliterated all the monsters in sight. He killed monsters ranging from level 2 to level 6, gaining a huge amount of experience. He then got a message that he had leveled up and learned a new forbidden curse, Hellfire Scorches the Sky. His hand also regenerated. He was amazed. His level had jumped straight to level 3. Sometime later at the scene where he fought, Zhuge arrived. She couldn't believe her eyes, so many monsters had been incinerated to ash. She wondered what on earth had happened here. She saw the glow on a tree and realized it was Hellfire. She observed closely and said to herself, there shouldn't be another fire element user in Qingcheng besides me. So how is there such an intense fire element fluctuation? Then she noticed smoke rising from a distance not far from the scene. She deduced the annihilation was the work of a human. The fire element wave might be as strong as mine, she thought. She then commented, looks like Qingcheng is full of hidden dragons. I'll definitely find out who that person is. At a spot not far away, Yelin was busy roasting meat and eating. He commented on how delicious the 3-eyed demon pig meat was. His body had used up too much energy earlier, so he needed to eat more. Minutes later, he stood up and put out the fire. He felt full. Now it was time to head to a farther area and grind monsters. But then, Zhuge arrived. She asked, what are you doing here? Yelin was surprised to see her. He wondered how she ran into him. What a hassle, he thought. He absolutely couldn't let her find out his secret. He told her he was just casually roasting something to eat. She walked toward him saying, I told you long ago, the Forbidden Spellcaster class is totally not suited for solo grinding. Then she added, it's too late for you to regret now. Following me won't help. I don't have time to team up with you now. I've got something to do, so stop tagging along. Yelin was speechless. What kind of logic is that? Is her brain missing a few cells or what? He thought. She turned back, then asked Yelin if he had seen anyone else pass through the area. He said, that person is extremely powerful, very skilled with fire element manipulation, likely mastered Hellfire. He pointed in the opposite direction, saying, I saw the guy. He was a very handsome guy. He decided not to use the Hellfire spell anymore going forward. He couldn't let that dumb woman cling to him. Sometime later, while she was walking, she muttered to herself, "It's Yellen's fault. Otherwise, I would have caught up with the Hellfire wielder. I admit, the girl really has a few screws loose." Suddenly, she felt a presence. It was a level 8 dragon blood behemoth. She dodged its attack, wondering what was going on. Why is there a level 8 monster in the realm? There's no way I can win this. She looked around, wondering where Yellen was. The coward has definitely run away by now, she thought. She then shot Fireball Storm at the monster, but it didn't deal any damage. The monster charged again, and she dodged. She was determined to fight till the end. She cast multiple Firestorm spells at it, but the beast blocked them with just a roar, sending the flames back at her. It burned her in the process, singeing her clothes and exposing some skin, but it wasn't a fatal injury. Looking weak, she said to herself, "I was too arrogant. In this beginner's secret realm, a level 8 dragon blood behemoth is unbeatable for anyone. It's so humiliating to die like this." But then, Forbidden Curse, Hellfire was used on the monster. It was instantly killed. She was shocked. A level 8 dragon blood behemoth, killed in an instant. With Hellfire? The person stood on top of a tree, his body engulfed in Hellfire flames. She thanked him for saving her life, then asked for his name. The person replied, "Call me Ling Yi, Ling from early dawn, and Yi from night." The girl then asked Ling Yi which school he was from. Since he saved her, she needed to thank him properly. Yellen, disguised as Ling Yi, said to himself that he didn't need the dumb woman's thanks. Then he told her there was no need to thank him. It was just a small effort. She tried getting up, telling him to wait, but he told her not to follow him. There were even stronger monsters ahead. It wasn't a place someone of her strength should be stepping into. Also, he suggested she should put her clothes back on first. Immediately, she dropped down to cover herself, then shouted for him to wait. She said she'd definitely catch up to him. One day, she'll stand proudly by his side. Yellen removed his disguise after getting to a certain distance, and said to himself that the insult should keep her from clinging to him. He had wasted time on her, so he needed to hurry up and level. He checked his system panel. He had obtained a new forbidden curse. Sacrificed 2.5 years of lifespan to negate 1 fatal injury. He was really disappointed at the weird spell. Truly, he deemed the forbidden spellcaster to be a short-lived class. It always had to screw with his lifespan. But for him, the skill was practically divine. With the forbidden curse, he could negate 1 fatal blow. That means, even if someone stabbed him in the heart from behind, he wouldn't be afraid. And what's more, with it, even forbidden curses that require sacrificing the heart or head. He could actively use them once. He deemed it to be so fucking good. Now he could grind levels recklessly, without restraint. He laughed, saying nobody could stop his leveling pace. Now, it was the last day of being in the secret realm. The audience outside was quite big, since today was the final day of the test. People were eagerly waiting for their kids. The principal then greeted the other principals with a good morning. They told him to stop showing off. So what if he had 2 SS rank job changers? Sometimes level was more important than class rank. Another principal agreed, saying the highest record for Ching Cheng's secret realm test was level 11, still unbroken, and the student was from Yukai Academy. The Ching Cheng Academy principal told them to just wait and see. He believed his student could definitely break the record. Someone then approached from behind, Zhuge Qiangxing. He told the principals they sure had refined taste, then asked if he could join the fun. The principals politely greeted him. He told them they were too kind, he just came to see his Nini. He asked Ching Cheng Academy's principal if Nini hadn't caused any trouble lately. He told him no, she hadn't. Then, someone came out of the portal. They were all surprised since time wasn't up yet. They thought maybe the person was injured. That person was Nini. She greeted the principals, then asked her dad why he was there. The principal asked what level she was now. She told them she was now level 12. They were all shocked. The record had just been broken like that. Her father told her she was too willful. If she had waited until the time was up before coming out, she might have even had a shot at level 13. She told him it was just too boring. It took ages to find a monster around level 10, and the experience reward was pitifully small. But in truth, she came out first specifically to find Ling Yi, not wanting him to escape her grasp. Yellen sneezed. He wondered why he was sneezing when it wasn't even cold. Maybe someone was cursing him. He looked around. There was no monster in sight. Even level 10 area monsters were gone. He thought maybe it was because he'd grinded too hard. He then decided to expand his search range. He should try out the newest forbidden curse he'd learned. Forbidden Curse, Instantaneous Dance. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices an organ. Based on the organ's importance, he gains agility, maximum of 10 times extra agility, with a 1-hour duration. He then sacrificed his kidney to use the forbidden curse, instantaneous dance, giving him 10 times agility. Even a level 50 assassin couldn't possibly have such terrifying speed. He deemed it to be so fucking awesome. He then moved at an extremely high speed. He saw a 3-headed storm mantis. He sacrificed his bladder and took them down using the forbidden spell, Ashen Fierce Thunder. At the same time, outside, people were coming out of the gate one after another. Nini found it strange. Ling Yi still hadn't appeared. One of the supervisors then announced, "There are 5 minutes left in the test. All candidates who have completed the test should please return to their school's designated area." Seeing the test was ending soon, one of the principals commented that it looked like the highest record this year belonged to Zhuge Nini. But then, they noticed the second SSS rank student had yet to come out. 3 minutes left before the gate closes. Nini wondered if she had missed Ling Yi, but she figured that wasn't the case. She'd been standing at the entrance the entire time. A figure then emerged from the gate. She thought it was Ling Yi, but it was Yilin. She asked why it was him that came out. Yilin asked if there was any problem. Time was up, so he came out. She turned around. "Why is it you coward?" Then told him to stay away and not talk to her. Yelin was pissed. He wondered what was up with this psycho. The principal then asked Yelin, "What level are you?" Yelin told him, "Level 16. Everyone was surprised. He broke Nina's record. They questioned how that was possible. To level up from 1 to 16 requires a total experience of 120,000. The highest level monster in the beginner's secret realm is level 10. Killing one level 10 monster gives 100% experience, which means he killed 1,200 level 10 monsters. The principal happily patted his back, telling him, "Well done, you're the pride of our academy." Mr. Zhuge also complimented him, but Nini told them there's nothing strange about level 16. They shouldn't forget, he's a forbidden curse master. If he recklessly uses forbidden curses, it's normal for him to level up quickly. Realizing this, the other principals finally understood how he could level up to such an extent. Other students gossiped, saying Yelin must be crazy for frantically casting forbidden curses in the beginner's secret realm just to level up. Other curse masters don't live past 25. With the way he's going, he probably won't even make it to 20. They deemed his behavior foolish, trading his life for empty fame. He's frantically leveling up just so they'll envy him. Since he paid with his life, they decided to let him have his glory for a few days. One of the principals worriedly asked Yelin to tell him honestly, did Principal Gao put him up to this? He's been deceived, trading his life for the school's honor. But Principal Gao told Principal Su to stop talking nonsense. He's a man of integrity. Yelin told them with a saddened tone, nobody forced him, it was all voluntarily. He grew up in a poor family, always looked down upon. Now that he has a chance to go all out, he won't be a coward. Even if he withers at his last brilliant moment, he don't care. He wants everyone to know that he can do it. Everyone was touched by his words. Mr. Zhuge clapped for him. Well said, he commented, telling Yilin that he truly has grand ambitions. In any case, he's the highest level student in this beginner's secret realm test, which is undeniable. He then introduced himself as Zhuge Qiangxing Nini's father. He can contact him if he need anything in the future. Nini then told them that Ling Yi is the true heaven's pride, and when he comes out, everything will be proven. Yelin looked at the stupid human, then turned around and told the principal and Mr. Zhuge, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now. Mr. Zhuge agreed and told him to take care of himself. Principal Gao also told him to go home and rest well. The formal exam is in 3 days. Yelin replied, understood, then left. Minutes later, the supervisor said that time was almost up. Nini worriedly asked where Yelin was. Could it be that while she was talking, he slipped away quietly? She blamed Yelin for that. Her father held her, speechless. Then she said, believe me, Ling Ye is truly a genius. He asked her if the reason she came out early was to identify him. She replied, yes. He found that strange, then asked if it's possible that Yelin is actually the Ling Ye she's been looking for. She argued, asking how he could possibly compare that Yelin with Ling Ye. Yelin saw the dragon blood behemoth and ran away in terror. Ling Yi, on the other hand, has extremely high mastery of the fire element, something Yelin didn't even know. Her father replied, all right, if that's the case. Meanwhile, Yelin sneezed while sitting at home. He wondered who was talking behind his back. Must be that stupid woman, Zhuge Nini, he muttered. Someone knocked on his door. He wondered who'd be looking for him. He opened the door and asked, who are you looking for? The man asked if he was student Yelin. He said he was the manager of Qingcheng Brain King Oral Liquid Limited Company, and his surname was Wang. Yelin invited him in and asked what he could do for him. While taking something out of his bag, the man said he heard Yelin had successfully changed professions and broken the highest level record in Qingcheng's beginner secret realm. They sincerely wanted him to endorse their product. Of course, the remuneration would be substantial. Yelene asked, "How much are we talking?" The man gave him the product and said it would be 3 million. Yelene was surprised. The man explained that the bottle contains their Brain King oral liquid. It nourishes the brain, enhances intelligence, and promotes cell regeneration. "Drink 1 bottle and you'll feel several years younger," he said. Yelene opened it and thought to himself, "This is worth several of my kidneys. Looks like fame really does pay." The man encouraged him to try it, saying they're a century-old company with a 10 times refund guarantee if ineffective. Yelene drank it. "Tastes okay. Sweet. Just making me feel a bit dizzy," he said, then collapsed unconscious on the couch. The man made a call. With an evil smile, he told his boss 1 bottle did the trick. "He's simply a fool. I even prepared a backup plan." The boss told him to bring Yelene over. Sometime later, the man arrived at a location. "I've brought him," he said, "but I don't understand. Why go to such lengths for Yelene?" The boss said, "Good job. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Without my order, no one enters. Violators will be killed." The man, who was the doctor Yelene had sold his organs to, bent down and examined Yelene's body. Smiling, he commented, "The corneas, coronary arteries, liver, gallbladder, kidneys, spleen, large intestines, small intestines. They've all regenerated. The organs he sold have grown back. Incredible." With a cigarette in his mouth, he added, "With Yelene, I can master the secret of organ regeneration." Then Yelene said aloud, "You'll have supreme power and wealth. Even the most powerful will kneel before you." The man replied, "Yes," then suddenly stood up in shock. "How is this possible? How are you awake? My sleeping drug could keep an elephant unconscious for 6 hours." Yelene said calmly, "I'm more curious how you tracked me down." The man drew a weapon. "I'm a level 20, Ji-Yugen Phantom Blade. I won't be polite now that you're awake. Surrender, and I guarantee you won't lose any limbs." Yelene realized he was also a job changer. He didn't want to act anymore. Using fire element will burn the place down, he thought. Better not cause too much commotion. He levitated upward and activated Forbidden Curse, Eternal Freezing Gaze. A Forbidden Curse master sacrifices their eyeballs, freezing everything within sight, but becomes blind. The guy was shocked. "What's going on? What kind of spell is this?" He panicked as the ice began spreading. He tried breaking it with his blade, but it shattered. Panicked, he shouted, "This is impossible. You're only level 16. I'm level 20. Even as a Forbidden Curse master, you can't possibly defeat me in 1 strike. What kind of monster are you?" Yelene sat, legs crossed. "All right, now we can talk properly." He asked the man, "Besides you, who else knows about my organ regeneration ability?" The man replied, "There's no way I'd tell such a good thing to others." Yelene said, "Good, I'll believe you. For now. So I'll make this quick." He then punched the man's head off his body, killing him instantly. He went outside and took care of the others. The man who scammed him begged for his life. Yelene asked him, "Who's the boss behind all this?" The man stuttered, I can't say." Yelene said, "Tell me, or die." The guy broke. "Our big boss is Ching Cheng's underground king, Kensen." Yelene killed him without batting an eye. As he walked, he muttered, "Kensen. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he one of Ching Cheng City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists?" Things just got complicated. Sometime later, in Ching Cheng's underground black market, the boss, Kensen, while smoking, asked the guy in front of him if he was saying Jihu had gone missing and they lost track of a poor student. The guy replied yes, they haven't been able to contact him for half an hour. When their people arrived at the farmhouse, it was already burned to ruins. Judging by the fire, it was done by a job holder. The boss, furious, told the guy to find him. He wanted him found immediately. The next day, Yeli went to Lingyu's house. Lingyu came to welcome him. He told Yeli that as soon as he heard he was coming, he immediately sent someone to pick him up. Yelene, who came out from the pickup car, told him his house was quite big. By the way, about the 2 million he asked for, Lingyu told him he had already talked to his father, but it's not looking good. Yeli immediately told him he was disrespecting him by bringing up money right now. Since he called him boss, he had accepted him as his underling, so money is just a small matter. As they walked in, he put his hand around Yelene's shoulder, saying from now on, he should consider the place his own home. Lingyu grinned and said to himself that his father was right. Yelene is really simple-minded and cares about face. Yelene laughed in his mind, saying he didn't believe Kensen's people would dare come to the G family to catch him. But then he paused, as he saw beautiful maids in front of him. They greeted him. He was quite stunned at how revealing their clothes were. No wonder everyone wants to be rich. Life is really quite different when you're rich. Lingyu asked him which one of the maids he liked. He'd arrange for them to serve him in his room tonight. Yelene told him if that's the case, he won't hold back then. Lingyu immediately instructed them to quickly help young Master Yelene change his clothes. The maids told Yeli to please allow them to change him, but Yelin told them he was just joking. Lingyu laughed and told Yelin not to be shy, he should change first. Today he'll take him to do something big. Yelin asked what it was. Lingyu told him he'd know when they got there. Hours later at the location, Yeli and Lingyu arrived at Ching Chang's annual auction, a place that Yelin had never been to before. Lingyu told him big figures would be at the auction, then said he should introduce Yelin to a few people later. But something caught Yelin's eye, so he told Lingyu to go ahead with his business. He shouldn't mind him, he'd go fill his stomach first. Lingyu was speechless and mockingly said to himself that poor people will always be poor people. He's so inexperienced. Yelin was munching on food, saying he's been busy all night so he's starving. He even sacrificed a stomach. He definitely needs to eat more to compensate. But then Nini approached him and asked why he was here. The girl, Liu Yanwei, asked Nini, "Who is he?" Yelin ignored her and focused on his meal. He wondered why he keeps running into this stupid woman everywhere. Nini replied to her friend, "Remember what I told you about the secret realm test?" The girl said yes. Nini said she met a genius boy who controls the fire element, so she asked if Yelin was that boy. She told her, "No way. He's the coward who turned and ran, leaving me cornered by the dragon blood behemoth. Meeting him is bad luck." So she told her they should go to the other side. Yelin, still busy eating, said to himself that if the stupid human knew he was Lingya, he wondered what her expression would be. Some people then walked up to Yelin. Lingyu came with them. He told them that Yeli is his boss. One of the guys, surprised, asked Lingyu if he was joking with them. It made more sense for Yeli to call him boss, not the other way around. Lingyu scolded him, telling the guy to watch his words. Ordinary people certainly don't qualify to be his boss. His boss is at level 16 now. They were surprised. They realized he was the one who ranked first in the novice secret realm. Yelin placed his hand on Lingyu's shoulder, telling them there's no need to be surprised. They should calm down. Regarding leveling up, he does have some insights. But he sighed and told them if only they could go outside the city, he could help them all level up. Then he could help them get good results in the big exam. Surprised, they excitedly asked if he was serious. They called him boss, asking if he was really willing to help them level up. Lingyu told them it wouldn't be possible, because to prevent people from getting help from strong players to level up, they're forbidden from leaving the city before the big exam. Yelin told him he heard that the passage to the big exam trial is outside the city. If they could get there during the journey, it would be possible. But he sighed again, saying it still wouldn't work. His level may be high, but he doesn't have equipment. Lingyu tapped his shoulder and told him not to worry. Equipment would be easy. As long as he could help him level up, later at the auction, whatever equipment he wanted, he should just bid on it. Yelin asked if he was serious. Lingyu replied yes. If he can improve his performance in the big exam, his dad will support them no matter how much money it costs. Sometime later, a lady appeared on stage. She greeted them all, then said she's today's auctioneer, Ching King. On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion auction house, she welcomed them all. She hoped everyone could win the items they desired today. Without further ado, she introduced the first item, an epic skill scroll. A fire-type skill suitable for mage-type jobs. The starting price is 500,000. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. The bidding war began, but then Mr. Zhuge closed the bid by offering 3 million. Yelin said to himself that since Nini awakened her fire attribute talent, her father is really spending big money to buy her skill books. Sure, money makes it easy to do whatever you want. Fortunately, as a forbidden curse master, he doesn't need any skill scrolls, because all his moves are forbidden curses. Yelin told Lingyu that since his profession is swordsman, if he sees any abilities that suit him, he should place a bid at the auction. Those abilities could save his life when it matters. The next item was then introduced. The lady announced that it's an exceptionally rare item, the Huanglong Rui ring. The ring increases spiritual attributes by 30% and comes with a passive skill known as Dragon Possession. The starting bid is 2 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. And so, they began placing their bids. Yelin told Lingyu to place a bid. The item would be of great use to them, since it increases spiritual attributes by a full 30. Lingyu then whispered to his dad to bid on the ring. His dad offered 8 million. He said to himself that bidding 8 million in order to get his son into a prestigious school was well worth it. Besides, the lifespan of a forbidden curse master is very short, so after a few years when Yelin dies, the equipment would return to the G family anyway. But then, just as the bidding was about to close, someone else entered and offered 10 million. Mr. G wondered why Kensen, the king of the underground, was here. Kensen greeted him and asked how he had been. Yelin finally saw the infamous Kensen, so he decided not to be discovered by him. Mr. G asked Kensen what offense the G family had committed, he should explain. With an angry tone, Kensen told Mr. G that he had killed his men. What more explanation did he need? Mr. G raised the bid to 12 million, saying he didn't know what Kensen was talking about. If he was looking for trouble, the GI group was not one to be messed with. Kensen accepted the challenge and told him, "Let's see who lasts till the end." He turned around and asked his men if they had confirmed it. Was the car seen near the warehouse really owned by the G group? The man confirmed, "Yes, there's no doubt. It drove back to the G family this evening." Furious, Kensen murmured, "The G family shouldn't blame me when I kill every last one of them." And so, the bid ended at 12 million. Mr. G handed the bracelet to Yellen, and Yellen thanked him. Ling Yu asked his dad who that man was. His father replied, "That's Kensen, the king of the underground. He's always wanted to go clean and become a proper businessman, but now he's trying to stick his finger into the G group's pie." Yellen addressed him as Uncle G and advised that it would be wise to stay cautious. G group is a big organization that attracts unwanted attention. The man agreed. Yellen then put on the ring. It increased his spiritual attributes by 30% and could be refined further. As for dragon possession, the wearer is blessed by dragon energy, and luck increases by 10. Yellen was surprised by the effect. He assured Mr. G not to worry. Even if he had to carry Ling Yu on his back, he would make sure he got into a prestigious school. Mr. G laughed and told Yellen not to be overly formal. "You and Ling Yu are as close as brothers. Just let me know if you need more equipment." Hours later, Ling Yu and Yellen were sitting in a room. Ling Yu complained about how exhausted he was, then thanked Yellen. Because of him, his dad had shelled out so much for equipment. He asked Yellen what equipment he liked and told him to pick whichever he fancied. In front of them was Azure Thunder Ring, increases spiritual attributes by 15 refinable. It has the Thunder Enhancement feature, boosting lightning abilities by 20%. Molten Moon Necklace, increases spiritual power by 200. Dual Yin Yang Bracelets, increases spiritual attributes by 40%. Special feature Yin Yang Twin, when both bracelets are worn, healing factor is improved. Yellen put them all on. He considered all the equipment to be quite good, especially the Yin Yang bracelets. Even if his body's secret was discovered by others, he'd have something to distract or explain it. He picked up a sword and commented, with this, he could use his level 10 nullifying skill. The sword was called Starfall Fracture, increases strength by 300. Has the Starlight skill. Under Starlight, the strength bonus can continuously increase up to a maximum of 100. He then used his nullifying spell on the blade. Effect: every time the sword deals damage, 1 year of the user's life is expended, but the damage doubles. This can stack up to 99 times. He told Ling Yu that with this weapon, they would be unbeatable in the upcoming exams. Sometime later, at Nini's house, she was taking a bath and muttering to herself. She really didn't understand what the G family saw in that coward Yellen. They had spent over 100 million on him today alone. She suspected they must be plotting something if they were willing to invest so heavily in someone like Yellen. Suddenly, someone informed her that Miss Liu had arrived and brought others along, claiming they had information about the person she was searching for. Excited, she stood up, wondering if it was about Ling Yi. She instructed them to wait in the guest room, she'd be there shortly. Minutes later, she came downstairs and asked if they had news about Ling Yi. Liu introduced the man beside her as Investigator Huang, saying he had information. He greeted her and said, "I do have information, but it's not good." He showed her a picture and explained that a farm in Qingcheng had burned down. Many had died. They found residual hellfire at the scene and traced it back to Ling Yi. The Investigator Bureau now wanted her cooperation. Shocked, she denied it. "Ling Yi can't be a murderer. He saved me back then." The woman beside her tried to calm her down. The man continued, "The Ling Yi we're investigating can use hellfire to kill level 8 enemies with one strike, but despite that, they couldn't find any other data on him." So he asked, "Could it be someone else? Do you know anyone else with this capability?" She asked, "Who might that be?" The man replied, "Yellen." According to their investigation, there was a high possibility that Ling Ye is Yellen. Nini was stunned, then laughed. "You must be joking. Yellen is a coward afraid of death. He ran away from me. There's no way he's Ling Yi. He's not capable of using hellfire." The man activated his lie detection spell and asked again, "Are you certain?" She confidently replied, "Of course, I'm the only one who's met Ling Yi. There's no way he's that coward Yellen." Since no one can lie in front of a polygraph expert like him, he deemed Yellen not to be the suspect. He thanked Nini for her cooperation and told her to contact him if she found anything new. Another scene. Ling Yu brought Yellen to a place where they could test their equipment. A lady welcomed them and asked Yellen for his level. He replied, "Level 16. She said she'd arrange a training room suitable for level 20 and below. Price, 100,000 per hour. But Yellen said he wanted a room for level 40 and below. Surprised, she still took him there. Yelin stood in front of the old training dummies, dozens of them, all registered as level 40. He scanned the empty sparring arena. No cameras, no instructors, just the scent of dust and rusted metal. In other words, the perfect place to go apeshit without getting reported. He stretched his fingers, cracked his neck, and decided it was time to try the life sword for real. With a mutter, he activated Burning Ring Connection, a curse-type enhancement that surged through the blade like liquid fire. The first slash was clean, too clean. The level 40 dummies? Shredded. Not just sliced, obliterated. Arms, torsos, reinforced joints, gone in a blink. It looked less like swordsmanship and more like a demonic blender on a warpath. And Yelin didn't stop there. He triggered the spell again and unleashed a barrage of slashes so dense it looked like a tsunami of glowing blades. Wooden limbs, metallic frames, all exploded into fragments that rained across the room. He finally stopped, glanced at the wreckage, and nodded like a chef who just ruined a kitchen on purpose. That spell? Good enough. Time to test the others. Meanwhile, just outside the sparring room, Ling Yu and an officer stood frozen as the ground trembled under their feet. Even through the walls, the pressure could be felt. The officer looked visibly rattled. Ling Yu tried to play it cool, casually explaining that Yi Lin had a habit of going a little too hard when he trained, especially before exams. The officer muttered that with intensity like that, Yi Lin was bound to do well. Moments later, Yi Lin walked out, sweat-drenched, mildly irritated, and not looking the least bit sorry for whatever chaos he just caused. Ling Yu asked if he was done already. Yi Lin said he was heading out for a rest, but then he turned to the officer and casually asked whether breaking things in the training room came with a bill. The officer scoffed. If a level 16 could accidentally obliterate level 40 equipment, that sounded more like a facility problem than a user issue. No compensation needed. Yi Lin grinned. Good, that settled it. He told Ling Yu they should get going. The officer, still curious, stepped inside the sparring room to assess the damage. She lasted 3 seconds before falling to her knees, whispering to the heavens in disbelief. The entire room was wrecked, not cracked, not dented, annihilated. Dummy fragments, shattered flooring, scorch marks. The scene looked more like the aftermath of a battlefield than a training session. And this was done by a level 16? The organization was going to need a new insurance policy. The scene then cut to the G family's residence. 2 guards stood watch outside, bored, tired, and blissfully unaware they were about to get deleted from the story. A sharp needle pierced one of their necks. He collapsed without a sound. Later that night, Yi Lin and Ling Yu returned to the residence. Something was off. The lights weren't on. No signs of movement. Ling Yu wondered if it was a power cut, until Yi Lin stiffened and whispered that he could smell blood. Yi Lin didn't wait. He kicked the door open and rushed inside. Ling Yu followed. The switch flipped, and the horror show lit up. Bodies everywhere. The living room was a massacre site. Ling Yu stood frozen, muttering that this couldn't be their home. This had to be a mistake. The wrong house. Yi Lin wasn't so optimistic. He warned Ling Yu to be careful. Whoever did this might still be around. Ling Yu snapped out of it and began screaming for his father. Yi Lin joined in, calling out for Uncle G. That's when he noticed the letter on the table. He picked it up and read. It wasn't just a note, it was a threat. If they wanted Mr. G back alive, they'd have to hand over Yi Lin at the underground black market. Every 6 hours that passed without a delivery, Kenson would slice off another piece of the old man. No poetic threats, no riddles, just a promise of mutilation on a timer. Ling Yu read the letter, then snapped. His voice cracked as he shouted that it was Kenson. That bastard was going to die. He wasn't going to wait. He was going to kill the man himself and drag his father back alive. But before he could charge out like a rookie in a revenge movie, Yi Lin tapped him gently on the shoulder. Yi Lin quietly admitted it was his fault this happened. He was the target. So he told Ling Yu to go into hiding, somewhere safe, somewhere far. He'd handle it. Ling Yu shook his head. No way. This was personal now. Kenson had crossed a line, and Ling Yu wanted to end it with his own hands. He looked Yi Lin in the eye and insisted, "Boss, I have to do this." Unfortunately for him, Yi Lin had no time for noble speeches. A swift chop to the neck, and Ling Yu dropped like a sack of potatoes. Yi Lin caught him mid-fall and whispered that he'd bring Uncle G back safely. Then, carefully, he laid Ling Yu down to sleep, probably the only peaceful rest that poor guy was going to get for a while. Yi Lin turned to leave. His jaw was tight, his eyes cold. Internally, he muttered that Kenson was about to find out exactly how terrifying a curse master with zero self-preservation instincts could be. Hours later, Yi Lin had arrived at the black market. Not walking, not sneaking, but flying through rooftops and ceilings in sin mode, moving like a damn ghost. His body blurred between shadows, his cloak flickered like torn smoke. No one saw him, no one even heard a step. He landed silently near a corner and peeked from behind a pile of junked crates, assessing the situation. Guards, too many. But still manageable. Assuming no one had tech strong enough to catch. Oh, never mind. One of the bodyguards turned, smiled, looked directly at him. Yahello froze. That should have been impossible. Seconds later, multiple rifles locked onto his position, laser dots lighting him up like a cursed disco ball. The first guard mockingly asked what century Yahello thought they were in. Was he really hiding in the shadows like some dollar store ninja? Yahello cursed inwardly. They must have used infrared night vision. Since when did back alley black markets have surveillance gear this good? The guard invited him inside, saying their boss had been waiting. But Yahello was already tuning him out. He made up his mind. If this was going to end in a fight, then screw stealth. He activated Burning Reincarnation. The curse aura exploded around him like a wildfire from hell. The temperature rose, the floor cracked, and then... he winced. His right kidney just grew back. That was fast. Fine, he muttered internally. I'll sacrifice the left one this time. The bodyguards saw the aura and panicked, yelling that their boss warned them Yahello was a pain in the ass, so just shoot him now. They fired. He moved. At that speed, he saw the bullets in slow motion. He dodged through them like a dancer through falling leaves, then released the flames. Boom. The area erupted in a wave of searing fire. The unlucky ones near him didn't even scream, they just vanished under the blast. From within the flames, Yahello emerged like a demon. He activated Fleeting Dance, carving through skulls like a sculptor on a tight deadline. Blood, dust, and curses filled the air. As he moved, he told himself coldly, anyone who saw him tonight had to die. No witnesses, no loose ends. Not if he wanted to keep his identity intact. He whispered Kenson's name like a death sentence. Your master is here, and it's time to die. More guards appeared. Dozens, maybe over 50. Yahello didn't slow down. He unleashed wind blades, slicing a wave of them in one sweep. He actually paused and blinked in surprise. That was almost too easy. He continued forward, now stepping into the outer domain, where stronger fighters were stationed. 2 awakened warriors blocked his path. One had delicate features and long lashes. Yahello raised an eyebrow, wondering if this guy was the market's PR rep, or just someone who never skipped skincare day. The first one snarled and called Yahello a brat, warning him that walking in alone was suicide. The second, apparently his 7th brother, tried to calm him, reminding him that the boss wanted Yahello alive. The first one shrugged. He'd keep him alive, sure, just without a few limbs. Yahello didn't bother answering. He raised his sword and grinned. Let's see how many of you I can stab before I get bored. Then he activated Starfall Trees and his signature core spell, Life Sword. The moment the skill activated, he began counting out loud in his mind. First sword. He slashed through the first brother, blood spraying in elegant arcs. Second sword. He ducked and jammed his blade into the second guy's chest. They both stumbled, wounded but not down. One muttered that Yahello was fast, but was he just trying to scratch them to death? The other chuckled, as if Yahello was nothing but a warm-up act. Yahello didn't even blink as the 2 awakened guards ran their mouths. He let them finish their macho warm-up lines, then casually assured them they had no idea what his sword could do, but they were about to find out. Third sword. He struck. One of them managed to block, barely, but Yahello wasn't here to play fencing games. Fourth sword. Another slash. Then came the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Each swing building momentum, each strike heavier than the last. The guards started realizing this wasn't a regular sword technique, it was a goddamn countdown to destruction. And then, 8th sword. It landed clean. The first guy's weapon shattered like glass, and he was launched into the sky like a ragdoll caught in an explosion. The second guy trembled. He turned, calling out to his 7th brother like a kid looking for backup in a horror movie. But this wasn't the time to hold hands. Death was still standing right in front of him. Yahello glanced at his own sword and muttered inwardly that the 8th one definitely packed a punch. He almost felt bad for the guy. Almost. He followed up, slashing the second man with surgical precision. The guard collapsed, shaking, confused, and very much bleeding out. He mumbled something desperate, asking what kind of sword technique this was. Yahello simply told him he didn't need to know, and opened his neck like a broken water pipe. The 7th brother screamed for his 5th brother, only to realize the reply came in the form of silence. And a corpse. Turns out the 5th brother was already dead. He called Yahello a monster. Yahello rewarded the insult by incinerating him on the spot with a curse flame that reduced him to blackened dust. As he left, Yahello muttered that he intended to keep his word. No one leaves this place alive tonight. And just like that, the massacre continued. He carved his way into the second base, fire trailing behind him. Every swing of his sword felt like a hammer of judgment, every step forward a death sentence. Flames roared, bodies collapsed. Chaos bloomed in his wake. Some guards tried to rally, but panic spread like plague. One of them screamed that Yilin couldn't be killed. No matter how much they shot, slashed, or begged, nothing worked. He kept slashing. First sword, second, third. Over and over. The sword count reset for every new victim. And that meant one thing. If you ran, he'd have to start from scratch. And nobody wanted to be first sword. One guy thought he could escape. Yilin scoffed. Don't run, he thought. If you run, I'll have to start the combo all over again. But before he could chase, something shifted. A presence, heavy, crushing, and ancient, entered the scene. Yilin turned toward the source. A massive man emerged from the shadows, wearing a traditional kimono like he walked out of a Soul Society fanfiction, carrying an axe that looked more like a medieval monument than a weapon. He smiled with bloodlust, introduced himself without shame. Zaiziuchi, level 42, Black Market's top enforcer, a living wall of muscle, steel, and murder. He casually wondered what kind of freak Yilin was to survive this long. Then he asked about Yilin's secret. What kind of curse master bleeds this much and keeps fighting? Yilin stared at the axe. It looked like it weighed a few hundred kilograms. He replied dryly. The guy could put down the axe, and maybe then he'd share his secrets. Zai Ziuchi grinned. Not happening. Instead, he said he'd kill Yilin and study his corpse for answers. Bang. The axe came down like a meteor. The old staircase vaporized on impact. Yilin dodged at the last moment using fleeting dance, his figure flickering like a glitch in reality. Zai Ziuchi let out a raspy laugh. So it was true. Yilin was a curse master. But how long could he keep burning his own life just to swing a blade? The fight turned brutal. Zai Ziuchi attacked relentlessly, each swing faster and more ferocious than the last. He didn't give Yilin space to breathe, much less heal. This wasn't a fight. It was an execution. And then, disaster. One clean strike knocked Yilin's sword from his hand. It clattered to the floor and skidded away. The huge guy struck again, and Yilin was thrown back, slamming into a pillar with bone-cracking force. He collapsed, breathing but barely. Zai Ziuchi approached slowly, grinning like a devil. He said this was just warm-up. Why was Yilin already dying? But Yilin wasn't dead. Not even close. With blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, Yilin staggered back and admitted. At close range, his sword skills were far from perfect. A brutal truth, but a necessary one. Then, with a flick of his hand, he muttered the word, "Recover." His body responded instantly. Shattered bones realigned, torn muscles stitched themselves back together. He stared down the hulking brute before him and said coldly, this was his fault. And then he sacrificed everything. Liver, kidney, left lung, stomach, gallbladder, duodenum, spleen, pancreas, large intestine, a full internal organ liquidation sale. Even the wind paused. Something heavy stirred in the clouds outside. Boom, lightning. Not just any lightning, living lightning, intelligent, sentient, and royally pissed off. He had activated world-destroying thunder, a forbidden curse that brought judgment from the heavens themselves. The massive bolt didn't just strike, it hunted. Zai Ziuchi looked up, realization dawning. It was at that exact moment he knew. He fucked up. Boom. The lightning collided with him. His screams were brief. His body? Shattered. His upper half was reduced to ash before his legs even registered what happened. After frying the walking mountain with thunder, Yilin stood over the smoking crater that used to be Zai Ziuchi and said aloud that, yeah, maybe his sword skills weren't top tier. But his thunder? Now that was something worth fearing. Of course, there was no one left alive to hear it, so he told the ashes to go have that conversation with the King of Hell. With the outer base in ruins, Yilin moved toward the inner chamber, the final zone, where Kensen was waiting. But as he walked, the price of his power crept up behind him. He staggered slightly. Turns out sacrificing your liver, lungs, spleen, and half your digestive system wasn't a sustainable lifestyle choice. Still, immortality had its perks. Meanwhile, inside the boss room, also known as Kensen's glorified pleasure den, the bastard was living like a man who hadn't just lost half his men. Beside him, a lady in a revealing dress leaned in and asked if he'd heard about some intruder downstairs. Kensen waved it off. Nothing to worry about. Not with Zai Ziuchi, the strongest freak on payroll, stationed down there. Nobody could get past that monster. Right? He turned back to the woman and said he had something delicious for her to taste. She giggled like she was in the wrong genre entirely. But then, boom, the door didn't open. It exploded. Yilin walked in like a revenant, bloodied, burned, breathing heavily, but standing. He looked directly at Kensen and asked one thing, where's Uncle G? Kensen shot up, fury twisting his face. He demanded to know how Yilin had made it this far. Where was Zai Ziuchi? Yilin answered coldly, the big guy was dead, and Kensen was next. Then he lunged. But Kensen wasn't some two-bit thug. He caught Yilin's blade mid-swing, laughed, and tossed him like a child's toy. With one hand, Kensen grabbed Yilin by the throat and lifted him. fingers digging in like steel clamps. Then, with a vicious squeeze, crack, Yilin's neck snapped. Kensen dropped him like trash. He scoffed. Just another brat who didn't know when to die. But before he could sit back down, Yilin rose again, neck intact, body glowing faintly, eyes locked onto Kensen. Kensen froze. He demanded to know how the hell Yilin was still alive. Yilin smiled darkly. Dead? He hadn't even checked his phone yet. What kind of idiot dies before finishing his daily notifications? This time Yilin wasn't playing. He sacrificed his left eye, activating the curse spell, Eyes of Eternal Freeze. A wave of frost spread instantly, locking Kensen's legs in place like they were submerged in liquid nitrogen. He groaned, struggling. His muscles refused to move. Yilin approached and demanded to know where Uncle G was. Kensen refused. Wrong answer. Yilin's hand lit with fire. He warned Kensen that if he didn't talk, those fancy arms of his were coming off. Then, bang! Flames burst forth. Kensen screamed as his arms were roasted. Skin blistered, bones crackled. The scent of charred arrogance filled the room. But before Yilin could finish the job, a loud thud cut in. The woman, the same one from earlier, had dropped from the ceiling with a pistol aimed straight at Uncle G, who was tied in the corner, gagged and beaten. She shouted at Yilin to stop or she'd pull the trigger. Yilin stopped, then smirked. Oh, she wanted a hostage exchange now? He let go of Kensen, who was still frozen in place, and slowly approached her. She warned him not to get any closer or she'd shoot. She meant it. Yilin kept walking. He asked if she really wanted to negotiate, or if this was just a badly written bluff. Behind them, Kensen barked at her to get out. He didn't need some desperate woman saving his life. He told her to run, that she couldn't kill Yilin, not even with a gun. But it was too late. She'd already made her choice. She fired. Bang. Yilin dropped. The woman rushed to Kensen's side. She clung to him like a dumb puppy who just tried to fight a tank. But Kensen only looked at her with pity. He muttered that she was an idiot. You can't kill him. The woman blinked in confusion, and that's when she heard movement. Yilin stood again, unfazed, brushing off the bullet wound like an inconvenient mosquito bite. He didn't even look at her. He walked past, went straight to Uncle G, and began cutting the ropes. As the man slumped into his arms, Yilin turned back to the lady and cast a cold, frost-heavy spell at her hand, freezing her wrist, elbow, and the gun solid in one blast. She gasped. So he was a curse user? No shit. But Yilin had no time for side characters. He turned back toward Kensen. Kensen, still stuck in place, shouted that if Yilin wanted to kill someone, then fine, kill him. He claimed full responsibility. The woman knew nothing. Yilin didn't care. He sliced clean through Kensen's shoulder. The blade cut down diagonally, and Kensen's head dropped like a rock, rolling to the ground with a final stunned expression. Yilin stood over the corpse and muttered that the bastard talked too much. If he was so desperate to explain things, he could go explain them to the king of hell. After killing Kensen, Yilin wiped the blood off his blade and turned toward Uncle G, who was still tied up but breathing. His mission was complete. No more delay. With steady steps, Yilin lifted the weakened man onto his back and began walking out of the black market stronghold. Behind him, the lady who had earlier pointed a gun now sat trembling in the corner. She called out, asking if Yilin intended to kill her too, now that Kensen was gone. Yilin didn't even turn around. He simply waved it off and told her not to be silly. He didn't kill women. She could go on her way. The woman was stunned. After all the carnage, this was kindness? Well, maybe. Because the moment Yilin stepped out of the building, he unleashed his soul flames, a blazing, devouring inferno that engulfed the entire black market in a purifying firestorm. Every criminal, every witness, every twisted deal, gone. And yes, her too. Some kindness had limits. Scene shift. G family villa. Mr. G lay in bed, wrapped in bandages and treatment seals. He looked exhausted, but alive. Ling Yu rushed to his father's side, tears running freely. He couldn't believe Mr. G was really back. The fear of losing him had nearly crushed him. But Mr. G, ever composed, asked why his son was crying. He assured him, as long as he was breathing, the G family would stand strong. Then he turned to Yilin and asked the obvious question, how did this rescue even happen? He'd been unconscious for most of it. Yilin shrugged and calmly replied that he didn't really know either. Some powerful guy, a man named Ling Yi, had come out of nowhere, wrecked Kensen's base, and rescued him. Total bluff. A clean lie to keep his own identity under wraps. Mr. G squinted. He'd never heard of any Ling Yi before. Where exactly did this mysterious powerhouse come from? Yilin kept it vague, said he'd only known Ling Yi for a short while. Mr. G raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. He had bigger concerns. He reminded Yilin and his son that the awakening exams were close. No time to slack off even after near-death experiences. They'd need to get ready. Yilin nodded. They would. But just as they were about to leave the room, the air changed. 3 men in black suits stepped in, all wearing identical dark sunglasses. They looked like something straight out of a budget Matrix sequel. One of them raised his badge and announced himself, Officer Huang, Investigation Bureau. He informed Yelin that he was being arrested, suspected in connection with a major citywide murder case. He flashed the warrant, crisp and real. Yelin blinked. He hadn't expected them to move so fast. Resisting now would be reckless, so he sighed and agreed to go quietly, for now. As they led him away, Ling Yu shouted, demanding to know why they were arresting his boss. The agents ignored him. Yelin glanced over his shoulder and calmly told Uncle G to remember to pick him up. Mr. G raised a hand and promised he'd get the best lawyer available. Scene change. Mr. Zhuang's mansion. In a lavish room, Mr. Zhuang turned to Ning Ning, the red-haired bitch. He told her there was news about the man she'd been looking for, Ling Yi. She stood with a cold smile. Finally, Mr. Zhuang nodded and told her to change her clothes. Officer Wang from the Investigation Bureau was waiting downstairs. As she left to prepare, Zhuang's expression shifted. He began coughing into his sleeve, then chuckled bitterly. He knew damn well it wasn't Ling Yi who took down Kensen. It was Ye Lin. The brat did it alone, and soon, Ye Lin would come to him. He always did. Scene change. Qing City Investigation Bureau. And no, this wasn't some cozy civilian holding cell. This was where they stashed monsters. Ye Lin sat alone in a cold, dim room, awaiting interrogation. A man entered. Not polite, not patient. He demanded answers. Ye Lin told him flatly, "No talking without a lawyer." The man snapped. He grabbed Ye Lin by the collar, slammed him into the wall, and demanded to know, "Where is the key?" Ye Lin blinked, confused. "What key?" The officer slammed him harder, yelling at him to drop the act. Ye Lin dropped to the floor, blood trailing from his mouth. He didn't know what the hell this guy was talking about. He muttered that if they harmed him, they'd regret it. They wouldn't get what they wanted. But the man snarled and grabbed him again. "You have it," he growled. "The key from Kensen." Ye Lin frowned. He had no key. He told the man to take him out of here first, then he'd show him whatever it was they were looking for. The response? A punch to the ribs. Ye Lin choked up blood again and thought grimly, this bastard has zero chill. As he struggled to breathe, he asked for a phone. Maybe he could contact someone. Maybe someone who had this damn key. Surprisingly, the officer handed it over. "If you'd said that earlier," he scoffed, "you wouldn't have had to suffer." Ye Lin took the phone, his fingers trembling. He looked at the man coldly. Sooner or later, he promised himself, "This guy's going to pay, tenfold." 10 minutes later, the door creaked open, and in stepped the last person anyone expected. Mr. Zhuge. The officer blinked in confusion. Ye Lin just sat up slowly, stunned. He hadn't expected the man he called to actually show up, and certainly not with that level of confidence. Mr. Zhuge approached casually, holding up a small object. The officer squinted. A key. Zhuge waved it in front of the man's face like a parent calling out a bluff. This was the key they were looking for, wasn't it? So enough with the thug tactics. If they wanted it, here it was. He handed the key over without a fuss, then told the officer plainly that he had no further business here. Ye Lin was under his protection now. The officer hesitated only a moment before bowing out. Of course, he wouldn't be disturbing Mr. Zhuge again. Not today. Once the door closed, Ye Lin sat there blinking. Internally, his thoughts were spinning. Why the hell did Zhuge have Kensen's key? Something about this didn't add up. Was he caught in something deeper? He quickly stood, thanked Mr. Zhuge for saving him, but Zhuge brushed it off. He didn't do it out of kindness. He had his own reasons. If Ye Lin's little secret, his undying body, ever got out, the world's most powerful people would line up just to tear him apart. Ye Lin froze, so Zhuge knew. The secret was out. He briefly considered killing the old man right then and there, a clean cut, quick and silent, but he decided to play dumb. Scratched his head, chuckled awkwardly. Immortality? What immortality? Zhuge smirked. He'd seen the murderous flash in Ye Lin's eyes just now, and that confirmed it. Ye Lin really was immortal. And yet, so weak. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes and asked what Zhuge wanted from him. Zhuge didn't hesitate. He asked Ye Lin if he was willing to become his disciple. Ye Lin stared blankly. Disciple? Out of nowhere? Zhuge coughed lightly and admitted he didn't have much time left. He could die any day now, and he wanted to pass down something important. Something only Ye Lin could carry forward. Still stunned, Ye Lin tried to make sense of it. And that's when Zhuge reached into his coat and pulled out another key. Ye Lin blinked. Wasn't that the same one he just handed to the officer? Apparently not. That one was a fake. The one in Zhuge's hand now? The real deal. The ancient heavenly key. Zhuge handed it to Ye Lin, explaining that long ago, when the heavenly gate descended upon the world, it didn't just bring monsters. It brought 7 ancient artifacts, each containing power beyond imagination. Those relics were scattered across the land. This key? It unlocked the gate itself. Ye Lin felt the weight of it. not just the metal, but the meaning and the threat. Zhuge asked again. Was he willing to become his disciple and help complete this task? Yilin thought it over. The man knew too much. Denying him now was risky. So Yilin agreed, called him master, accepted the title, and said he'd do his best, even if he wasn't sure he could pull it off. Zhuge just laughed. Since when did Yilin become so modest? If he enrolled in the Supreme Academy, his future would be limitless. Zhuge was sure of it. Then he added one final request. Yilin asked what it was. Zhuge looked a little more serious. If anything were to happen to him, Yilin should take care of his daughter, Ningning. Yilin blinked. That red-haired loudmouth? He awkwardly scratched his head and told Zhuge not to talk like that. The man would live a long life. Zhuge chuckled again. He said Ningning had potential. Sure, she was young and sharp-tongued, but relationships could be nurtured. Over time, no pressure. For now, their only goal was simple: ace the final exam. Yilin agreed. It was time to get out of here. Next scene, Zhuge's mansion. They arrived at the grand hall, and the moment Yilin stepped inside, the peace shattered. Ningning practically screamed at the sight of him. She couldn't believe it. Her dad took this coward in as a disciple? Yilin folded his arms calmly and told her to ask her father that question herself. She scoffed and barked more insults, calling Yilin useless, untrustworthy, and unqualified to be anywhere near their family, much less living in their house. Then Zhuge himself walked into the living room. The moment Ningning saw him, she launched into full-on daughter mode, demanding to know what this joke was. Zhuge smiled warmly and asked his little princess why she was so mad the moment she got home. Then, casually, he confirmed it, yes. He did take Yilin in as a disciple. Ningning nearly had a stroke. She shouted that her dad must be out of his mind. Yilin was a forbidden curse caster. What could Zhuge possibly teach someone like that? He probably wouldn't even live to see 25. But Zhuge kept his tone calm. He asked her not to be so harsh. Yilin wasn't as weak as she thought. In fact, he informed her, Yilin was Lingye, the guy she's been searching for. Ningning wasn't buying any of it. She stared at Yilin with pure disbelief and scoffed. What kind of joke was this? There was no way this coward was the legendary Lingye she'd been hunting for. To her, the idea was so ridiculous it hurt. She snapped at Yilin, calling him not just a coward but a liar too. And worse, someone who had even tricked her father of all people. As far as she was concerned, the man had no shame and no class. Before leaving, she threw one more dagger. As long as Yilin stayed in this house, she wouldn't. And he better be ready, because she'd find the real Lingye and rip off whatever mask he was hiding behind. She was gone in seconds. Yilin stood there silently for a moment, then turned to Mr. Zhuge, asking if he should, maybe keep an eye on her. Zhuge waved it off without concern. This was Kunsheng. Nobody dared to lay a finger on Ningning here. And as for her little tantrum? Zhuge told Yilin not to mind her. She was arrogant, sure, but not bad at heart. Then, like nothing just happened, Zhuge handed Yilin a small wooden box. A gift. The final test was coming. He figured this might help. Yilin opened the box and pulled out the item inside. A mask. Strange texture. Smooth. Lightweight. Zhuge explained. This was lotion skin, a disguise mask that could alter Yilin's voice, aura, and even presence to mimic another person. With this, he could be anyone. Yilin smiled and thanked the old man. This was going to be very useful, and with a respectful nod, he thanked him again. Scene shift. Kunsheng Academy Arena. Thousands of students gathered under the open sky, a buzzing crowd of hopefuls waiting for the test that would change their futures. From the distance, Ling Yu spotted Yilin approaching. He rushed over, calling him boss, relieved that he showed up. Honestly, he was starting to think Yilin wouldn't make it, but Yilin grinned and replied that he wouldn't miss it for anything. After all, today was the day he kept his promise. Ling Yu nodded, then whispered that he heard from his father. The Kensen incident was already settled, and Yilin had officially become Zhuge's disciple. From the shadows nearby, Ningning overheard, and couldn't take it. She scoffed loudly and muttered that her father had clearly been tricked by this con man. Again. Ling Yu turned to her and snapped, told her to shut the hell up. Yeah, he used to like her, but he wasn't going to let anyone defame his boss without proof. Ningning scoffed harder. This guy dared to impersonate Lingye, and they were just going to let it slide? She swore that she'd find the real Lingye during the exam, and expose Yilin for the fraud he was. Before the tension could escalate, the scene shifted. Multiple luxurious buses pulled up in formation. From one of the buses, an elderly man stepped out, clearly the headmaster. He faced the sea of students and spoke with practiced gravitas. 10 years, he said. That's how long it takes to craft a fine sword. And today was the day they tested their edge. He wished them luck, and reminded them Kunsheng Academy would rise. The students shouted in unison, yes, they would! 30 minutes later, outside the Qing city gates, the same buses now unloaded dozens of students. As they stepped down, one boy gasped. It was his first time seeing the city gates. Another commented that they were ridiculously tall, towering over them like ancient monuments. Yilin and Ling Yu stepped off together. Yilin reminded him once they were out there they'd follow the plan closely. Ling Yu nodded, ready. Near the front, a red-robed instructor addressed the crowd. The gate was about to open, and once it did, the test would begin. To enter the official test zone, students would need to travel 10 kilometers through wilderness. Their survival? Entirely up to them. He asked if they were ready. The crowd responded, loud and eager. The gates groaned open, releasing a massive cloud of ancient dust into the air. Yilin, Ling Yu, Ning Ning, and hundreds of others stood at the threshold, staring into the wilds. The instructor raised his voice one last time. The final test had officially begun. A moment of silence, then chaos. The students sprinted forward like their lives depended on it. Because it did. If you hesitated, you'd be Monster Chow before anyone could remember your name. As they ran, Ning Ning shouted over the wind that she wouldn't lose to Yilin. Not this time. She'd crush him in scores and take first place. Yilin didn't reply. But he didn't slow down either. High above, on a cliff edge, 4 figures watched the swarm of students below. The red-haired instructor chuckled and asked how many would make it into Daxia Academy this year. Another responded that last year, only 5 students made it in. He doubted there'd be more this year, but the headmaster smiled confidently. He believed at least 2 Kunsheng students would make it this time. The red-haired man frowned, warning him not to get cocky too soon. Back in the wilderness, students were still running. Until they stopped, one of them suddenly gagged, covering his nose. Something reeked. Another groaned that the smell was disgusting. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, from the swirling dust near the exam gates, something slithered out. Something huge. Students froze mid-step. Then came the scream. One of them finally recognized it. A level 11 bloodthirsty demonic lizard. Panic erupted instantly. Everyone ran. In every direction. No formation, no strategy, just chaos. Up on the cliff, the red-haired instructor sighed, bored. He muttered that this year's batch really was pathetic. A single level 11 lizard and they were already pissing themselves? But the old headmaster smiled. He calmly replied that those students down there weren't from Kunsheng. Because his students? They'd face anything head-on. Right on cue, Yilin stepped forward. He didn't flinch. He didn't hesitate. One clean swing. And the bloodthirsty lizard was sliced in half. Yilin stood in a hero pose, looking like he belonged on the academy brochure cover. The instructors up top blinked. One of them muttered that the sword he was holding, it had to be a rare piece of equipment. No average student could move like that. Another narrowed his eyes. That wasn't just any student. That was Yilin, the forbidden spellcaster, level 16, a walking contradiction with illegal magic and clean technique. Still, one of them wondered why Yilin hadn't finished the monster off completely. And then it made sense. Yilin turned and casually called out to Ling Yu, telling him to come over and end the beast. Ling Yu answered immediately. Stabbed it clean through the head. Bang. The system responded. Team kill, level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard, 40 XP each. Both of them leveled up slightly. The crowd watching didn't miss it. The students were stunned. They finally realized what Yilin was doing. He wasn't hogging the kills. He was feeding EXP to Ling Yu by letting him take the finishing blow. One of them muttered that Yilin was the ultimate leveling tool. Another swore they wanted a teammate like that. Meanwhile, from the side, Ning Ning clenched her jaw. She watched Yilin work with Ling Yu and scoffed. Sharing EXP meant having rewards. She was soloing the entire raid. That meant all the EXP was hers. If Yilin kept splitting his kills, he'd fall behind. She smiled coldly. She'd let them have their little bromance. She'd win this test with numbers. Back in the thick of the wild zone, the raid continued. Yilin and Ling Yu slayed one monster after another, with Yilin doing all the work and Ling Yu doing all the stabbing. The XP was shared evenly. Level 11 Werewolf, 40 XP. Level 13 Skeleton Asha, 60 XP. Team kill bonus activated. Eventually Ling Yu's level ticked up, level 8. He practically jumped with joy. He called out to Yilin, declaring that no matter what, he'd follow him as his one true boss forever. Yilin smirked and told him not to get too excited. The outer monsters were done. If they wanted real gains, they had to go deeper. Ling Yu gulped, then asked nervously. Deeper meant monsters in the level 20 to 30 range, right? Yilin nodded. That was correct. He could handle level 20s just fine. If a level 30 showed up though, they run. Back on the cliff, the headmaster was still watching. He saw where Yilin was headed, deep into the danger zone, and narrowed his eyes. He asked aloud, What was Yilin trying to prove? With his current level, he'd already secured a spot in Dagza Academy. Why take unnecessary risks? His assistant beside him responded calmly. Examiners had already been placed throughout the danger zones. If something went wrong, they'd step in. Back on the field, Yilin and Ling Yu pushed forward through the brush and brambles, blood-stained and focused. They entered a clearing and stopped. Multiple shadows loomed ahead, a pack of level 20 monsters. Yilin scanned them, then turned to Ling Yu and warned him to stay sharp. These things weren't just stronger, they were faster. Ling Yu nodded, clutching his blade. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he wanted to live. Bang. The fight erupted, the monsters lunged, and our boys went to work. As the level 20 monsters swarmed around them, Yilin shot into the sky like a streak of black lightning. Mid-air, he muttered inwardly. The lifespan sword skill was too exhausting. His body couldn't keep it up for long. He was burning out, time was short, so he sacrificed his heart, and without hesitation activated the forbidden spell, world-ending thunder. Boom. The sky cracked open like divine judgment. Thunder fell like a vengeful god, and in a single deafening instant, the entire battlefield lit up in a massive explosion of arcs and flame. The level 20 beasts were obliterated. Ling Yu blinked, then yelled that this was too brutal. Level 20 monsters, wiped out in one go? He asked Yilin if this was how he normally hunted monsters. Yilin landed silently, sheathing his sword. He said it was nothing. The brutal part hadn't started yet. Just then, a figure emerged from the smoke, a man in black robes with a badge clipped to his belt. An examiner. He stepped forward and told them both they were heading too far. Students were not allowed to exit the test area without supervision. It was dangerous. Yilin nodded slowly. Oh, so they couldn't go any deeper? Got it. They'd turn around now. But then, he froze. Something was wrong. Yilin's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shouted at the examiner to watch his back. A huge shadow loomed behind them, growing larger by the second. Even Ling Yu felt his legs freeze in place, but the examiner scoffed. He wasn't falling for that old trick. He'd been doing this job for 20 years. A fake distraction to escape the test zone? Please. Yilin gritted his teeth. Look behind you, you dumb monkey. And then the roar came. A goblin hero. Level 33. It was real. The examiner finally turned around, and his soul practically left his body. Ling Yu screamed for everyone to run, but it was already too late, especially for the examiner. The goblin strike landed with devastating force, smashing the man and sending him flying like a rag doll through a collapsing tree. Yilin caught him mid-fall by the collar and shouted that this was what happened when people didn't listen. He ordered Ling Yu to run, now. He'd handle the goblin. But Ling Yu, bless his dumb loyalty, refused. He wanted to fight together, so Yilin kicked him, hard. Told him that when he gave orders he expected silence, not teamwork speeches. As they landed, Yilin thought quickly. He couldn't expose his full strength. Not yet. Not with eyes watching from above, but he still had to buy time. So he sacrificed more organs and activated another forbidden spell, Sudden Dance. His sword vibrated, splitting into afterimages. But the goblin was fast, and pissed. The examiner, somehow conscious, staggered back to his feet and told Yilin he'd handle it. He'd signal for help. Before he could finish his sentence, the goblin slammed him again and launched him across the clearing like a broken doll. Yilin caught him again, barely, dragging him to safety while muttering curses under his breath. Mid-run, the examiner groaned and fired a flare into the sky. A red streak of smoke spiraled upward and exploded like a warning beacon. Yilin winced. Now more examiners would come. That meant more witnesses. That meant less freedom to fight how he wanted. In fact, he wished the guy had just passed out. Would have saved him the trouble. Too late now. Within minutes, 2 examiners arrived at the signal point, sliding into formation. One of them saw the goblin hero and called out that this zone had escalated. The other turned to Yilin and told him to leave. They didn't want to hurt him in crossfire. Yilin nodded. Fine. He'd carry the injured examiner out of the fight zone. He moved a good distance away, but then paused. An idea formed. He chuckled. A dry, dark laugh. Perfect time to test Mr. Zhuge's mask. Yilin pulled out the lotion skin mask, scanned the examiner's face, and placed the mask over his own. Instantly, his voice, aura, and appearance shifted, identical to the injured examiner. He laughed again. Now this was fun. Meanwhile, the 2 examiners fought the goblin hero, trying to keep collateral to a minimum. The female one shouted they needed to kill it quickly, without ruining the final test. The other agreed, charging forward with his blade drawn. Just then, a third figure appeared. The examiner, also known as Yilin in disguise, yelled out, calling them colleagues, and declared that the filthy beast dared disrupt the test under their watch. He told them to stand aside and watch him finish it. Internally, he activated another forbidden spell, Eternal Arrow. A bow of pure energy formed in his hands. He pulled it back, infused it with power, and fired. The arrow ripped through the air like a divine spear and smashed into the goblin hero's skull, shattering it completely. Bang! The monster dropped. Team kill, level 33 goblin hero, 220 XP. Item obtained, Talisman of Symbiosis. Yelin, still in disguise, stepped forward and picked it up. As Yelin picked up the glowing talisman scroll from the goblin hero's corpse, he muttered inwardly that the drop rate for rare items was absurdly low. This was pure luck. Before he could vanish into the woods, one of the examiners behind him yelled in frustration. The man demanded to know which department Yelin was from. He hadn't helped during the fight, and now he was walking off with the loot like a damn bandit. But Yelin just waved him off. He told them not to get sentimental. He didn't leave names when doing acts of kindness. If they needed a name, they could just call him Kind Man. And with that, he walked away with the reward in hand, unbothered. The male examiner clenched his fist and growled that kind his ass. That guy was a loot-stealing bastard. The female examiner sighed, telling her colleague to forget it. They had an exam to oversee. Once it was over, they'd find out which department that guy actually belonged to. Meanwhile, Yelin slipped away into the trees, smiling under his breath. The mask peeled off his face, back to his usual look. They wouldn't find him. They didn't even know who he was. Mission accomplished. Right now, Yelin is far away from the surveillance of the school, because he ventured away from the test zone. As for the examiner he impersonated, still out cold. Not even a passing squirrel could wake him. Yelin sat alone in the shadow of a ridge, reviewing the item again. The Talisman of Symbiosis. A rare scroll, powerful and insanely useful. The effect? 2 awakeners within 10 levels of each other could share all gained EXP for 6 hours, but only once. The scroll was single-use and bound to the first user. Yelin smirked. If used right, it was like duplicating your level gains, EXP from 2 directions with 1 grind. Then, as fate would have it, he heard someone screaming. He looked up, instantly recognizing the familiar cry for help. Ling Yu, obviously. Who else could it be? The guy was sprinting full speed, crying like his rent was due and a giant monster was the landlord. A massive beast chased behind him, swinging claws like wrecking balls. As the monster's attack was about to connect, Yelin stepped in, calmly parrying the blow and saving Ling Yu from being dismembered live. Ling Yu nearly sobbed. He was overjoyed to see Yelin safe and alive. He asked what happened to the goblin hero. Yelin brushed it off. Other examiners took care of that. Then he held out the talisman scroll, instructing Ling Yu to grab his hand so he could activate it. But of course, Ling Yu misunderstood. He blinked. He blushed. He muttered something about not knowing Yelin was into men. Yelin froze. A nerve snapped. Without a word, he slapped Ling Yu across the face, hard enough to leave a print. The monster they were about to fight? Yeah. Even it paused for a moment, silently watching the human drama unfold like a soap opera. Ling Yu, dazed, pointed back at the monster. The beast was still there, by the way. Yelin sighed. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and instantly vaporized the monster using lifespan sword skill. 1 clean hit. 1 dead beast. Kill confirmed, level 13 Anubis soldier. 130 XP. EXP shared symbiosis effect active. Ling Yu stared wide-eyed as the system screen lit up in front of them. He yelled that this was a symbiotic talisman. He asked Yelin where the hell he got something so rare. Yelin ignored him completely, still furious from that earlier comment. He grunted that Ling Yu should go kill his own mobs and walked off. Ling Yu called after him, trying to explain it was a misunderstanding. He was definitely straight. Yelin didn't care. He told him to scram. Now that they had the scroll active, it made more sense to split up, maximize their gains across 2 fronts. Ling Yu nodded reluctantly. It was true. He just didn't have many monsters he could take down solo, but he'd try. Scene cut. Elsewhere in the test zone. A group of 4 students had surrounded a level 10 werewolf, trying to kill it. They weren't even close. The monster wasn't dying, it was just mildly annoyed. One of the students shouted for the others to finish it off already. But before they could strike, Yelin appeared, out of nowhere, like a shadow wrapped in thunder. And with a casual wave of his hand, 3 lightning bolts fired off and vaporized 3 nearby monsters. Gone. The students dropped their weapons and stared. One of them asked what kind of spell that was. How did he kill 3 werewolves in an instant? Another finally recognized him. That was Yelin, the forbidden spellcaster. Upon hearing the murmurs around them, one of the nearby students gasped. A forbidden spellcaster with a short life? Was Yelin seriously using such destructive magic to grind XP? Did he have a death wish? But then their shock doubled. Because right before their eyes, Yelin began recovering. Wounds, closing, blood, receding, stamina, back like nothing happened. They stared in disbelief. One of them muttered that it must be the equipment on his wrist, probably some high-tier regen item. Maybe that's how he was cheating death. That's exactly what Yahello wanted them to think. Internally, he smirked. He already knew he was being watched. Students, instructors, examiners, everyone. So he deliberately wore a fake regeneration band on his wrist. That way, every time he used his powers and self-healed, they'd assume it was just gear-based regen. No one could suspect his true secret, immortality. Elsewhere, another student screamed for help as he sprinted from a giant kobold. A second group scattered in panic, shouting that a level 20 minotaur had entered the zone. They knew damn well. Level 20 seconds weren't just tough, they were killers. But before the monsters could turn the field into a buffet, Yahello walked up. He let out a dry laugh, sword already drawn. He shouted at the students to run, every last one of them. He'd handle this. And he did. What followed wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. Yahello tore through beasts like they owed him money. Throats slashed, limbs scattered, bodies dropped. He didn't give them time to breathe, quite literally. They were too dead for oxygen. Behind the chaos, Lingyu was watching his system light up like a fireworks display. Notification after notification. EXP points pouring in from Yehlin's kills. EXP shared, symbiotic talisman active. Lingyu laughed wildly. He shouted that his boss was too damn powerful, and this was the best way to level up in the entire continent. At the Academy Command Center, the instructors watched the field through their magic monitors. The old headmaster sighed. He muttered that if Yahello wasn't a forbidden spellcaster, Kunsheng would have had a true dragon on their hands. His assistant nodded. Most of the monsters had already been wiped out, by Yahello alone. Because of him, the number of injured or disqualified students had dropped significantly this year. He'd cleared the path for hundreds. Another instructor observed the map and noted that the way forward was now clear. Nothing but clean terrain to the teleportation gate. He told the students nearby to move fast and head for the final zone. Meanwhile, Yahello stood alone, soaked in blood and dust. He checked his system, level 18. He muttered that the higher the level, the harder the grind, but he was getting there. Ahead of him stood the teleportation gate, a swirling column of light that led to the final stage. Yahello stepped in, entering the void. Moments later, he emerged in a massive circular hall, the final examination zone. All around him, other students were arriving. Many looked exhausted, others confused, some just terrified. Then from the side, a familiar voice rang out. Lingyu. He ran up like an excited puppy, calling Yahello his true boss, praising his greatness, talking about how amazing the EXP gain had been. He was about to hug him. Yahello instantly stepped back and told him to knock it off. Lingyu, unfazed, shouted that he'd already hit level 15, thanks to the XP share. Yahello frowned and told him to stay away. He didn't want another gay misunderstanding on record. Meanwhile, not far off, Ningning stood alone, arms crossed. She gritted her teeth. Despite all her efforts, she'd only leveled up twice. And Yahello, already pushing near 20, but she told herself it didn't matter. In the final test, only skill would matter, not numbers. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Multiple examiners descended from the sky, dramatic and over the top like Soul Society captains trying to make an entrance. Was it necessary? No. Was it cool? Absolutely. As they landed with coordinated flair, one of them stepped forward and raised a hand. He shouted for silence. All test takers were to listen carefully. The chief examiner was about to speak. The chief examiner raised his hand and addressed the students with a practiced calm. He welcomed them to the 886th final test, declaring himself as chief examiner Lin Yuan. He explained that the forest outside was just an appetizer, a gateway test. Only survivors of that little forest carnage were qualified to even step foot into this hall. Now, the real trial began. The final test would be split into 2 parts, a comprehensive assessment worth a maximum of 100 marks, with 10 stages, each scoring up to 10. And then the brutal, ego-crushing ring battle, worth an extra 50 marks if you managed to win. But there was a catch. Only those with at least 85 marks in the comprehensive part could even dream of fighting in the ring. Top scorer, 150 marks. Dream, glory. Fail, go back and farm slimes. Lin Yuan then laid down the law. No special items were to be used. Anyone caught cheating would be disqualified. And just like that, he signaled the start of the test and ordered the students to form groups of 10. As the crowd moved into lines, Yahello followed quietly. He muttered to himself. This was it, the stage that would decide his future. If fate was going to play games, he was ready to rewrite the rules. Meanwhile, as the last of the students entered the assessment rooms, Lin Yuan stood behind, flipping through the status reports of each participant. Just then, a confident woman entered the hall, Sheng Xin, Supreme Academy Supervisor. She greeted him, apologizing for arriving late, but Lin Yuan waved her off. She was right on time. In fact, he'd been expecting her. She leaned closer and asked if there were any outstanding candidates this year. He didn't hesitate. There were a few, but one stood out. Yilin, already level 18. Shengxin blinked. That was Supreme Academy territory already. But then her smile faded. She muttered it was a shame. With an A-class profession, he could have walked into their academy with honor. But he was a forbidden spellcaster, and that changed everything. Lin Yuan nodded. If Yilin wasn't bound to the most cursed class in the profession chart, Qin Sheng would have welcomed another dragon. Inside the assessment room, Yilin stepped forward and placed his hand on the glowing orb. The system buzzed. Incomprehensive assessment, Stage 2, attribute scan. Strength, 480. Agility, 270. Mental strength, 1,199. The instructors watching the readings immediately choked. One of them pointed at the screen. 480 strength? For a spellcaster? Was he trying to bench press monsters? Another whispered that this wasn't just odd, it was ridiculous. That kind of raw power exceeded even most frontline warrior classes. Lin Yuan didn't flinch. He simply told them to wait. They'd understand more once Yilin reached Stage 3. Then came the call. Stage 3. Attack demonstration. Students were to use their strongest skill on a training dummy. Yilin stepped forward slow and quiet. They told him to go all out. He smiled inwardly. Yeah, no. If he used godly chaos thunder, he'd probably delete the building and every name in the registry. So instead, he picked something small, relatively small. With a flick of his wrist and the silent sacrifice of one of his organs, he activated the forbidden spell, world-destroying thunder. Bang! 7 dummies disintegrated on impact. One of the female instructors screamed. Those dummies were designed to handle attacks below level 25, and they got shredded like paper. Another lecturer leaned forward in disbelief. This kid was level 18, and he just nuked through reinforced targets like it was a joke. They whispered, forbidden spells were rare. But this strong? Even Lin Yuan looked up. His jaw didn't drop, but his eyes said it all. What the hell is this kid? The system didn't waste time. And Stage 4, agility test, full marks. Stage 5, explosive power, full marks. And just like that, Yilin's score was piling up. Stage 6 of the assessment, sustained damage output. Yilin didn't even blink. Full marks. Stage 7, full marks. And somehow, even the final stage, another perfect 10. By the time his name flashed on the results screen, most of the instructors weren't even shocked anymore. They were just tired. The chief examiner exhaled and muttered that this kid was tossing out forbidden spells like they were candy wrappers. At this rate, it'd be a miracle if Yilin even lived to see 20. After all, everyone knew forbidden spells didn't just cost mana. They ate into your lifespan like starving piranhas. One of the lecturers leaned forward and asked the chief examiner if he planned to raise the difficulty level of the final stage, just to keep things interesting. But instead of replying directly, the chief turned to Shengxin. He asked her bluntly, if Yilin scored full marks, would the Supreme Academy still consider him? Shengxin didn't even hesitate. She politely declined the idea. From her perspective, there were other outstanding students, Luo Jun, Nini, Zheng Lin, and even Ling Yu, all of whom were safer bets. Her reasoning was simple. Yilin may be at the top right now, but a forbidden spellcaster was a bad investment. He'd burn bright, and then burn out. The academy needed candidates they could train, not bury. The chief sighed again. What a shame. As the comprehensive assessment came to a close, students poured out of the test domain. Naturally, Ling Yu was first to show up next to Yilin, like a happy puppy. He announced proudly that he got 96 marks. Yilin, of course, immediately snapped at him. Why not 100? Ling Yu looked away awkwardly and muttered that he got penalized during the combat stage. Apparently, not knowing how to fight was frowned upon. Now came the big moment. The chief examiner stood before the students and began to announce the results. First place, Yilin, 100 marks. Second place, Nini, 100 marks. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 marks. Fourth place, Ling Yu, 96 marks. The rest? Honestly, who cares? They weren't making the highlight reel. Any more names and we'd still be here by breakfast. Then came the order. Anyone with below 85 marks should leave the area under supervision. Those above 85 could also leave if they wanted to forfeit the upcoming match. But just as that was announced, Nini's aura darkened. She marched up to the chief examiner, arms crossed, and demanded to know why she was ranked second, even though she had the same score as Yilin. Internally, she was raging. How the hell was she behind that disgusting Yilin? The peanut gallery, mostly other girls, started murmuring too. One barked that it was misogyny. Another accused the academy of favoring men. This is discrimination, one of them cried. How much longer must women suffer? But the chief examiner raised his hand and told everyone to shut up and look at the screen. The video playback started. First up, Nini's highlight reel, her battle against a colossal beast. The crowd gasped. As expected from Mr. Zugei's daughter, her talent was evident. After that, Yelin's video played and the whole student were filled with awe to see how he defeated 7 level 25 dummies in one strike. But after the video ended, the chief asked if anyone still had objections. Silence. Even Nini clenched her fists and said nothing. The scoreboard didn't lie. Yelin's performance simply outclassed hers. The examiner declared the break. Students with qualifying scores had 30 minutes to rest and prepare for the ring tournament. The audience was surprised. Yelin used only one forbidden spell, yet he won 3 rounds consecutively. They wondered if the final test was that easy. Maybe he could get full marks without even doing anything. Well, they decided to look at the other test takers. At the other arena, 2 guys were fighting. Wang Zhengguang, Iris Sword, level 13, against Luo Jun, Dragon Shadow Spear, level 14. From behind, Guang told Jun it looked like he was going into the losers group. Jun told him not to dream. He wasn't capable of making him lose. The audience could feel the chill from their battle, as expected when 2 strong people fought. Someone commented that he would have been defeated if he was the one on the stage, since he couldn't even see where Guang was. Others could feel the gap in strength. One of the instructors then asked Teacher Su who she thought would win. She replied, Luo Jun. Now swiftly, Luo Jun activated Shadow Cloud Pierce and slammed Guang straight to the ground, breaking his weapon. Their battle ended with Luo Jun's victory. As for Yelin, his 5th round battle was skipped. Yelin sat feeling bored. He could see from the other arena that Lingyu was fighting Nini this time around. It would definitely be an interesting battle. While midair, Nini told Lingyu that she didn't understand why he was going so far. What did Yelin give him for him to serve him? Lingyu told her Yelin was his boss, and one day she would regret it when she saw who her boss really was. She told him not to be stubborn, then activated Phoenix Flame Explosion and shot it at him. Lingyu was surprised to see this. He never expected her fire elemental spell to be instant cast. He dodged the first attack since he was a close combat fighter while she was a long-range attacker. It would be wise for him not to get hit. As soon as he dodged midair, Nini immediately attacked again, redirecting the flames from below straight at him. Seeing he couldn't dodge it, he decided to just attack the flames. He used Sword Skill Flash and cut the flames in half. Just from that one attack, he was already breathing heavily. He told her he wasn't scared of her. She called him an idiot. Then from her spellbook, she activated Red Flame Surge and told him to surrender now. But Lingyu told her with vigor that those who underestimated him would pay the price. Yelin was worried, since he knew Lingyu was not the dumb woman's opponent. The examiners were worried too. Lingyu was really crazy. He was going to lose. The referee was told to prepare to save him. Nini was shocked as Lingyu used his body to withstand her flames. He's really out of his mind, she commented. He then charged toward her through the flames and pierced at her with his sword, which she dodged. Still confident, he told her he'd be giving her a warning. Though she could provoke him, she was not to provoke his boss. He then fell to the ground and fainted. The examiner immediately told the referee to hurry and save him. Yelin was the first to get there. He told Lingyu to hold on. He would protect his heart using the yin-yang bangle. Worried, Nini told Yelin she didn't mean to hurt him. She didn't know he would go that far. Yelin told her he knew it wasn't her fault. It was then announced to the test takers that Lingyu was not in any life danger, but there were massive burns on his body, so he needed to be sent to the hospital. Lingyu told Yelin to give it his all. Now, minutes later, it was the battle of the quarterfinals. Nini would be fighting against Lin Linglin, and Yelin against Luo Jun. This year's final test scores would be born among the 4 of them. One of the principals then asked Principal Su if he thought Luo Jun would win. Principal Su replied, "Of course, he's a genius from Yukai Academy. I have full confidence in him." Someone commented, "It looks like Yukai Academy will get another top scorer this year." Ching Cheng's principal told him he didn't think Luo Jun would win. His opponent was a level 18 forbidden spellcaster, so he couldn't possibly win. Principal Su, confident, told him it didn't matter if he was a forbidden spellcaster, it was just a tournament. Will Yelin really use forbidden spells continuously without regard for his own life? He might not even last a single spell. The principal told him it was yet unknown who would get the final laugh. Now it was Luo Jun and Yelin's turn. Luo Jun confidently pointed his spear at Yelin, telling him that he was the only one he saw as a rival. As long as he defeated him, he would be this year's top scorer. Yelin drew out his sword and told him to try his best, and so their match began. Luo Jun charged out, telling Yelin to kneel down and beg. Yelin decided not to use any forbidden spells for now. He wanted to see how many hits Luo Jun could take from his sword skill. As they clashed, Luo Jun was surprised to see Yelin using a sword. He commented, saying he never expected a forbidden spellcaster to be skilled in close combat. Yahello told him not to be surprised. He'd show him the strength of a forbidden spellcaster's sword skill. He then used Lifespan's sword skill, striking at Luojun continuously. The audience was surprised. They wondered if all forbidden spellcasters fought in such a way. Someone asked why Yahello wasn't using any spells as a spellcaster should. Was he just going to clash with Luojun? What was going on? Everyone was curious too. They thought Yahello would be casting forbidden spells everywhere, but now he was doing something different. His sword skill wasn't normal either. A principal questioned if the sword skill he was using was a forbidden spell. Xingqiang Academy's principal replied, yes, it was the Lifespan sword skill. It was a sword skill that consumed lifespan to make each slash stronger than the previous. The principal, surprised, asked how many times he had swung his sword, was winning a match worth sacrificing his life over. Xingqiang's principal told him Luojun would pose a threat if the battle went on. Principal Su told him not to get excited just yet. As the strikes continued, Yahello asked Luojun why he hadn't surrendered yet. Luojun realized he was definitely going to lose if the fight went on. He then struck at Yahello using the heavy shadow strike, ready to use his trump card. Yahello blocked his strike, but realized something was wrong. Luojun grinned, telling Yahello if he thought he was the only one who knew how to use forbidden spells. Then, to Yahello's surprise, Luojun used a forbidden spell talisman, activating the forbidden spell Shadow Dragon Meteor, and pierced Yahello in the chest, determined to kill him. Though Yahello blocked the strike with his sword, it still pierced through his chest, blood dripping from his mouth. Luojun, confident with a smile, told Yahello he wouldn't live much longer, so he should just die already. The audience was surprised Luojun won. They never expected him to use a forbidden spell talisman, since it was something that heavily damaged the user's body. One of the examiners told his colleague that he never thought Yukai Academy's principal would actually let Luojun use a forbidden spell talisman just to become the top scorer. The guy told him only winning would get you a future. It's a pity though that the examinee Yahello's life is in danger, he added, then told them to call medics. Principal Gao angrily said to Principal Su, you bastard. You actually allowed your students to use a forbidden spell just to win. Do you even have a conscience anymore? Principal Su told him to stop saying nonsense. Luojun himself agreed on its use, so you should acknowledge a loss as a loss. I don't care about what you say. This year's top scorer will be Yukai Academy's. Nini, surprised, said to herself that she never thought Luojun would use a forbidden spell talisman to win. Even she wouldn't have been able to dodge that strike. What's more, Yahello had died just like that. But she had no idea why she felt bad. If he had listened to her advice, he wouldn't have ended up that way. While in thought, her father told her not to be anxious, the match wasn't over yet. Luojun, still confident, told Yahello it didn't matter if he was level 18, he was still losing to him. But then, he was surprised as Yahello told him to stop daydreaming. He hadn't lost yet. Yahello pulled out the spear from his chest and levitated midair. Luojun, shocked, asked Yahello how he was still alive when his heart had been pierced. Yahello told him it looked like it had been too long since a forbidden spellcaster had appeared. People had forgotten how terrifying the class was. Nobody can kill a forbidden spellcaster. They can only die by their own spell. Yahello then used the forbidden spell Undying to heal himself. The audience was surprised he was still alive. Someone asked if forbidden spellcasters were this terrifying. His heart was pierced yet he was still alive. Was he immortal or something? The examiner asked his colleague how Yahello had learned the long-lost forbidden spell Undying. The guy told him it was quite unfortunate Yahello was a forbidden spellcaster, since he definitely had great potential. Using his lifespan in exchange for immunity to a fatal attack, and now using equipment to heal his wounds, he was too calm. Yahello then decided to attack. He activated the forbidden spell World Destroying Thunder. Luojun stood frozen, unable to dodge the attack. Then the attack shocked him badly. The examiner immediately rushed over and worriedly told the medics to come immediately since Luojun was in a bad condition. Yahello looked back. He noticed the expression on their faces, so he coughed up blood to make things more realistic, to stop them from suspecting his healing abilities. The principals were shocked to see Yahello in such a state. They thought it was because his forbidden spell had backfired. Principal Gao commented worriedly, Yahello used such a strong spell, I'm afraid all his internal organs are damaged. But then, Principal Su raised his hand, saying he wanted to make a report. Qing City Academy's Yahello used such a powerful spell against a level 14 job changer. It is attempted murder. Principal Gao, shocked, asked him, do you not have any dignity at all? Luojun was the one who used a powerful spell first. Everyone agreed with him. Yukai Academy was going too far. Seeing that nobody supported him, Su angrily left the arena and told Gao that things wouldn't end just like that. He would report him to the Ministry of Education. Yellen said to himself that the final exam was annoying, more tiring than killing Ken Sen, and that something even more troublesome was coming up. Nini approached him and told him to rest if he wanted to. She didn't mind waiting until he recovered before they fought. She didn't want to take advantage of him. Yellen was speechless for a moment, then told her there was no need. 30 minutes later it was announced that the long-awaited final round would begin, and the winner would become the top scorer of this year's exam. Nini said to herself that her fight with Luo Jun just now had proven forbidden spells were extremely dangerous, so she must not get hit by one. On the other end, Yellen thought that he needed to think of a forbidden spell that wouldn't hurt her. If he seriously injured her, her father would definitely not let him off. Such a headache. Nini activated Explosive Phoenix Flame and shot it at Yellen. She told him she must win the fight no matter how strong he was. Yellen dodged all the flame bombardments swiftly. He decided to stall until she ran out of mana, since all the spells he had would definitely injure her seriously. He used Forbidden Spell Dance, dodging all her incoming attacks. The audience had no idea what was going on. Someone asked why Yellen was only dodging. Couldn't he just win by using the thunder spell he had used against Luo Jun? Another said maybe the spell was too exhausting and he couldn't use it again in a short time. Or maybe Yellen pitied Nini and that's why he wasn't attacking her, letting her win on purpose, because rumor had it that her father had taken Yellen as his disciple. Nini angrily asked Yellen what the hell he was doing. Did he only know how to dodge? Was he trying to humiliate her? Yellen asked if there was a rule that said he couldn't dodge. She angrily raised her spellbook and told him they would see how he dodged this time. She then used the spell Red Flame Surge, a large area of effect skill. Yellen decided to teach her a lesson since she was dumb and really hard to deal with. He used speed up to dodge the attack, came out of the flames and hit her on the head with the back of his sword, telling her she had lost. Tears dripped down her face. She felt humiliated. How dare he humiliate her like this? Now she was determined to kill him, not wanting to lose to a disgusting person like Yellen. Yellen dodged all the flames she sent at him. She performed a much more powerful spell and told him to dodge it this time since he was so good at dodging. Everyone was shocked at the incredible skill she used. The pressure from it was no joke. She then sent the Fire Tornado spell at him. Yellen wasn't scared. He easily dodged it, but the spell followed him. He realized it was a homing skill. Nini landed on the ground, breathing heavily, and told Yellen to admit defeat already. Yellen asked what she was talking about. She should be the one to admit defeat. He then turned toward her as the spell followed him. He told her, "When fighting a fast opponent, using a homing skill is the same as committing suicide." Such a simple truth. Have you not heard it in class? She was speechless. He told her to give up now and end her skill, but she was stubborn, determined not to lose to him even if it meant dying. Her father worriedly told her not to do something so stupid. The examiners rushed out, ready to save both of them before anything bad happened. Seeing she was ready to commit suicide, Yellen couldn't believe how crazy she was. So he immediately grabbed her and used a spell, Forbidden Spell Wailing Wall. It was a spell that sacrificed lifespan to summon a wailing wall from the deepest depths of hell. It blocked incoming attacks, nullifying them unless the attacker was 20 levels above the spellcaster. The wall successfully absorbed the flames with no damage at all. The audience was surprised to see he used Wailing Wall. They never expected an examinee to be able to cast such a forbidden spell. Yellen wiped the blood from his mouth. Luckily, he had unlocked the forbidden spell, or else he wouldn't have known what to do. Yellen told her to stop dozing off and to turn around. Her hair was messed up. She blushed, her heart beating so fast. She thought maybe he wasn't as disgusting as she had believed. The audience was surprised at the romantic scene. They could feel something was going on between the two of them, an arrogant princess meeting a strong yet gentle knight. But then, Yellen kicked her off the stage. He told her to get down. He was the top scorer. She fell to the ground. The scene shocked everyone. They thought something was really going on between them. Angry, she shouted at Yellen, telling him she wasn't finished with him and that he should just wait. The examiner then announced that Yellen had won the final round of the ring tournament and gained 10 marks. He had reached 150 marks, making him the top scorer of this year's Qing City final exams. Everyone congratulated him. One of the audience asked which academy he wanted to go to as the top scorer. He confidently replied that he wanted to go to the Supreme Academy. They were all happy to hear he would be going to the Supreme Academy, but someone among the audience wasn't happy. A lady came down with Gao and told Yellen that she was sorry but he couldn't enter the Supreme Academy. Yellen asked her why. She landed and told him it was because he was a forbidden spellcaster. Since the appearance of Job Changers, the longest living forbidden spellcaster had only lived until the age of 24. This meant he had no value to be trained. Yellen was speechless for a moment, then told her he understood. The audience was surprised to hear that Yellen wouldn't be entering the Supreme Academy even as the top scorer. Zhuge hurriedly stepped forward and told her to wait. He might have already found a solution to the thing she was worried about. She asked what he meant by that. He told her he had found a new way. Since Yellen was his disciple, it could greatly reduce the harm caused to forbidden spellcasters when casting forbidden spells. She could do a checkup on Yellen's body if she didn't believe him. Gao and the other man were surprised at this news. They asked Zhuge if he was serious about it. But the lady told Zhuge that he was skilled in astrology, yet he was claiming to be knowledgeable about job changers. Was he as skilled as the professors inside the Supreme Academy? What if Yellen still didn't live past the age of 25? Would Zhuge pay for the resources they lost? Zhuge told her not to ruin a genius's future because of their relationship. She insisted she was serious about her words, saying she wasn't rejecting him based on personal feelings. The Supreme Academy would not recruit a forbidden spellcaster. Yellen told Zhuge to forget about it. It was fine if he didn't enter the Supreme Academy. There were no hard feelings, it was just an academy. But then, from behind Yellen, someone charged and attacked, calling him arrogant for dismissing the Supreme Academy as just an academy. Zhuge was surprised to see the attacker, and shouted for Yellen to watch out. Yellen blocked the attack with his hand, which injured him. Blood dripping, he asked the guy who the hell he was. The guy told him, "How dare someone like you, a forbidden spellcaster who's going to be dust in the wind, speak so boldly?" He then told Yellen to remember his name. It was Yunguan Lu from the Supreme Academy. The lady told him she'd make sure he went back and wrote an apology letter if he dared try to injure someone again. He told her he didn't mean to hurt him, he was just trying to say hello, and he never expected Yellen to be so weak. Gao and the other man worriedly asked Yellen if he was injured anywhere, if he was okay. Yellen told them he was fine. Yellen then walked towards the guy and told him he'd remember what happened today. The guy laughed. "If you're not convinced, you're welcome to challenge me any time." Yellen told him there were too many people here today, so he'd let him go this time, but he'd definitely get his revenge. The guy was speechless, then laughed loudly, calling Yellen trash. "Does he really think I care about him just because he talked to me? You'd never beat me in this lifetime." Yellen looked at him, then said, "After 1 year I will find you. We'll have a battle of life or death. Do you dare accept it?" Everyone was shocked to hear about the life or death challenge. Even Zhuge worriedly told him not to act rashly, but Yellen didn't listen. He asked the guy again if he dared to accept. The guy nonchalantly told Yellen he accepted the challenge. "It's a deal," Yellen commented. As he left the arena, he said to himself that the Supreme Academy was a bit interesting. He'd definitely crush them all to pieces. Principal Su told him he did a great job. The Qincheng Academy finally got a top scorer, and all the students were even praising him. A few hours later, Yellen was talking with Zhuge. He asked if Nini was doing okay. Zhuge told him she was fine, just feeling down because she lost to him, but she'd be back on her feet in no time. Yellen then asked about his relationship with Su Chengxin, the lady who disapproved of his application to the Supreme Academy. Zhuge already knew Yellen would ask, so he decided to tell him since it was already a known secret. He removed his glasses, then told Yellen that she was his first love. Nini came down, surprised to hear she was his first love. Even Yellen was surprised. Zhuge sighed and told them it was a long story. Back when he was just a kid who had just entered the academy, he fell in love with her and had a short honeymoon period with her. But after a while they broke up due to their differences in personalities. Until 5 years later, she suddenly came to him saying she couldn't forget about him and wanted to reconcile. But there was no way it was possible since he already had Nini. He sighed and told them to forget it. He just didn't expect it would affect their futures. He told Nini that with her strength and talent, she should be able to enter the Supreme Academy. She shouldn't worry about too much and just do her best there. And as for Yellen, his next best choice was Daxia Academy. Yellen agreed to go there since Daxia Academy wasn't bad either. Not having anything more to say, Zhuge told them both to rest early, as the people from the admission offices would probably be waiting for them at school tomorrow morning. The next day, inside a building, there were reporters together with other academy scouts. Principal Gao was happy since the geniuses of Qincheng Academy got good grades. He then told Yellen and Nini to come closer. He introduced them to the City Lord of Qincheng and Teacher Su from the Supreme Academy. Yellen greeted the City Lord and the principal. The lady gave Nini a book and told her that as the representative of the Supreme Academy, she officially invited her to become a member of the Supreme Academy. Nini thanked her. She was happy she got into the Supreme Academy and that she had finally won against Yellen. Principal Su happily told Yellen to come over. The City Lord was here to give him the top scorer reward, a $5 million prize. Yellen was surprised he'd be given $5 million. The City Lord shook Yellen's hand and praised him for how exceptional his temperament was as a top scholar. With a smile, Yellen asked the City Lord when the $5 million would be given. The City Lord told him to rest assured, not a penny less would be given to him. Yellen thanked him, then told him he was scared of being poor since he had been living in the slums for years. The city lord then told them to bring the rewards. There were also skill scrolls. As a representative of Qinsheng, the city lord told Yellen that he not only prepared 5 million, but also an epic grade self-selection skill scroll for the top scorer. On top of that, there was a precious admission qualification for the top scorer realm. Yellen was surprised since the top scorer realm was a secret realm only the top scorer from each city could enter. Principal Gao told him yes, all those who enter the secret realm would also be immune to any damage. Yellen was excited by what he said. With immunity to damage, he asked if that meant he'd be able to get his levels to 99 before leaving. Gao touched his shoulder with a smile and told Yellen it wasn't that exaggerated. The monsters inside the top scorer realm were limited, but immunity to damage was indeed suitable for him. The city lord told Yellen they had high hopes for him. The top scorer realm was also a test for him this time. He must take the title of the national top scorer back for Qinsheng. Yellen was surprised. He never knew there was a title for the nation's top scorer. Gao told him, of course. If he obtained the highest level from the top scorer realm, then he would be the nation's top scorer. Yellen told him he never knew there was such a thing. If that's the case, wouldn't the national top scorer rewards be even better? He questioned. The city lord told him to rest assured, and Yellen said he'd definitely become the nation's top scorer. The city lord told him, "Great, it's good that you have confidence." The three then posed to take a group photo. A few hours later, Zhuge was walking with Yellen. He told Yellen there was something he must remember. He should not use any lifespan-consuming skill inside the top scorer realm. Although the secret realm gives immunity to damage, it can't stop age progression. Sometime later, Yellen arrived at Shenzhen. He was impressed at how different the big cities were. It was his first time outside Qinsheng. He walked towards a hotel. The receptionist welcomed him. She introduced herself as Bai Lin, then told Yellen to follow her to his accommodation. As they walked, she told him the top scorer realm wasn't opened yet, so he had plenty of time to rest. If he had any problems during his stay, he could contact her any time. He replied, "All right," then thanked her. Minutes later, he lay down on the bed. Since the top scorer realm still hadn't opened yet, he decided to go out and take a look around. But then, he heard a bang on his door. Someone was trying to open it. Yellen stood up and walked towards the door. He had no idea who was knocking since he thought it was a single room. He opened the door. It was a lady standing there. She asked who he was and why he was inside her room. Yellen told her he was the one who should be asking. "Who the hell are you?" "Damn you," she said angrily. "Pervert, laying your hands on me and staying inside my room." Yellen had no idea what the heck she was talking about. Immediately, without saying too much, she charged up her fist with energy and told Yellen she'd show him her true colors, so he should eat her fist. Yellen never expected such a sudden attack, but he dodged it anyway. The explosiveness burst through the window. She never expected Yellen to be that fast. Yellen was surprised that a little lowly like her could release such a large amount of strength in such a short time. He told her to hold on. She was mistaken. He wasn't a pervert. She argued, saying she didn't believe his lies, then decided to give him another blow. Yellen decided it was time to use force, so he sacrificed his appendix and used the forbidden spell realm of wood, which entangled and suppressed her. She struggled to get out but couldn't. Yellen told her to stop struggling. "It's a new forbidden spell I just learned. It's specifically used against wild Lolas like you." "You pervert! What are you trying to do?" she scolded. Yellen showed her room card, 6099. "Take a look, it's certainly my room." Surprised, she said, "That's impossible." "My room card is also 6099. Yellen released his spell. She hurriedly checked her bag and told him he could see it for himself if he didn't believe her. As she brought it out, she was surprised to see it was 6609. She had definitely held it upside down. She immediately apologized for acting rashly. Yellen told her to forget about it and reminded her to tell the staff to fix the door when she got out. Feeling guilty, she asked if it was okay to treat him to a meal as compensation. He told her there was no need for compensation, but since he was planning to go out for a walk, she could come with him if she wanted to. Minutes later, they both walked down the road. By the way, he asked her what her profession was. Since her explosive strength felt strong, she told him her name was Mi Shui, and she was the top scorer of Hacheng. Her profession was an SS-class berserker. Yellen finally understood why. He told her he was from Qinsheng. She asked if he was attending the Supreme Academy. He laughed and told her no. He was planning to go there, but they didn't want him. She surprisingly asked why. With the strength he had just shown, how could they not accept him? He sighed. "That's what fate decided for me. I'm a forbidden spellcaster, a short-lived forbidden spellcaster." She felt awkward as she realized he was a forbidden spellcaster. She dragged his hand and told him they shouldn't talk about such depressing stuff. She'd bring him to a place to eat something good. They arrived at a restaurant. She told him the place was known as Shencheng's famous restaurant, so they should find a place to sit. Yellen told her okay. But then, a girl approached them. She called out to Mishui and told her it was surprising a brute like her could find a man to eat with her. Mishui angrily shouted at the girl Yining to mind her business. Yining smirked and told Mishui it looked like it was her mating season. She then approached Yellen. Handsome, what do you like about Mishui? She has nothing to offer. Mishui told the girl she didn't want to fight today, so she should get lost. But Yining insisted. She decided to seduce Yellen with her big breasts and told him to come with her. She'd introduce him to some of her beautiful friends. Yellen pulled back and told her to please stay away from him. She had bad breath. The words, bad breath, hit her so hard that Mishui couldn't hold in her laughter. The girl angrily said to Yellen, "You little brat. I gave you a chance, but you refused." Yellen ignored her. He told Mishui they should go somewhere else to eat. This place was a bit smelly. Mishui laughed and told him, "All right." Wu Shaoqi, Angel Paladin, level 22, immediately stepped in front of Yellen and angrily asked if he had told him to leave. He demanded that Yellen apologize to his woman immediately, saying he hated poor trash from backwater places the most. The girl said to the guy, "Babe, you have to teach those two a lesson." Mishui told Yellen the guy was a level 22 Angel Paladin. She was afraid the two of them couldn't beat him. Yellen shrugged. What a coincidence. Well, a poor guy like me despises rich punks like you who reek just as bad. The guy, furious, activated his skill. Yellen wasn't scared either. He activated his skill, wanting to fight an Angel Paladin. Their commotion drew the crowd, but then an investigator told them job changers were not allowed to fight inside the city. Violators would be fined 30 grand and detained for 30 days. Mishui told Yellen the top scorer realm was opening soon, so it wasn't worth it fighting them here. Yellen agreed and retracted his energy. The guy left with the girl. He told Yellen he'd remember him, and they had better not cross paths inside the top scorer realm. Though he might not be able to kill him in there, he could make him suffer a fate worse than death. And so, they left. Mishui sighed and apologized to Yellen for causing him trouble again. Yellen asked her who that girl was and why she was so against her. Mishui sighed and told him she was actually her half-sister, and she had been against her since childhood. For this year's final test, she was afraid that she might snatch the top scorer from her, so she intentionally moved to a smaller city to take the final test. She told Yellen that she wanted to repay him by treating him to a meal, but instead, she got him into trouble. Yellen told her it was fine. He suddenly felt a bit hungry, and they should hurry up and find a place to eat. She asked if they were still eating in the restaurant. Yellen replied, "Of course. Didn't you say this place is famous? We should go eat, my appetite is great." Now, on the third day, everyone gathered in front of a very rally portal. A man introduced himself as Zheng Kanqi, the supervisor for this time's top scorer realm. He said the top scorer realm was opening now, so everyone should please be ready. Yellen asked Misui why she was preparing so much food. She told him they were going to stay inside the secret realm for a few days. She had nothing else to give him, so she prepared some food so that he wouldn't starve inside the secret realm. The supervisor told them that before the secret realm started, there were a few things he needed to say. The first thing was about the secret realm's rules. Inside the secret realm, although all test takers were immune to damage, the effect was available only inside the secret realm. So if any test takers took continuous or lethal damage, they should remember not to leave the secret realm. They had prepared priests above level 50 to heal everyone at the entrance, so they should please get help before leaving the entrance, or else the consequences would be severe. The second thing was that inside the secret realm, if any of them lost a limb, they should remember to bring it with them if they could. They should find a priest to reattach it before leaving the secret realm, because regrowing a new limb would be difficult. The third thing was to remember not to get eaten by a demonic beast. It wouldn't be good news if their torso got digested. Yellen realized that the body was just immune to all damage inside the secret realm, not blocking it. Lastly, he wished all top scorers would get a good grade and come back safely. He then instructed them to open the teleportation portal. Now that it was opened, he told the top scorers that they had 10 minutes to find a teammate. Of course, they could go alone if they were confident. Mishui suggested to Yellen that they should form a team. Yellen agreed and told her she could follow him, but she'd have to carry his bags. She told him okay, she was a berserker. Such little weight was nothing to her. He could increase his speed all he wanted. But then, an idiot butted in. He told Yellen he was too ungentlemanly. How could he make such a cute girl carry a heavy load for him? He then told Mishui to form a team with him instead. He definitely wouldn't let her do such menial work. Mishue immediately activated her energy and told the guy to scram before she punched him into a pulp. Then, from behind them, the paladin was clearly showcasing his rank, while the girl was shouting, telling those who wanted to live to come and join them. They said they could only accept those who were above level 20. People started running over to their team. The guy approached Yelin, saying he had already investigated him. He was from Qinsheng, a small county town. The girl added that it was quite rare for him to reach level 18 inside such a small county town, but a redneck would always be a redneck, he wouldn't be able to climb higher. The guy, while exuding his radiant energy, told Yelin he'd give him one last chance. He should kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and then he'd forgive him for what happened that day. Or else, after entering the secret realm, who knew what would happen? Yelin laughed and called the guy an idiot. The guy angrily sent a punch at Yelin, but the supervisor stopped him. He told the guy that this was not the Wu family. If he dared cause any trouble, he'd revoke his examination qualification. The announcer tells everyone that provoking people in the secret realm may bring consequences. Xiaoqi glares, promising to settle the score inside. Lightning surges over the gate as it activates. Students begin entering. Yelin tells his subordinate not to worry and to follow him. He steps through the barrier with Mishue. Inside the realm, Yelin and Mishue appear in a forest. Yelin notes that the entrance transported them to the same location again, but despite the peaceful look, the forest hides threats. Moments later, rocks shift above them. Yelin pulls Mishue back as boulders fall. A monstrous beast leaps out. Mishue charges forward, saying she will distract it while Yelin handles smaller threats. Stones erupt as creature emerges. An Earth-type demon. Yelin identifies it as a level 20 armored demon, resistant to physical attacks, and requiring magic-type damage to kill. The demon charges with heavy impact, then disintegrates in a burst of energy. Mishue looks at the remains, confused by the instant kill. She notes that only job class users above level 20 can do that. A system message appears awarding their team EXP as Yelin kills the demon in an instant attack. Mishue asks Yelin why he is so strong. Yelin states he only advanced because he completed previous trials. Mishue says the method sounds brutal. Yelin then says it's time to move deeper. Stronger monsters are still alive. They continue through the forest. He warned him that monsters ahead would only grow stronger. He nodded tightly, keeping close as she instructed. Hei followed a faint trail through the underbrush. Mishue mentioned hearing strange noises before, ones she assumed were spellcasters. Yelin corrected her, unmoved, saying the deeper they went, the more common such things would become. Yi scanned the distance, muttering to himself about how messy the new environment was becoming. Then his expression sharpened. Something in the distance caught his eye. Sharp sounds split the air. Elin's instincts screamed before his thoughts did. A massive crimson monster dropped from above, the air trembling under its weight. Mishue froze as the creature's shadow swallowed the light around them. Its level, 25, flashed across Yelin's vision like a threat made visible. The monster lunged. She gasped, asking if it was far too strong. His answer was a grim nod. The beast struck again, fast, wide, merciless. They rolled across the dirt, barely ahead of its claws. The ground fractured under its attacks, showering leaves and stone around them. Final, brutal swipe sent Mishue coughing as she hit the ground. Yelin stepped in front of her without hesitation, telling her to leave it to him. Dark energy crackled around his arm as he activated his skill. Synchronization. Power surged through him, blue light gathering at his feet and around his fist. The forest trembled. A brilliant beam tore through the air, ripping the world open with its sheer force. Forbidden spell. World-destroying thunder. The sky split as the attack fell, engulfing the monster in blinding light. The ground shook violently under the impact. Dust rose like a storm, swallowing the trees. Then came the aftermath. The scorched earth revealed no trace of the monster. Only the lingering echo of Yelin's power crackled through the air. He barely had time to breathe before the next threat appeared. A poison scorpion, level 22, lunged from behind, its stinger slicing through the air. Yelin reacted instantly, shoving Mishu aside. But the ambush wasn't over. A skeleton, blade shield warrior, level 25, rushed in from another direction. Mishu warned Yelin. Without wasting a second, Yelin killed all the remaining monsters when silence followed. Notifications flickered before him. He exhaled once, finally leveling up. While they caught their breath, she chattered about his strength, unpacking her lunch with the ease of someone who'd already accepted his madness as normal. He admitted he could do a little more now. Just a little. A new talent window opened before him, good enough to unlock something stronger. He asked for the fireball scroll she'd picked up, and she handed it over without hesitation. Flames surged the moment he activated it, rising higher than any ordinary spell should. He analyzed its structure calmly, letting the simulation trait twist it into something far stronger. The spell ignited, mutating, expanding, until it became a forbidden technique of pure inferno. He laughed softly under his breath, surprised at how easily it evolved. He tested it immediately. Fire coiled in a tight sphere, the pressure thick enough to warp the air. She stared, asking what kind of spell that even was. He didn't answer. The sphere detonated forward, carving a molten path and bursting into a sun-like explosion that lit the forest in blinding orange. The shockwave rolled across the valley, and she gasped at the scale, like a star collapsing. He simply noted that the experiment was a success. They moved on, continuing deeper to grind more levels. The explosion still echoed through the forest when Ning Ning narrowed her eyes, unsettled by the sheer volume of the blast. Her companion Shao-Chi murmured a guess about someone powerful stirring the secret realm, though the idea barely seemed believable. Far away outside the realm, the announcer looked toward the fiery glow rising over the trees, unsure what upheaval had taken place inside the realm to produce such force. Meanwhile, Yilin walked calmly through the underbrush, telling Mishue they should find a place to eat. Even he hadn't expected leveling up to snowball this quickly. A flicker of unease crossed his face as he sensed something in the shadows ahead. He paused, focusing, then motioned for her to follow. They slipped between the trees until the sight emerged, a massive golden toad sleeping by a waterfall, its stomach rising and falling in heavy rumbling breaths. She whispered in surprise, and he nodded, explaining the creature's value, its rank dictating the worth of the treasure inside its belly. He lifted a finger to his lips, urging silence. They circled into position. He whispered instructions. He would restrain it. She would collect the reward. She nodded firmly. The plan barely began before a shout tore through the clearing. A group of Ning Ning burst from the trees, calling his name with hostility dripping from their voices. The noise jolted the toad awake, its eyes bulging as it heaved to its feet. He reacted instantly, yelling for her to move, snaring the creature with shadowy tendrils as she dove forward, but the intruders collided with the moment, ruining everything. The toad thrashed wildly. He cursed under his breath as their interruption shattered the perfect setup. The group descended with old grudges on their tongues. They mocked him, talked of debts, and claimed even death would be the lighter punishment. Their leader smirked, believing they had cornered him at last. He raised his hand slowly, a molten orb of swirling flame forming above his palm, heat distorting the air around it. He warned them, voice calm and edged like a blade, that they had interrupted his hunt and his meal, and that he was no longer in the mood for mercy. If they wanted to experience what he had just learned, they were welcome to step closer. They laughed, calling him an idiot, but their laughter died the moment the fireball blossomed overhead, expanding into a swirling molten sphere far beyond the scale of any basic spell. Fear rippled through the group. They barely had time to react before Yilin unleashed it, an inferno roaring across the field, lighting up the treetops. Panic surged through the attackers as the blast hurled them back, burning a crater beneath their feet. Shao-Chi demanded to know how this was possible. Ning Ning yelled that Yilin was courting death by attacking the disciples of Dixai. He didn't bother answering. Ice blue light wrapped around him as he calmly switched elements. The temperature dropped sharply. Frost spiraled in his palm. An ice vortex formed, then ruptured into a rain of massive crystalline shards descending like a frozen meteor shower. Their confusion turned to disbelief. Fire and ice, both at forbidden tier strength, they stumbled back, realizing they had severely underestimated him. Yilin advanced through the storm, voice cold as the falling ice. He told them they'd experience exactly what he'd felt moments before. The frozen barrage hammered the ground. The frozen barrage hammered the ground around them, sealing their movements. Shao-Chi shouted to attack together, unleashing golden sword energy in a desperate counterstrike. The clash tore through the clearing, but the frost swallowed the attack whole. Explosions of ice and fire rippled outward, shaking the forest. A few survivors who were watching all of this stared in shock. They questioned if he was an elemental mage, or something far more dangerous. Yilin released a final attack surrounding the Shao-Chi's group in a crushing wave. They were thrown violently across the battlefield. One of them yelled that Yilin was fighting too aggressively for a student. When the wave subsided, the group was buried in rubble. A deep crater formed, and the Duke's followers lay inside it. Someone from the watching group whispered that this must be forbidden spellcasting. They wondered aloud where Yilin had gone. Then they spotted him standing calmly at the edge of the crater. A few nearby spectators claimed he might be the supreme alchemy prodigy. Yilin lifted a finger, stating that the last attack wasn't even that powerful, and that the academy could send people if they wanted him. The ground trembled again. A massive stone sphere rose from the earth as leftover mana settled. Observers stared at it, guessing another spell was incoming. The group struggled out of the rubble, battered and shaken. One demanded to know if Yilin had lost his mind, yelling about how far he had taken this. Yilin looked down at them and repeated that they weren't in danger anymore. A large impact landed nearby, jolting everyone. Yilin ordered a few students to send the injured off to get healed. They hesitantly agreed and rushed to carry the bruised followers away. The group examines the frozen body inside the icy wall. Yilin tells that he froze the body so it does not harm them. He suggests they leave it alone and deal with the troublemakers from earlier. Mishu agrees quietly, They walk out into open sky. Outside, group of academy staff gathers near the stone monument. One of them reports that the top scorers this year are strong. Another says the students' performance has improved. They notice that the top scorers seem even stronger than expected. A group of injured students is brought back. One staff member wonders if they met a difficult monster. Another comments that the wounds are heavy. Asked what they encountered, one of the students explains they met a forbidden spellcaster. The instructor reacts with surprise at hearing that term. Night falls. Under the moon, Yaelin comments that they've lost the monster. Mishue quietly blames the people who caused the earlier trouble. Yaelin and Mishue sit near a campfire. She asks if he isn't scared about encountering another monster. He answers that the higher the level, the stronger the monsters, so they need more training. She agrees. Mishue, eating her food, thinks she must work harder because she can't keep up. A sound draws her attention. She looks up. A massive three-headed red beast appears under the moon, identified as a high-grade monster, Cerberus. It roars. Mishue warns Yaelin. They retreat. She remarks on how big the monster is, but Yaelin says size isn't the issue. They both recognize it clearly. It's Cerberus. He admits he didn't expect to meet a monster as dangerous as this. The two prepare themselves. Yaelin warns her to be ready, telling her not to misjudge its abilities. She tells him to be careful. Cerberus launches an attack. Something fiery drops from above, resembling molten energy. Yaelin slammed his attack into the Cerberus, forcing the creature's head back in a burst of impact. Yaelin and Mishue stared at the scene, startled. Yaelin noted that the monster wasn't slowing down at all. Cerberus writhed as green, spiraling energy wrapped around its body, its movements turning wild. The two stood ready as the monster thrashed. Tentacles burst outward. Yaelin dodged, noting aloud that the green liquid was extremely corrosive. Yaelin stood near the spreading green fluid, as a warning echoed not to get caught in it. A sudden impact shook the area, and he turned sharply in surprise. He noted that high-grade monsters were harder to handle, then activated the forbidden spell flame of karma and surged forward. He taunted the beast, offering to let it consume everything he unleashed. A massive strike descended as the forbidden spell Eternal Thunder formed above and crashed down toward the multi-headed creature. The monster roared as toxic energy burst outward. A swirling attack gathered overhead before dropping onto the master, making it scream again. The monster thrashed in pain, and the ground shook around Yaelin and Mishue beside him. He raised another spell, Forbidden Spell, Churning Maelstrom. As a huge force collided with the monster, electricity gathered around him as he prepared a focused attack and shouted for the creature to die, launching the strike that pierced one of its heads. He challenged the monster again, preparing another surge of power, and the force dropped like a torrent toward the creature. Mishue asked if it was still alive. Black smoke rose as Yaelin saw the monster's swelling energy and realized it was trying to explode. He immediately yelled for them to run. He ran with Mishue, warning her not to get burned by the black flame. The blast erupted behind them as they leapt over vines and escaped into the forest. A loud detonation lit up the sky, and both stopped at a distance. Yaelin noted they were lucky to get away quickly, and Mishue agreed. A notification confirmed the level 56 high-grade creature was eliminated, and rewards were obtained. A croak drew their attention. Mishue looked toward the sound, and a familiar creature appeared. Yaelin recognized it as the dragon testicle toad from before. The creature spat out an item, and Yaelin examined it, identifying it as the dragon scale gold ore, valuable as material for blacksmiths. He considered it not bad and demanded the creature spit more out. The toad released another object. Yaelin caught it, puzzled as it resembled an ordinary rock. Dissatisfied, he scolded the creature for giving him useless items and ordered it to spit out everything. The toad's croaks echoed as it tried to comply. Elsewhere, a man reported to a group in tents that the mission had been a success. He received confirmation that Wu Shaoqi and the others were almost fully recovered. The announcer, or say teacher, thanked the group and assured that their work would be reported to their superiors. Shaoqi limped forward on a crutch and confronted someone named Yaelin, declaring he wasn't finished with him yet. Scene shift to the main protagonist. The toad was tied to a tree, croaking non-stop as Yaelin and Mishue rested. Yaelin threatened that if the creature still refused to give proper items, their next meeting might be its last. The creature finally croaked urgently, and Yaelin approached it. He told the toad there was good news and bad news. Its days of suffering were over, but so were its days alive. As the creature panicked, Yaelin unleashed his ability. A golden light burst from the toad as it spit out a long, dark staff. Yaelin caught sight of it and identified it as an epic-grade magic staff. He inspected the weapon, noting that epic-grade items were rare, required magic power to use, and possessed strong attack attributes. Yaelin told the toad that it could have avoided trouble if it had cooperated earlier. He then held the staff firmly and decided to test it. Flames ignited along the weapon as he swung it, releasing Flame Edge, followed by Flame Edge's Fury Slash. The attack carved a blazing path across the distant hillside, setting the area ablaze. The ground below showed more scorch marks as the force traveled far through the forest. Mishuo reacted with surprise at the staff's strength. Yelin considered it acceptable, stating that the toad had provided helpful items and should now leave. The toad croaked in response and hurried away. Wait, did we just witness animal exploitation? Yelin then told Mishuo that they needed to find more monsters, and she agreed. They traveled across rocky terrain, but Yelin noticed the absence of any creatures. Mishuo pointed out that it was likely due to him. The monsters were avoiding the scent left by the high-grade beast he had defeated earlier. Yelin accepted the explanation and prepared to continue searching. The sky darkened as they moved on. Yelin remarked that the secret realm wasn't over yet, and there were still monsters worth hunting. Ahead, a large red portal opened among clouds of mist. Nearby, 3 people discussed their mission. They noted that the portal had already appeared, and anyone capable could enter the secret realm. One man commented that since Wu Shaoqi's group was still recovering, they would wait a little longer. He wondered what that group was doing now as he looked toward the distance. One man noticed Yelin approaching, and one of them urged that they move since too many people had gathered. At the portal entrance, a teacher asked Yelin if he understood what entering the secret realm meant. He explained that stepping into the secret realm meant life or death. Yelin confirmed he understood. The teacher told him to record his level, instructing him to place his status book near the measuring device so it could register. Yelin complied and raised his book. The recorded result displayed level 25. People nearby reacted with disbelief, questioning how he had reached level 25. Conversations broke out. Some wondered how long he had been inside the realm. Others said that even leveling up from 7 to 8 required days for an average student. One person added that if he stayed longer he might have gotten killed. Yelin asked his teacher if he could leave, but the teacher refused, explaining that he likely hadn't adapted to the realm yet, and staying longer would help him become more stable. He remarked that other students had spent 3 to 5 days inside. Another student murmured that it was an unlucky day. A group standing together discussed whether to continue or retreat. One of them insisted they couldn't turn back now and would follow the teacher's plan. Someone else urged a younger student to hurry and join them since they were the only group left, and others were already at level 15. Shaoqi, shaken and frustrated, clenched his teeth. One person stated that the problem was concerning, noting Yelin had entered at level 22 and left at level 25. The group facing them accused Yelin of rashly clearing monsters. Another explained that the most dangerous part of the secret realm was the Hall of Trials. Mishuo reminded them that they were the ones who let the monsters out, yet they were accusing Yelin. A tremor surged through the realm as a jagged pink crack spread across the ground. Yelin stared at it, unsure what was happening. Mishuo recognized it. More cracks spread. Students clutched their heads as the ground shook. Someone called for everyone to gather behind the teacher and said Yelin was causing the disturbance. A massive red fissure tore open, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex expanded and reached upward. Dark shapes emerged from its depths. Trees shook as the realm split further. A swarm of creatures poured out of the tear. Yelin and the teacher looked up as the creatures descended, the teacher identifying them as demon knights. The teacher muttered that it was impossible, calling it an impending catastrophe, and noted they were all heading toward the summoning altar. He rushed ahead with Yelin following. Above, a dark portal pulsed, and a pale woman descended, remarking that he finally had a way back and mocking the humans for thinking they could leave. He floated lower, his eyes glowing as he scanned them, saying they were next. From the ground below, the trapped students screamed about certain death. The teacher swung his sword and shouted for everyone to retreat, insisting the demon lord acted like a human. One of the demon knights landed behind him, weapons drawn, but the teacher intercepted the strike. The demon lord ordered his knight to attack, but the teacher blocked again, telling the demon lord to face him instead. The teacher shouted for the demons not to touch anyone. The demon lord ignored him and simply said he was only here for one person. He revealed his level, 20, and warned them not to interfere. Behind the group, a few students discussed strategy, noting he wasn't ascending any further. One decided he would fight her, stepping out and challenging him directly, while others commented on his level and attitude. He demanded to Demon Lord stop underestimating humans, insisting he'd show him their strength. The Demon Lord replied with a casual strike, knocking him back with a single hit. He flew into the air and crashed down. Yelin caught the student into him from behind. The impact sent him tumbling across the ground as he slid. The Demon Lord pointed toward Yelin, saying he had finally found him, and telling him to come to him. Two nearby students panicked about his attention shifting to him. One noted that his power was increasing. Shaoqi says, "Hey Yelin, did you watch any of the Spider-Man's movies? You know that too. With great power comes great responsibility." Voices echoed around Yelin, accusing him of entering the secret realm early, hoarding kills and ignoring warnings. They claimed he caused the realm to collapse. Two classmates shouted that he had ignored everyone and acted alone, demanding to know how he had reached such a high level. Another accused him of selfishly risking their lives. Yilin answered calmly, saying he was with Mishui and acted according to the situation. Xiao Qi argued that Yilin should take responsibility for the realm's collapse. He declared he wanted credit for helping Yilin and pushed for recognition before the collapse. Yilin handed Mishui some equipment and told her to keep it safe. Mishui warned him to be careful. The demon lord watched him, saying he was interesting and that he hadn't encountered anyone like him before. Yilin replied that he wasn't welcome in his realm and prepared to fight. Yilin smirked and formed a massive fireball. Students questioned what he was doing as the flames grew to a towering size. Students watching wondered if the fireball had always been that strong, and whispered that Yilin's skill looked different. The demon lord tried to dodge, but the fireball engulfed him. He screamed that it was impossible for him to have such power. The explosion erupted into a blinding sphere of golden fire. Students stared in shock, questioning if the fireball was truly that strong and noting Yilin's unusual output. One asked if Yilin had won, others shouted in relief that they were saved, but then a student shouted for everyone to look. They noticed Yilin's fireball being absorbed. The flames twisted as the demon lord rose unharmed from within the vortex. He said it was interesting and called it a worthy opponent. The demon lord commented that he liked Yilin and invited him to be at her side, saying he would give him endless honor and a dog's life. Yilin replied that he liked him too, but didn't want him touching his soul, and added that he hoped the illumination spell would give her a surprise. He activated the spell, forming glowing rings of light. Demon Lord said it looked like he was preparing something, and that he would kill him before he finished. He rushed toward him, but a blast came from behind, interrupting his attack. Yilin invoked Forbidden Spell, Sudden Dance. A large ice-like strike erupted upward. He attempted to interrupt it, but more pillars burst out around her. Yilin noted he could easily sense his skills. The students watching complained that Yilin wasn't doing any real damage, and that the demon lord was only toying with him. Some said they felt numb from watching the fight, while others noted their fingers were cracking from clenching. The demon lord said that as long as he wished it, Yilin couldn't escape. He opened a dark rift behind himself. Yilin asked if he was trying to escape, and told him to look around. Golden rings surrounded the area. He reacted in confusion, asking what it was. Yilin explained it was an elementary illumination spell and triggered it to explode. The rings detonated, releasing a spiraling blast of light around him. He tried to cast Magic Shield, but the swirling light force pulled him inward. Demon Lord shouted at him, saying he couldn't kill him. Yilin launched another forbidden spell, General Thunder, sending a golden blast downward. The attack struck Demon Lord and sent him crashing as he screamed. Demon Lord staggered upright with a spear impaled through him, calling Yilin a mere human and swearing he would kill him. Demon Lord charged, shouting for him to die. Yilin pushed himself to dodge, rolling across the ground. He struck again, but Yilin used the terrain to retreat. Demon Lord leapt and declared he would rip him apart. Meanwhile, injured Yilin cast a spell, Sacrifice, Forbidden Spell, Burning Karma. Yilin shouted, with this flame staff my fire element would be amplified by 50%. Let's see if you can withstand this. Before Demon Lord can understand anything, a massive fire tornado struck him from behind. Students wondered if it is over. Did Yilin won? When dust settled, Demon Lord whispered that it is impossible to him, defeated by a mere human. Whereas the teacher was so tensed while fighting with the Demon Lord's underling. The Demon Lord underling, Realist, the Demon Lord is defeated. Then he lunged toward the battlefield where Yilin was present. Teacher shouted Yilin to watch out. Yilin realized that he knows with great power comes great responsibility, but wondered if he's going to die without any responsibility. As he realized he couldn't defeat the guy coming toward him, the beast was cut in half as a red strike split its body. Nearby, the students turned toward the arrival of a figure. One of them recognized him as the City Lord. The group identified him as Green City Lord He Yunfeng, and he told them he had come because the disturbance from the demon realm could not be ignored. He ordered them to stay back and not get in his way. He Yunfeng stepped forward and said the demon should have stayed in their realm. He raised his hand as golden light gathered in his grasp. 3 beams shot downward and struck the remaining demons, forcing them down. The impact sent dust rising. A girl watching said He Yunfeng was strong. Demon hiding behind rubble urged their lord to retreat, saying the human was too powerful. Demon Lord shouted that he would remember him, promising to cut off his head one day as repayment. They retreated toward the sky. The Demon Lord shouted that they would meet again. He Yunfeng asked if he was trying to leave and said he would not allow it. He hurled a beam upward. The Demon Knight shouted for his lord to watch out as the attack closed in. The Demon Lord's eyes widened. But then from Demon's realm a voice shouted He Yunfeng's name as a massive purple claw rose from the ground. The voice told He Yufeng not to get too cocky. The claw blocked the attack. The beam burst inside the claw, releasing a shockwave. The force spread outward, shaking the terrain. A student below said the pressure was extremely strong. He Yunfeng stated that demons were only good at running. The demons yelled for everyone to retreat into the demon realm before it closed. He Yunfeng warned that the day would come when humans would enter the demon realm to eliminate demonkind. He stepped forward, and the ground shifted under his feet. He explained that the demon realm's sudden appearance caused abnormalities, which was why the top scorers were brought here to handle things. The students told the city lord He Yunfeng not to blame himself, insisting it was the demon realm's fault. Another said the demons were despicable. A student declared that one day humans would drive all monsters and demons out of Donna Land. He Yunfeng explained that the teleportation point was ready, and they should prepare for the score results. Another instructor told the students to return to the hotel and wait for the numbers. Students complained about almost dying and hurried toward the hotel. Yilin watched them leave and said it was finally over. Later, inside the city hotel, Yilin returned to his room thinking that the top scorer's secret realm was dangerous. A knock sounded at his door. He wondered if Mi Shui had come to the wrong room again. When he opened it, He Yunfeng stood there. Yilin greeted him, and He Yunfeng said he had come to see his injuries. Yilin said his injuries were minor and almost healed. He Yunfeng replied that he had heard Yilin fought the high-rank demon kind. Yilin answered that he was simply lucky. Yunfeng stated that staying in the secret realm would strengthen his power, and then asked if Yilin was willing to serve Shenchen. Yilin asked if he meant serving Shenchen. Yunfeng explained that Yilin's performance proved he could receive Shenchen's support, which would benefit him. Yilin considered it and said Shenchen's offer wasn't bad, but he wanted to speak with his master first. Yunfeng asked who his master was. Yilin answered that it was Zhuge Qianxing. He Yunfeng recognized the name and said he would go ask Zhuge himself. A noise came from outside the room. Yilin noticed someone outside, pointing out that the door wasn't locked. A hot waitress stepped out holding a tray of food, saying she was delivering meals for the top scorers. Yilin paused and sniffed the air, noticing a strange smell. She looked down at the tray as her expression sharpened. He Yunfeng sensed something and stiffened. The girl lunged forward with a dagger, aiming at Yilin and shouting for him to die. He Yunfeng warned Yilin to watch out. He Yunfeng restrained the girl and identified her as a level 50 assassin, demanding to know who sent her. Yilin stared at her in confusion. He Yunfeng ordered her to speak if she did not want to die. She refused and tried to stab again. He Yunfeng struck her away, forcing her to the floor. Her blade clattered across the ground. She grabbed it again and intended to kill herself. She declared she could not reveal anything. Her body crumbled. The last trace of her voice stated that betrayal in her organization meant death, and that she would rather die than disobey orders. Yilin wondered if the Wu family was involved. He Yunfeng said the investigation would confirm everything, and that Yilin should focus on recovering and training for the next month. Yilin began to reply, but He Yunfeng interrupted, saying the Wu family always acted arrogantly, and that this attempt might be connected to them. He Yunfeng then excused himself and left the room. Yilin watched him go and muttered to himself. Another knock sounded at the door. He wondered who it was this time. He opened the door to see Mi Shui in a blue dress, who told him the results were out, and the certificates for the top scorers had been delivered to the rooms. Yilin reminded her he was an orphan. She hesitated, then checked her phone. She said the award was technically given to the student's guardian, but that he could have it for now. She invited him to take a picture together and stepped closer with her phone. Mi Shui noticed a dead body behind them and questioned the dead girl is wearing clothes like that. Yilin told Mi Shui to call someone to clean up the area. Mi Shui turned back to Yilin and asked about the assassin. Yilin explained someone from the Wu family wanted to kill him. She reacted immediately, stating that the man tried to kill him and insisting they go teach him a lesson. Elsewhere, Shaoqi shouted at a subordinate to explain why even 50-level assassin failed to kill Yilin. He called him trash. The subordinate lowered his head. Wu Zhan appeared before his son. Shaoqi addressed him as master and father. Wu Zhan demanded to know if his son was still treating him as a father. Wu Zhan insisted he didn't care about the training score. Shaoqi explained he hadn't expected Yilin to be there either. Wu Zhan berated him for losing face, saying the Wu family's carefully maintained fame had been destroyed by a level 1 rookie. Shaoqi lowered his head and answered. Far away, skyscrapers towered over the city. He Yunfeng called out to Yilin, congratulating him for winning first place in the secret realm. He told Yilin it was time to award the prize. Yilin stepped forward as He Yunfeng listed the rewards, a legendary skill scroll and high-quality equipment. Yilin accepted the items, thanking him. He opened the box and saw a ring. The description identified it as the Great Hengzu Ring, a legendary artifact that enhanced psychic power and stored multiple spells at once. The note explained that monks once used it against mages, and that it could convert psychic power into physical force. Yunfeng stated the ring would increase Yilin's damage output and grant portable storage space. Yilin examined it, noting the transformation ability. He imagined using it while surrounded by mages, converting all his spells into force for a powerful attack. He understood its value. He Yunfeng said the stronger Yilin became, the the safer the city would be. He instructed Yilin to attend the main ceremony at the portal later. Yilin thanked him and left. At the Qinsheng teleportation square, crowds gathered, a vortex opened, and Yilin stepped through. He emerged on the other side as the crowd chanted his name. The officials stated his strength now surpassed the top freshman rankings. Yilin hesitated, then saw the crowd rushing forward. Teachers shouted for them to stop pushing. Students pressed together while taking pictures, posing beside him. Yilin tried to calm them, asking if they were being too enthusiastic. He stumbled as people surged forward. The teachers helped drag him out of the mass, warning the crowd about the danger. One teacher added that Mr. Zhug wanted to meet Yilin. Scene shift and we see Yilin sits outside the tea house as his mentor pours tea, explaining that this place gives people a sense of calm even if nothing special happens there. The mentor adds that new monsters will appear next year. He listens quietly. When asked what interests him more, he answers that it's the date of the monster's first appearance. His mentor, Mr. Zhu Ge, confirms it, the day of the apocalypse. That same day, the strongest monsters will appear first, and also that place 1 had the 7 great ancient origin artifacts. Yilin asks if he wants to see the apocalypse. Mr. Zhuge replies that he'll go there with him. They stand beside the pond. Yilin reminds him that they must get to the job change center soon. He agrees. Yilin left. The mentor, Mr. Zhuge, then coughs to get attention, pulling out a glowing item. He says Yilin hasn't fully trusted him yet, and that he is only asking for a bit more trust. He mutters that he regrets many things in this life. Meanwhile, Yilin arrives at the entrance hall. The receptionist welcomes Yilin and guides him toward the job change area. Yilin, though there are too many people inside, wearing a mask, is advised to avoid trouble. He enters. Nini Zhuge notices him and pauses. She comments that he looks like someone she knows, someone she can't seem to remember clearly. She feels a strange familiarity and follows the sensation. She recalls a masked person with flames around them. She approaches him and greets him. He asks what's wrong. She explains that he resembles the person who saved her before and asks for his name. Yilin dismissed it, saying she must be mistaken. Nini was sure that this is Yilin, but she can't prove it. Nini rushed her hand to confirm it, but Yilin brushed it off, then asked about the attendant if this kind of situation is normal in Job Changer. The attendant politely say to Nini to not disturb the customer, or else she have to leave. Nini whispered that she won't cause any further problem. People were talking about how such a beauty goddess even interested in that guy. They wondered if the guy must be really rich. Yilin placed his items on the counter. The appraiser instructed him to show everything he wanted to trade. Yilin placed everything on the counter. Looking at the items, the students became shocked. The attendant asked if Yilin wanted to trade these items for gold coins. Yilin said he wanted to trade for another item. As the list appeared on the screen, Yilin selected one item and said he would trade it. The attendant apologized for interrupting earlier and asked if he still wanted to sell the equipment. He said it was fine and took out the item. When she saw it, she reacted with surprise, identifying it as dragon scale gold ore. The ore flared with energy. People nearby exclaimed that a dragon scale gold ore had appeared, and several wondered if they could buy it on the spot. Others commented that such ore was extremely rare. Someone shouted that it must be worth a huge amount. Nini said Yilin was amazing. As the commotion grew, a teacher rushed over and demanded to know why the crowd was gathering. A student blamed the dragon scale ore for attracting everyone. The teacher told them to behave, saying a situation like this required proper handling. Yilin examined the ore and noted that the purity seemed higher than normal. The teacher confirmed dragon scale gold ore was rare and asked how Yilin obtained it. Yilin answered that he had found a single stone. The teacher muttered that the ore was valuable enough for equipment strengthening, especially for high-grade gear. Yilin asked if they could sell it. The appraiser offered 800 pieces. Yilin countered with 1,000. The attendant agreed, saying he could come back if he wanted to sell more. Yilin held up another equipment piece, saying he still had one more item to trade. Light burst upward from the stage, startling the crowd. People exclaimed that a legendary skill scroll had appeared. A girl recognized it as a legendary rank scroll, noting it could only come from the strongest monsters. Others said the appearance of the scroll must have drawn the vice president out. The vice president approached and asked Yilin to step aside so he could examine the scroll. He said the scroll was probably connected to whatever Yilin had just used. He introduced himself as Wang Lechuan. Yilin replied that he wanted to strengthen his equipment using the dragon scale piece. Wang Lechuan asked if Yilin had any other skill scrolls. Yilin answered that he had several and listed the kinds he possessed. Wang Lechuan reacted with surprise. Nini questioned how he could have that many scrolls. Yilin explained that his team had simply encountered many monsters. She accused him of hiding his strength. He replied that she was overthinking it. Wang Lechuan asked if Yilin wanted to strengthen his equipment or sell the scrolls first. Yilin answered yes. Wang Lichuan called for the staff to bring the young man to the evaluation room so they could begin strengthening Emerald and Broken Star. The staff saluted the vice president and escorted Ye Lin. They handed him a card explaining it was the permanent membership card of the Lin Group Job Change Guild and would allow him access any time. Outside the building, the staff reminded Ye Lin to take care and said they would contact him soon. Ye Lin walked away, saying he still had something left to do. The vice president commented on Ye Lin's unusual talent, noting he had never seen someone with so many scrolls. A resident Wang companion said the boy was interesting and that the school might need to observe him closely. The vice president agreed and added that they should not underestimate his potential. That night, Ye Lin returned to the estate. A man inside wondered if his daughter was back. She arrived with Ye Lin and told her father that she had brought Lin Yi. At the street, Ye Lin was going home. Nini called him so that they can go home together. She was still unsure if this is Ye Lin or Ling Ye, that's why she says she involve investigators. As soon as Nini said this, Ye Lin accepts to go home with her. At night, Nini walks through the corridor and tells her father, Mr. Zhu Ji, that she has brought Ling Yi back. She thinks to herself that she will expose Ye Lin's true face today. Her father looks at her and begins to speak, but Nini interrupts and presents Ling Ye, insisting that Ling Ye and Ye Lin cannot be the same person, and saying, Ling Ye is better than the cowardly Ye Lin. Her father observes Ling Ye and thinks. Nini tells him that he should choose an apprentice, and suggests he take Ling Ye instead of Ye Lin. Ye Lin, who is still wearing illusion mask to be Ling Ye, reacts with hesitation. Her father calls Nini's name and tells her that Ling Ye is outstanding. He says he will have a talk with Ling Ye. Nini agrees and says she will go change clothes, adding that she wants to invite guests tomorrow to show them Ling Ye. After she leaves, her father asks Ye Lin if he will not tell the truth about himself. He says that although all of this is a coincidence, it might not be a bad thing, and adds that he suddenly has another idea. Ye Lin asks if Mr. Zhu Jie is going to let him enter the Gate of Apocalypse. He says he will enter as Ling Ye. Rain strikes the wooden surfaces around them. Ye Lin stands under the rain and says that this way, Ye Lin has never appeared at the Gate of Apocalypse, so he can go all out as Ling Yi. A close view of his eye accompanies his thoughts, saying that it does not matter if Ling Yi disappears at the Gate of Apocalypse. He turns toward Mr. Zhu Ge and asks for confirmation. The man, Zhu Ge Changxing, responds. Ye Lin thought that whatever is plotted against him, he is looking forward to it. Standing in the rain, he acknowledges Zhu Ge as teacher and says he understands. Zhu Ge says that as long as Ye Lin understands, he will deal with Nini and let Ling Yi off tomorrow. Ye Lin agrees. Later, Ye Lin sits in a room surrounded by crystal-like fragments. He thinks that one must not turn into the lackey of others. He decides he needs to make thorough preparations, especially regarding his equipment. A screen lights up with a ding as he presses review. Ye Lin examines a ring glowing with blue energy. The display shows that the Great Summer Ring refinement succeeded, increasing intelligence, mental power amplification, and cooldown reduction at refinement level 1 star. He notes that 1 star increases mental power bonus by 20%, which he considers equivalent to wearing advanced equipment. He decides to continue refining. Repeated messages of refinement failure appear. Ye Lin sees the failures and reacts, repeating his disbelief. He refuses to accept that thousands of refinement attempts will fail, and says he has plenty of other best quality stones. More refinement failures occur as boxes of stones fall open. He counts 10s, 50s, then hundreds up to 500 stones used. He becomes frustrated, shouting that only one out of several hundred stones needs to succeed for him to create hardware. Suddenly, refinement succeeds. The Great Summer Ring reaches refinement level 3 stars, increasing its stats. Ye Lin reacts with surprise and notes that mental power amplification has risen significantly. Days later, Ye Lin without illusion mask walks down a hallway, thinking that since several days have passed, he should check on Ye Lin. At the stairs, Nini calls out to Ling Ye, asking if he is getting some fresh air. Ye Lin turns and questions why it is her. Nini complains about him working in her house without her permission, and says her father has already found Ling Ye. Ling Ye says he is leaving after picking up his things. She tells him to hurry, saying she will not see him off and instructing him not to leave anything behind. Scene shifts. At the Ji family villa, Ye Lin walks with Zhu Ge Changxing. Ling Yu spots Ye Lin, rushes toward him and says he missed him, asking why Ye Lin did not notify him so he could send a car. Ye Lin asks if Ling Yu's wounds have healed. The man replies that his father found the best priest in Qingcheng. Ye Lin says he came this time for something important. When Ling Yu asks what it is, Ye Lin says he needs him to help spread some information. Ye Lin whispers instructions to him, stating first and then continuing with the second part. When Ling Yu asks if that is all, Ye Lin confirms. They walk together, and Ling Yu tells Ye Lin not to worry, saying the task is easy and he will handle it. Later, images of Ye Lin's injured appearance circulate among many people, drawing attention and discussion. People wonder how a national top scorer fell so far. Someone explains that Ye Lin is a forbidden spellcaster whose magic naturally backfires, and that using forbidden magic shortened his lifespan to 2 years. Another person says that if he were not a forbidden spellcaster, Ching Cheng would have produced a true dragon. Someone else comments that it is hopeless. Yilin, wearing Ling Ye's mask, returns home, thinking that after these days of build-up, no one should still be paying attention to Yilin. Inside, Zhu Changxing asks if he is ready. Yilin says they can leave now. As they prepare to depart, someone calls Yilin's name. He turns and sees Ni. She asks if something is wrong, then hesitates and asks if she can invite him to watch a movie when he comes back. Yilin replies that they will talk about it when he returns. Zhu Changxing tells Ni they are leaving. She tells Yilin to be careful as he departs. Ling Ye, or Sei Yilin, travels through the wilderness together with Zhu, who instructs him not to call him teacher anymore for safety reasons. Instead, he should address him as Mr. Zhu to avoid exposing their relationship. They arrive at a concealed location deep in the forest. As they step out of the car, Yilin notices the immense structure before them, a colossal, shimmering crack in the air. He asks if this huge portal is really the Gate of Apocalypse. Zhu confirms it is, saying he was just as shocked the first time he saw it. Soon, a group of officials approaches them. One of them, Director Tan, greets Zhu respectfully and comments that he would have sent someone to fetch him if he'd taken any longer. Zhu thanks him politely. Director Tan urges Zhu to proceed, as time is short, and asks him to open the Gate of Apocalypse immediately. Zhu hands over a key, but secretly reveals to Yilin afterward that it is a fake key, meant to deceive Tan. Yilin feels uneasy, sensing danger, but Zhu tells him to relax and simply follow instructions. Zhu then instructs Yilin to get close to the gate. At Zhuge's command, Yilin places his palm onto the swirling energy surface. A flash of blue light erupts, and the Gate of Apocalypse begins to open. Everyone watches in awe as the legendary portal fully activates. It is said to be the ancient place where mysterious objects and relics once entered the world. With the gate open, Director Tan demands the key be returned to him, since it originally belonged to him. Zhu agrees and hands him the fake key. Director Tan begins speaking excitedly about the gate's significance, but suddenly reacts with confusion. He turns around and notices something unexpected. The Job Change Guild has arrived, and they weren't invited by Zhu or Tan. Their sudden appearance shocks Director Tan, who asks if Zhu was the one who called them. The guild elder, appearing cheerful and eccentric, steps forward with a laugh, clearly pleased to be there. Zhu insists he would never do something foolish. President Wang addressed Mr. Zhu and Director Tan, asking why they hadn't taken him along for treasure hunting. Director Tan reminded him he had done no work and should not expect a share from the start. Director Tan then suggested letting the Job Change Guild take the lead and scout ahead. He reasoned that, since they were already there and capable, sending them first into the dangerous Gate of Apocalypse made sense. President Wang agreed, thanking Director Tan for his generosity, and the guild members moved forward. Yilin was noticed by President Wang, who called out that the younger brother had also come. Yilin allowed him to proceed first. President Wang accepted and led his group inside, with Mr. Zhu and Director Tan entering as well. Everyone rushed deeper into the Gate of Apocalypse. Someone remarked that darkness had suddenly turned into a strong light, and warned that things inside were unpredictable, urging caution. The group ran across the barren ground. Yilin looked up, seeing a ruined, dilapidated version of Qingcheng. Someone questioned if the place was truly Qingcheng or an illusion. Another noted that entering would clarify whether there were still living people inside. They continued across the empty terrain. Someone wondered why they were still walking without seeing a single person or creature. The group stopped in front of the ruined city. Mr. Zhu examined the ground. Director Tan asked if he had found anything. Mr. Zhu held a fragment of a divine artifact, explaining that it had lost its value. President Wang commented that there was nothing in the area, no danger, no opportunities, only ruins. Director Tan wondered if there was truly nothing inside the Gate of Apocalypse. President Wang complained that they might have come for nothing. Zhu suggested splitting up to search for anything useful, and said that if there was danger, they could shout because sound traveled far in the quiet area. Everyone agreed and dispersed. Yilin watched them leave and formed a small smile. He thought that the game of hidden agendas was finally about to begin. The ruins of the city stretched ahead. Director Tan asked if there were any living beings. President Wang replied that there were none, not even a ghostly shadow. Yilin moved carefully through the ruins, thinking that no one inside the Gate of Apocalypse could be trusted, including Zhu. He decided to come up with a plan, and considered using an underground escape technique. He held a device and noted it would be useful. He activated a spatial leap, a forbidden spell that created backlash. Yellow energy wrapped around him as he teleported. The energy streaked through the ruins and entered a narrow, abandoned corridor. He materialized inside and recognized the place as his home in Qingcheng. As he explored, he heard a voice calling Yilin's name. He turned toward the sound. A large, brain-like creature with tentacles appeared. He questioned what it was. The creature declared itself the guardian of the origin ancient prophet and said it had been waiting for Yelin for many years. Yelin asked the creature if it had been waiting for him. The creature answered yes and said that since he had finally come, the eternal gate should return to its rightful owner. It declared that the artifact belonged to him and explained that it was why he had the power of infinite generation. Yelin looked at the artifact and recognized it as his origin ancient artifact. He examined it closely as someone else approached in the darkness. That person commented that Yelin had truly found the place. A blue attack struck Yelin's hand, forcing him back. He landed and saw the attacker stepping forward. Yelin called out Zhuge Changsing's name. Zhuge told him to put down the origin ancient artifact. Yelin steadied himself, bleeding, and said that Zhuge had been using him to find the artifact. Zhuge coughed and told him it was too late now. The creature's tentacles moved toward Zhuge and said that Yelin take the eternal scale and run. The eternal gate had the power of infinite generation. It explained that Zhuge wanted the eternal gate to replace his own divine generation mind to himself. Yelin realized this was Zhuge's true purpose and said Zhuge wanted his power because he was dying soon. Zhuge dismissed his words and said he talked too much. He generated swirling blue energy and fired an enormous attack. The blast tore through the ruined buildings. The creature called for Yelin to run. The energy wave expanded outward, ripping through the empty city. Debris was thrown into the air as the force continued to spread across the collapsing structures. Yelin stands beneath in the ceiling, gripping his weapon while water falls around him. His eyes narrow as he senses a presence. Zhuge approaches, surrounded by a blue aura, and asks if Yelin is ready to fight. Yelin launches a blazing sphere of energy, but Zhuge blocks it without effort. Zhuge explains that a forbidden spell cast with an imperfect core drains the body and tells Yelin not to waste time struggling. He crushes the spell with a single punch, triggering a massive explosion that forces Yelin back. Yelin realizes his physical spell has been dispelled too easily. He gathers what strength he has left and forms a swirling vortex of red and teal energy that rises like a pillar. Zhuge remains unmoved and asks if Yelin still doesn't understand. He states that in the face of absolute strength, struggling is useless. Yelin uses celestial body incineration, sending a destructive wave, but Zhuge halts the attack by grabbing the weapon. He remarks on Yelin still relying on such a low-level skill and questions whether Yelin is looking down on someone of his caliber. Yelin collapses, coughing. Zhuge approaches calmly. He thanks him for the meeting and admits he has pushed himself past his limits. He explains that using the power of the first tier is like forcing frost to snow and that he needs Yelin's help to find an ancient artifact. Yelin tries to move but remains locked, calling Zhuge a sanctimonious jerk. Zhuge prepares a ritual tool and tells Yelin that they will complete the sacred rite together, and that he will try to lessen the pain. Energy tears through Yelin, forcing a cry from him. He feels as if his consciousness is sinking, and wonders if his immortal body has been destroyed. Zhuge continues the ritual, but the energy suddenly shifts in a way he did not expect. He pauses, confused, and watches the imbalance twist out of his control. Realization flickers across Zhuge's face. He questions whether the eternal scale is reacting. Yelin, now glowing with fractured patterns, rises as Zhuge explains that half of the eternal scale has always been inside Yelin. The eternal scale, half light and half dark, reacts when its balance tilts, amplifying ability on one side. Zhuge adds that those who possess both halves can wield the power of a forbidden ancient artifact. He explains that the eternal balance also grants an ability of equivalent exchange, as long as both parties agree, regardless of level, profession, lifespan, or even gender, they can trade equally. Yelin asks why Zhuge is explaining all of this, but Zhuge coughs and tells him to continue. The ritual surges again. A core of energy forms, and Yelin screams while Zhuge coughs blood. Yelin tries to stop the process, but the reaction erupts. Artifact streaks upward. When the energy settles, Yelin stands, breathing heavily, surrounded by the symbols of the eternal scale. He examines his hands, confused that he is still alive. Zhuge, exhausted and slumped on the ground, remarks that he succeeded. Yelin rises into the air on a burst of teal and red energy. He looks at his restored arm and realizes his regeneration ability has returned, stronger than before. Yelin demands to know why Zhuge chose to give up his immortality. Zhuge, weakened and coughing, asks what he ever did to make Yelin treat him with such disrespect, noting that Yelin would not even call him teacher. Yelin hesitates and finally addresses him as teacher, realizing he never truly understood Zhuge. Zhuge tells him not to worry about his reasons, only about the result. He explains that his choice was not for immortality but for humanity's future. Zhu Ge explains that for countless years he has observed the stars and witnessed every possible future for Nini, yet she always dies at the same point in time. That moment marks the destruction of the world and the likely extinction of the entire human race. Zhu Ge says that only Yelin's future remains unclear to him, and many potential futures suggest Yelin could be the one variable capable of changing the outcome. When Yelin expresses confusion, Zhu Ge repeats that he is the variable, only he will survive, and only he can alter the ending. Zhu Ge hands him a small pouch and explains that inside is the clue to the origin guardian. Zhu Ge then reveals that the guardian is not a creature, but a fragment of the demon emperor. To defeat it, Yelin must grow stronger than Zhu Ge himself ever could. Zhu Ge collapses again, struggling to breathe. Yelin kneels beside him. Zhu Ge asks Yelin to promise he will take care of Nini. Yelin agrees. Zhu Ge expresses relief, repeating that it is great before his eyes dim. Yelin calls to him, but Zhu Ge no longer responds. Rain falls as Yelin bows his head and acknowledges how much Zhu Ge endured for humanity. Admitting he doubted him even in the end, Yelin vows he will keep his promise to Zhu Ge. He kneels and formally sees his teacher off. As he stands, footsteps approach from behind. Director Tan's group arrives and sees Zhu Ge's body. One man demands to know whether Yelin killed Zhu Ge. Director Tan orders Yelin to explain what happened and asks if he took anything. Another tells the group to search Guaixing's corpse, believing he carried a treasure. One of the attackers leaps toward Yelin, demanding he hand over Zhu Ge's body. Yelin blocks the strike. He thinks of Zhu Ge, stating that dying to save someone like this attacker was senseless. His expression sharpens as he challenges the man, asking if he regrets provoking him. Roots erupt from the ground and bind the attacker. The man panics, unsure what is happening. More roots coil around him, draining him. He demands to know what Yelin did. Yelin states that anyone who threatens humanity's peace will die. Energy floods into Yelin's arm and body, absorbing into him. Director Tan recognizes that the attacker's power is being consumed and wonder what kind of ability Yelin is using. As the roots finish draining the man, Yelin receives the attacker's attributes and abilities. He calmly analyzes the increase in his strength, realizing why men like Zhu Ge pursued power despite the risks. It is addictive and dangerous. More enemies rush in. Director Tan orders the squad to seize the ancient artifact and warns them that Yelin cannot be allowed to live. One man curses Yelin, saying he should have killed him earlier. Yelin watches the group rush toward him. He states plainly that they cannot kill him. He vanishes before they reach him, leaving them confused. One attacker notes that Yelin's speed technique is impossible for someone his age. A swirling vortex forms above them. Debris explodes outward, forcing the attackers to stumble back. One man recognizes the use of multiple elements, wood, fire, and earth, and wonders what Yelin's profession truly is. Wang studies Yelin from afar, acknowledging that Yelin is not simple and deciding not to act recklessly. A man calls Yelin out. Yelin answers that the favor Zhu Ge showed him will be repaid today. Water gathers in his hands. He summons a rushing water technique, surrounding himself with a massive barrier of surging currents. A wave erupts beneath him, lifting him into the air. As an attacker counters with a large chi blast, Yelin cuts through it, his blade gliding cleanly through the energy. Director Tan curses and summons a holy bow at level 62. He fires, but his attack fails to halt Yelin. He berates his subordinates and orders them all to attack together. They obey, preparing to charge as the battle escalates. Yelin gathers the attackers' incoming elemental attacks into a single sphere. Streams of fire, water, earth, and other energies converge toward him. He activates the Great Summoner Ring and absorbs them all. A ritual circle forms beneath him as the absorbed power stabilizes. He stands with a mark glowing on his forehead. He states that they forced him to unleash a massacre. World-devouring heavenly fire pours down over the battlefield. The attackers scream as the flame swallows everything around them. When the fire fades, only scorched ground remains. Director Tan calls the others useless and prepares to attack Yelin himself. Ice forms as he summons another ability and vows to finish the job. He unleashes Demon God's 100 sun arrows. A massive blast tears open the ground, sending sharp energy spears everywhere. He claims Yelin cannot dodge. Yelin moves but is struck by the attack thrown across the battlefield. He screams as the force pulls at his body, dragging him downward while the marks on his forehead flicker. Director Tan boasts that no one can dodge the demon god's mother-son arrows. Yelin strains on one knee, blood pouring from his mouth as he tries to rise. Director Tan mocks him and tells him to turn into a blood clot. A violent blast tears Yelin's body apart. Tan stands over the scattered remains. He claims that even with the eternal scale, Yelin cannot recover after being blown into pieces. Blood drips around him while he turns to leave. A heartbeat pulses within the mangled flesh. Dark tendrils coil, pulling the shredded pieces together. Yilin's upper body reforms, his exposed bone and muscle knit back into shape, and he stands upright behind Tan. Director Tan freezes when he senses movement. Yilin grips him from behind and begins draining him. The man screams as his power, attributes, and lifespan are stripped away. His vitality is absorbed completely. Notifications ripple within Yilin's mind. His level rises to 28, then quickly to 29. His strength, agility, and spirit increase. His lifespan extends. He looks at his hand, surprised at how far his abilities have jumped. He calls out to the hidden observer Wang, telling him to stop hiding. Chairman Wang steps out from behind a wall, nervous as he addresses Yilin. He says he has never been Yilin's enemy and asks if Yilin intends to silence him. Yilin answers calmly, reminding him they are friends. Chairman Wang quickly pledges loyalty. He offers his own influence, the Jiangcheng Chamber Guild, and all its forces to Yilin's command. Yilin accepts and says he looks forward to working with him. Chairman Wang suggests they leave the ruined battlefield as soon as possible. Yilin stops him, saying there is something he must do first. A towering block of frozen energy forms as Yilin casts a forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Spirit Coffin, completely encasing his teacher in crystalline ice. Yilin approaches the coffin and gently adjusts the torn coat draped over Zhu Ji. He lifts his teacher's body, his voice steady as he promises to take him home. Chairman Wang waits beside him. Yilin signals that it is time to leave. Chairman Wang agrees, and together they depart with the frozen coffin. After a while, Yilin and Chairman Wang observe the devastated area and conclude that the danger exceeds their current ability. Yilin decides they should withdraw and return later when they are stronger. They reach a glowing entrance embedded in stone. Chairman Wang identifies it as the entrance and warns that something is wrong. Before they can move, a massive red dragon-like creature bursts out, shaking the ground. The dragon gathers energy and launches a condensed attack. Yilin steps forward and takes responsibility for stopping it. He draws power and unleashes a forbidden technique, Flame God's Fist, striking the dragon head-on. The dragon is destroyed. Its remains scatter across the ground as energy disperses. Yilin absorbs the remains, gaining experience, extended lifespan, increased attributes, and a trace of dragon bloodline. Yilin examines his condition and notes the unfamiliar dragon bloodline within him. At the same time, the entrance becomes unstable and begins to collapse, pulling everything toward it. As they attempt to escape, the suction intensifies. Yilin loses his grip on a key, which is torn from his hand and dragged toward the collapsing entrance. He reaches out, but the key falls into the void as the pull continues to grow stronger. The collapsing vortex contracts and seals shut. Yilin and Chairman Wang land outside as the pressure fades. The Gate of Apocalypse vanishes completely. Yilin confirms that the Gate of Apocalypse has disappeared. He notes that the ancient key of Apocalypse is also gone, and that when the gate reappears in the future, no one will know when or where it will emerge. Chairman Wang asks where Yilin intends to go next. Yilin states that he must first bury his teacher. He bids Chairman Wang farewell and says that if trouble arises, he will return. Chairman Wang responds that the Job Changer Guild will remain at Yilin's service. The scene shifts to the Zhuji mansion. The sign bearing its name hangs above a quiet interior courtyard. Inside, a tree stands at the center, with a frozen coffin placed before it. Nini stares at the coffin in shock and demands to know if the person inside is truly her father. She urges Yilin to answer. Yilin, who currently wore the illusion mask, therefore she addresses him as Lingye. Lingye apologizes, stating that he failed to protect his teacher. Nini rejects the explanation and accuses the two of staging a cruel joke together, insisting they are trying to deceive her. Lingye tells Nini that her father wished to be buried beside her mother. Nini rejects it and insists that Zhuji cannot be dead. She strikes the ice coffin, her strength failing as her hands slide against the frozen surface. Nini collapses against the coffin, clinging to it and denying reality, before finally crying out for her father. Her voice fills the hall as she breaks down. After a long pause, Nini asks how her father died. Lingye explains that Zhu Jie committed many sins, accepted divine punishment, and ultimately died for the people of the world. Nini rests her head on the coffin and says she understands. She tells Lingye to leave and says she does not want to see him again. Lingye says he made a promise. Nini orders him to leave immediately. Lingye agrees. He says he will leave, but if anything happens, she can come find him at any time. He turns and walks out of the mansion. Soon after, news spreads through Qingcheng City. Several important figures, including officials and guild leaders, disappear under mysterious circumstances. Reports also confirm that the renowned astrologer Zhu Geqiangxing has passed away, though the exact cause remains under investigation. Among the crowd watching, people quietly discuss the names involved. They note that each of them held significant influence in the city. Rumors circulate that Tan Xingjiang had recently taken people out of the city for unknown purposes. Another rumor claims that Zhu Jie left the city and was later returned in a coffin by someone named Ling Yi, whereas a guy or say an investigator issues orders to locate Yi Lin. He is informed that Yi Lin has become the national top scorer, making any arrest without concrete evidence dangerous. The investigator decides to first determine Yi Lin's whereabouts and then confront him personally. Later, the investigator appears in a private venue where drinking and gambling are underway. He is recognized by Yi Lin and invited to join, but he keeps his attention on his objective. The investigator asks where Yi Lin has been over the past week. Yi Lin responds that too much has happened to explain clearly. The investigator presses further and accuses Yi Lin of disguising himself as Ling Yi and following Zhu Yi out of the city. He demands a direct answer. Yi Lin lifts his phone and begins recording. He asks whether the investigator has any evidence to support the accusation and warns him against making defamatory claims. The investigator's subordinate reports that there is currently no evidence proving Yi Lin left the city, noting only that Yi Lin has appeared frequently in entertainment venues over the past few days. The investigator clenches Yi Lin's hand in irritation. Yi Lin remains calm as the investigator suppresses his frustration. The investigator states that he will find the evidence himself and turns to leave. Before he goes, Yi Lin stops and tells the investigator that he can provide a piece of information for free. The investigator dismisses it, stating that Yi Lin's lies cannot deceive him. Yi Lin states that what he says is the truth. He explains that a few days earlier, he personally witnessed Ling Ye being blown to pieces. The investigator freezes. Confusion appears on his face as he realizes Yi Lin is not lying. Doubt follows immediately, and his certainty collapses. The investigator steps back, shaken, questioning how he could be wrong. His subordinate asks what is happening. Yi Lin tells investigator Huang to figure it out himself. He says he is leaving and suggests they drink together another time. Yi Lin walks away. That night, heavy rain falls over the Zhuji residence. The courtyard is filled with black umbrellas as mourners gather in silence. Rainwater runs across the ground, soaking the stone paths as the funeral continues under the storm. A portrait of Mr. Zhu Jie stood at the center, surrounded by white flowers. Nini knelt before it in mourning clothes, her head lowered. Those present whispered quietly. Zhu Jie had been respected, and his death left many unsettled. Someone remarked that his daughter was now alone. Another questioned why Zhu Jie's most capable disciple had not appeared. The answer came late. A figure arrived through the rain. Yi Lin stood at the entrance, soaked, facing the hall. Murmurs spread at once. Some recognized him immediately and questioned his absence until now. He stepped forward and stated that he had come only to pay his respects. Nini states that if he's done paying respect, he should leave now. Yi Lin explained that he have no other intention. He just wants to see his teacher's last journey. Nini rejected his presence outright. She declared that he was no longer her father's disciple and accused him of deception and betrayal. According to her, Zhu Jie had already severed all ties with him long before his death. Yi Lin did not argue. He attempted to explain, but Nini cut him off and ordered him to leave. A group of masked men arrives at the funeral hall under the rain. They move in formation, led by a man in a dark suit and hat. One of them addresses Nini directly and offers formal condolences. Nini turns toward them, startled. Before she can react further, the leader states that Zhu Gei's death is suspicious and that they intend to open the coffin to examine the cause. Nini immediately steps forward to block them. She refuses to allow anyone to touch her father's coffin and declares that no interference will be tolerated at the funeral. The leader remains calm and signals his subordinates to proceed. The masked men advance without hesitation. Nini's anger erupts. She stands her ground and warns them again to leave. The surrounding mourners pull back as the tension escalates. An order is given. One of the masked men draws a weapon and attacks. The moment breaks the stillness of the funeral, turning mourning into violence as the clash begins in front of Zhu Jie's coffin. Screams break out as guests flee the funeral hall. Panic spreads through the corridors, and people rush outside calling for help. Nini turns back toward the masked men and releases a wave of flame toward them. The fire surges forward but stops short, dispersing before reaching its targets. The leader and his subordinates remain unharmed. The leader steps forward through the fading flames. He shows no urgency and dismisses the attack as ineffective. Nini realizes the gap in strength and identifies him as a high-level job changer. Before she can react further, the leader closes the distance and seizes her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. He restrains his force and makes it clear that she is alive only because she is Zhu Ge's daughter. He gives the order to open the coffin. The masked men move immediately. As they advance, a voice interrupts them. The command to stop comes from behind. The leader turns. Yilin strikes without hesitation. His attack lands directly on the leader, forcing him back and breaking his control. The masked men recoil as the sudden intervention disrupts their formation. The confrontation shifts as Yilin places himself between Nini and the intruders, stopping the forced opening of the coffin. He declares his intent to stop them. The masked leader responded with amusement rather than anger. He commanded his subordinates to erect a barrier, sealing the area. A towering spell formation descended, isolating Yilin and cutting off escape. From within the barrier, Yilin sacrificed his liver and prepared a forbidden spell. Energy gathered violently as the attack took shape, aimed directly at the intruders. The masked leader turns sharply as danger approaches. His subordinate is struck by a yellow arc of force and is thrown violently across the hall, his body slamming into the wall. The formation breaks as the attack cuts through them faster than they can react. The masked leader shouts a warning too late. Several of them stagger back, cursing as blood spills onto the floor. The sudden reversal leaves them disoriented. Their confidence collapses as they realize Yilin has already closed the distance. Yilin steps forward through the wreckage. Energy coils tightly around his arm, sharp and unstable. His expression is fixed and controlled, with no hesitation. He makes it clear that anyone who dares disturb his teacher's soul will not be spared. The force is released again. The man in the hat attempts to evade, but a strike passes through his position, tearing up the ground and sending debris outward. The space behind him fractures under the impact. The masked leader calls out for the fourth brother as the dust settles. Yilin continues walking forward, his breathing heavy but steady. His arm is torn but his pace does not slow. Behind him, Nini stands frozen near the coffin, her face pale and damp with sweat. She watches Yilin with disbelief, struggling to understand his resolve and the danger he is courting. The masked leader suggests his subordinates to not be scared by this guy, as he is just a forbidden spellcaster. He stated that the guy is already exhausted, so just kill him. Yilin announced that his teacher sacrificed his own life just to save scoundrels like them, and then he charges forward. Yilin attacked one of them, but the masked leader moved behind him. Nini, watching this, cried for a warning to watch out. Yilin turned too late. The blow landed cleanly. His body locked, then sagged, his body tearing apart and fading as he fell to his knees. The attackers recoiled a step, surprised by the stillness that followed. Silence spread through the room. Nini clutched her chest, unable to look away. As the weight of the moment settled, the masked men moved to carry out their order, already convinced the target was dead. The coffin was to be opened and the body retrieved. Before they could act, a surge of energy erupted behind them. Yilin stood upright where his corpse should have been. His body was reconstructed by forbidden magic, the remnants of death peeled away by force. The spell Undying completed its effect. His presence alone disrupted the field. The masked man froze. Fear replaced certainty. A forbidden spellcaster who had already died should not have been able to stand again. Yilin advanced without hesitation. Cold spread outward as he invoked another forbidden technique. Ice surged from the ground in jagged pillars, engulfing the attackers mid-motion. Their bodies were sealed instantly, trapped in frozen silence. Witnesses hid in terror, realizing the level of power involved. A single spell had erased multiple high-ranked operatives. Yilin turned away from the battlefield. He approached the coffin and lifted it with visible strain. Despite surviving, his condition remained unstable. Every step carried weight. Nini, watching him, recognized the silhouette immediately. The familiarity unsettled her. When she asked where he was taking her father, Yilin answered calmly that he would handle the burial himself. He carried the body through the corridor without looking back. Elsewhere, a man received confirmation of the event. A masked man informed about their arrival. He states that inside a valley from 79 kilometers toward Chincheng, there were traces of Gate of Apocalypse. The man wondered about what Zhuge even did inside the Gate of Apocalypse that he lost his life. The masked man asked if they needed to send people to get the corpse of Mr. Zhuge. The masked leader decides against direct action. He concludes that further movement would draw too much attention. Orders are given to deploy observers instead, focusing on Yilin and Nini. Another target is added to the list: Wang Lishuan, the president of the Job Changer Guild. Later, under an open sky, Zhu Gechangxing is laid to rest. Leaves drift across the grass as the burial ends. Yilin stands apart, facing the grave in silence. Nini remains nearby. Nini thanks Yilin for what he did. She offers compensation, stating that the money is enough to cure his eyes and that the Zhuge family owes him nothing further. Yilin does not accept the gesture. He states that what he did was repayment to his teacher and that he requires nothing in return. Yilin turns to leave. Nini calls after him, questioning his actions. He stops briefly and tells her that she is overly dependent. He states that without Zhuge, she would have been ordinary and unprotected. He continues walking without waiting for a response. Nini remains behind. The words take hold. She acknowledges her own weakness and reflects on how she lived under her father's protection, only to fail when it mattered most. She kneels before the grave. Her hand rests against the stone marked with Zhuge Changsing's name. She asks herself whether, without her father, she is truly useless. At the Ji family residence, Ling Yu greets Yelin, saying he has finally returned and mentioning that he heard Yelin went to Mr. Zhuge's funeral. Yelin confirms it briefly. Ling Yu notices something unusual about Yelin's eyes and brings it up, but Yelin responds that he is fine. Uncle Ji approaches Yelin and asks about his next plan, suggesting that he stay with the Ji family, and warning that the path of a job changer is too difficult and may not be worth taking. Yelin replies that he understands Uncle Ji's kindness, but he still wants to go to university, explaining that he does not have much time left and wants to leave without regrets. Uncle Ji remains silent for a moment, then says that since Yelin has made his decision, he will support him no matter where he goes, and will always stand behind him. Yelin thanks Uncle Ji and says he will go back to his room to rest. Uncle Ji agrees. Later, Yelin lies on his bed and says he is really exhausted. A small pouch appears, and Yelin wonders if it is a secret pouch left for him by his teacher and how it fell out by itself. He notes that the teacher did not leave any message, only 2 skill scrolls, and questions what this means. The scrolls explain their contents. Phantom technique, which allows the user to create a phantom shadow in front of them to confuse the enemy, and turtle breath technique, which allows the user to slow their breathing until it completely stops, entering a state of apparent death. Holding the scrolls, Yelin wonders if his teacher even predicted his second profession talent. A system message announces that extreme sublimation has activated successfully, enhancing the turtle breath technique into the Great Void technique. Another message follows, stating that extreme sublimation has also enhanced the phantom technique into 1 QI, transforming into 3 purities. The Great Void technique is explained as a forbidden spell, where the caster sacrifices a bone of their own body every minute to enter a void state, achieving complete invisibility, but the spell is nullified when attacking or being attacked. The forbidden spell 1 Qi, transforming into 3 purities, is then described as costing the caster half of their lifespan to create a clone identical to the current self, with up to 3 clones existing at the same time, and notes that when a clone dies the original is unaffected, but when the original dies the clones disappear. Yelin reacts, realizing the teacher did not act without purpose and understanding that these scrolls are meant to help him get rid of the surveillance. Using the technique, Yelin creates a clone in front of him. He laughs lightly and notes that it really is exactly the same, then says this makes everything foolproof. He tells the clone that it will stay with the Ji family, and no matter who is watching, he is no longer afraid. Yelin turns away and says that all that remains is to see who exactly is monitoring him. He activates the forbidden spell and leaps away into the night, leaving behind shadowy figures among the trees. As he moves through the darkness, Yelin acknowledges that his teacher truly is the #1 astrologer and that everything was predicted. With his appearance changed, Yelin notes that he now has a completely new identity as he stands before the city gate. The guards ask if he is going out of the city. Yelin answers that he is. They warn him that monsters have been appearing frequently outside the city and tell him to be careful. Yelin thanks them and leaves. Outside the city, Yelin thinks that he can now freely kill monsters and go as far as he wants, then declares the start of his journey of leveling up. A wolf-like monster notices him and lets out a roar. Yelin looks at it and remarks that it is a cute little dog, saying he will help it cool down. Ice magic forms around his hand, and he decides that from now on he will only use ice-type skills to make it easier to hide his identity. Yelin casts a forbidden spell, Frost. A massive ice strike crashes down and freezes the monster. A system message reports that he devours a level 32 normal monster, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Then states that his lifespan increases by 125 years. Experience points increase by 320%. Strength increases by 6 points, agility by 1 point, and spirit by 1 point. More frozen monster remains are shown as additional messages report devouring a level 36 normal monster, gaining the same resources, followed by an increase in lifespan by 360 years, experience points by 360, and an increase in strength. System notifications continue, stating that after devouring a level 37 normal monster, Yelin gains water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals, with increases to agility, spirit, and other attributes. Another message reports his lifespan increasing by 245 years, experience points by 370, strength by 5 points, agility by 1 point, and spirit by 3 points. Yelin says that he needs to level up even faster. 3 days later, Yelin returns to the city through the gate, and notes that after 3 days outside the city, he has finally reached level 30. He reflects that even though the speed at which he has been killing monsters over the past 3 days has already reached his limit, it is still not enough, and wonders if he can ask someone else for help. He then decides to go to the Job Changer Guild first. At the Job Changer Guild, Yelin observes that the business there does not seem to have been affected by Wang Lichuan's disappearance. A staff member greets him and asks how she can help. Yelin says that he wants to post a mission, and she guides him inside. Another staff member asks what kind of mission he wants to post. Yahello answers that it is for recycling monster corpses. The staff member asks what price he is prepared to pay for recycling, and Yahello asks what the normal market price is. The staff member explains that the price depends on the level and type of monster, saying a level 10 normal monster corpse is worth 300,000 each, while special monsters like the golden armored demon rhino require extra payment of about 450,000. Yahello says to follow the market price for monsters below level 20, and that he will take them all. The staff member hesitates and says that judging by Yahello's appearance, he should be a newly changed enchanter, and explains that posting a task requires a handling fee. He adds that since Yahello is collecting so many at once, additional requirements apply. Yahello asks what is needed, and is told that verification of funds is required first. Yahello places a card on the counter and asks if it is acceptable. The staff member reacts in shock, recognizing it as a top-tier Lifetime's VIP card. 3 days later, at the Job Changer Guild, people shout for others to make way and hurry, urging them to submit tasks quickly or they will have to queue. Some people question who would spend so much money and why someone would need so many monster corpses. Others complain that they have not seen a single monster corpse in days and cannot forge anything, saying the price is too high and that recycling at that price is a big loss. Another voice says that originally they wanted to use materials to advance from senior alchemist to master alchemist, but now they cannot buy any monster materials at all, and someone agrees. Later, a massive pile of monster corpses is presented. The staff member says this is the latest batch of monster corpses and asks him to inspect them. After examining them, Yahello says they are not bad, and staff member tells Yahello that he may leave now. The door closes. Yahello remarks that with money, everything is easy, and adds that this is much more efficient than killing monsters by himself. A devouring process begins. System message states that after devouring one level 2 normal monster, Yahello gains moisture, fat, protein. His lifespan increases by 10 years, experience points increase by 20, and his strength attribute increases by 1 point. Additional messages indicate devouring one level 8 normal monster and one level 5 normal monster. Yahello pauses briefly. Outside, someone notes that he has finally come out, describing him as having short hair, wearing a gray hoodie, and a black combat suit inside. Another person recognizes him and says it is him. Yahello walks forward alone as footsteps echo around him. Yahello thinks that he has already changed his face but is still being followed, saying it does not make sense, and clicks his tongue. He stops and says that since they have followed him for so long, they must be tired. 2 people step out and identify him as the one posting missions to collect monster corpses. One of them says someone is paying for his life. Yahello calmly asks how much is being offered, and says he will double it. One of them says that he is about to die and is still haggling, adding that after killing him, all his money will belong to them anyway. They rush toward him, telling each other to stop talking nonsense, deal with him quickly, and that the boss also told them to rush to Secret Realm number 79. As one of them attacks from behind, Yahello uses a freeze spell. Ice surges out and freezes the attackers mid-movement. One of them reacts in shock, realizing Yahello is a forbidden spellcaster. Yahello tells them to speak properly and asks who sent them. One of them groans in pain. Yahello asks if they are speechless. He raises a finger, and an ice blade presses closer. One of them panics and shouts for him to stop, saying he will tell everything. They explain that the people who want Yahello dead are from the Life Skills Job Changer Alliance, and that it is because he issued the recycling mission and interfered with their business. They name Senior Forging Master Yin Shang, Senior Alchemist Yun Ying, and Senior Alchemist Zhou Heping as the masterminds. Yahello says he has noted it down and then asks about Secret Realm number 79. They explain that Secret Realm number 79 appeared recently and is located 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng, begging him to let them go and saying they have told him everything they know. Yahello says letting them go depends on whether they can survive until the ice melts, then says goodbye and walks away. One of them desperately begs him not to leave, saying they will freeze to death. Later, a crowd gathers in front of a towering building as a dark, oval-shaped rift appears. People discuss what is really inside the secret realm, question why no one who entered has come back out, and note that the first group has been inside for almost 2 days without any sign of movement. Yahello sits nearby and decides to wait until someone comes out before going in, thinking that there will always be more secret realms later, but only one life, and that since no one has come out, it could be a death trap. He suddenly looks up and tells himself to look quickly, asking what that thing is. As a strange glowing phenomenon appears ahead, a strange staff bursts out in a flash of light, radiating an overwhelming aura. People stare at it in shock, calling it an artifact and saying that such a terrifying aura can only belong to one. Someone declares that the artifact is theirs and threatens to kill anyone who tries to take it, while another responds that it depends on whether they have the ability, adding that such a treasure naturally belongs to the capable. Yahello walks forward alone as footsteps echo. He suddenly senses something wrong, and thinks that if there really is an artifact here, it should not belong to these people, and that a truly strong person should have already arrived at this secret realm. Someone calls out to him, addressing him as brother, and asks if he noticed it too. A silver-haired woman steps out, saying she just feels something is not right with this secret realm. Yilin looks at her and asks who she is and why she is disguised as a man. She reacts in shock and asks how he figured it out. He points out her lip balm and says that with her figure she should hide it a bit more. She panics and asks if her disguise is really that clumsy. Yilin says that since something feels off he will not go in and is leaving first. She asks him to wait a moment as he starts to walk away. Yilin turns back and asks if she has anything else to say. The silver-haired woman says that, according to her guess, this is very likely a secret realm set up by demons to lure human job changers, and asks if he can team up with her and go in together. Yilin considers that demons are indeed powerful, and that if he could use Endless Devour to swallow a few demons, but then immediately dismisses it, saying the risk is too high. She says she can pay him. Yilin apologizes and says that the education he received as a child does not support doing this kind of thing. She then offers an epic-grade piece of equipment. Yilin stops, turns back, and says that it is not impossible, that an epic-grade item is a deal, and asks how he should address her, also asking her to hand over the epic-grade equipment first. She reacts in surprise, then introduces herself as Ji Xiaoxiao, and says he can just call her Xiaoxiao. She asks what kind of education he received as a child, and then says that as for the equipment, she will give it to him now, asking what profession he is. Yilin says he is an ice-type mage who can use anything and is not picky about equipment. Xiaoxiao says that is perfect, and that she happens to have something suitable for him, and hands over a box. Yilin opens it and is shocked, noting that it actually has special attributes. The item is revealed to be the Heart of Ice Crystal, level epic, with a spirit attribute and 60% power amplification that can be refined. It also comes with a skill called Absolute Zero, which allows the wearer to extend a domain centered on themselves, approaching Absolute Zero infinitely, greatly increasing the power of ice-type skills. Yilin reacts in shock at the sight of a domain skill. Xiaoxiao asks if he will agree or not and tells him to answer quickly. She says that if her mom finds her, she will be taken back. Yilin thinks that this woman is really rich and wonders what her background is, and whether she could be connected to some mysterious big shot. He asks if she sneaked out of the house. She responds that it does not matter, and then asks his name and what level he is, saying she can feel that he is pretty powerful. Yilin says his name is Yimushuang, and that he is almost level 45, then asks about her. Xiaoxiao says he looks about 20 years old and is already level 45, calling him a genius. Yilin says she flatters him. Xiaoxiao says that compared to her, he is not even close, that she is 17 this year and already level 37. Yilin says that is awesome and thinks that no one wants to compete with her. He asks if she is already the top scorer in the final exam. Xiaoxiao says she did not take the final exam and that her dad said it was a waste of time. Yilin says that since that is the case he will agree to team up with her to enter the secret realm. Xiaoxiao says great, that she will give him the equipment, and that from now on they are teammates, telling him to go in. He says let's go. A desolate landscape with broken statues and strange terrain is shown with onomatopoeia. They arrive there and she says, it seems right, so there must be real demons inside this secret realm, and this stench is very familiar. He asks if Xiaoxiao often deals with demons. Xiaoxiao says previously her parents were always by her side, and this time she is coming out alone to face the demons. She wonders where those people went, and mentions randomized locations. A demon appears and attacks, and he warns Xiaoxiao to be careful. The demon roars as it charges, and he shouts Ice Blade, releasing ice to block the attack. Xiaoxiao notes it is amazing how powerful the Ice Blade spell is, and Yelin says he is an ice-type mage. Xiaoxiao asks why he is collecting these corpses. Yelin says he is an orphan. These monster corpses can be worth a lot of money. He has no way out. The job change fee alone is 100,000. Equipment and skill books cost money. Nothing is free. He has no family or support. His life is hard, and he does not believe in fate. Xiaoxiao apologizes for asking. She tells him not to worry. After they hunt the demons he can have all the corpses. She does not want any, and demon corpses are much more valuable than monster corpses. Yelin thanks her and says she is a good person. She asks him to help record a video later to prove to her family that she can hunt demons, and he agrees. Yelin thinks this young lady's mind does not seem very sharp. He notes that Xiaoxiao has been intentionally leading him in one direction all along, or she can sense the Demon King's traces in this secret realm. A fire burns on stacked logs. 3 people sit by the fire, and one says 2 more people are coming to snatch kills, while another says it is okay because they do not look very strong. Yelin says there are so many people here, and their gazes feel unfriendly, and Xiaoxiao tells him to ignore them and says the demons are already very close. Yelin wonders why it feels so cold around here. He and Xiaoxiao move forward quickly, and she say the demons are very close, just ahead, and he agrees. A demon appears and notices humans. Yelin says there really is a demon over level 40. Xiaoxiao says she will attack, and tells him to start recording, and Yelin asks if she can handle a level 40 demon. Xiaoxiao tells him not to underestimate her. She charges toward the demon as thin transparent threads spread around him. She uses entangle and traps the demon with star puppet threads. Yelin records with the camera while the demon roars. He reacts, thinking what skill this is, and notes that this young lady is terrifying. saying the transparent silk thread is a strong weapon for a surprise attack, and that even a level 50 job changer could lose their head if not careful. The demon curses humans and struggles, and Xiao Xiao tells it to stop struggling, and says once the prey is entangled in her star puppet thread, they cannot break free. A red orb forms above the demon as it hisses. Yahello shouts for her to get out of the way. The demon launches the red attack and says to prepare to die, human. Xiao Xiao activates shield formation and blocks the attack with a barrier. The ground breaks apart as debris falls, and she stands in the center of the shattered terrain. The demon says these damned humans will be eaten alive. Bivara Xiao Xiao says it seems she underestimated it. She activates Star Puppet Line and releases full power. Bur threads move as she flies upward while the demon moves below. She asks if the demon is running away, or she says, let's see where it can run to. Yahello warns her not to chase, and says it might be a trap. The demon lands on a circular platform as the threads strike. Xiao Xiao tells it to run and says why it is not running anymore, asking if the demon is prepared to die. The demon laughs and says running is a mistake and it should be her instead. Demon asks who should run. Xiao Xiao and Yahello stand on the slope as many demons surround them, and she says it is impossible. Qingcheng is just a small town, so how could so many demons appear in the secret realm here? Xiao Xiao says it is her fault he got involved, and when the fight starts, she will use the star puppet strings to hold back all the demons, telling him to run straight away and not worry about her. Yahello asks, what about her? Xiao Xiao tells him not to worry, says she has a way to escape, and tells him to just run. He agrees. Yahello says he will go first, and she tells him to hurry up. The demon shouts not to let him get away, and says today in this secret realm, not a single human should be left alive. Yahello says they think they can hurt him at this speed. Demons shout not to let him get away as they chase. Yahello says he will go ahead first, and then says he will hide here first. Yahello says he wants to see how she will escape. She notes that he ran pretty fast. She says she's not playing with them anymore and says bye. The demon shouts to stop her. Xiao Xiao says they cannot stop her. She says they will settle this score with them next time and says goodbye. The demon says trying to leave is not so easy and launches an attack. Xiao Xiao thinks they are still chasing her. She turns and says there is no way they can stop Br. She screams. Yahello says it looks like she cannot escape. Xiao Xiao is trapped inside a cage and says that the demon actually used the heavenly demon prison cage and that the demon must be willing to spend big. The demon explains that the heavenly demon prison cage is a human capturing device forged by masters of the demon kind with imperial bloodline and that she will not be able to break free. The demon says this secret realm number 99 is connected to the demonic race with imperial bloodline. The demon says that at her age, being able to use the star puppet strings, a divine artifact, means her status in the ancient Daxia kingdom must be quite high, and that if he captures her and brings her back to the demon realm, the reward will exceed a single heavenly demon prison cage. Xiao Xiao asks if he want to use her as a bargaining chip and tells the demon not to think about it. The demon tells her to first hand over her star puppet strings. Xiao Xiao tells him not to come any closer. The demon reacts and asks who is there. Xiao asks why Yahello did not escape. Yahello says he finished recording for her and tells her to keep the previous parts. Xiao Xiao says he did not run away and instead recorded the video for her in the dark and that he should have run away in such conditions and asks why he is still filming. Demon orders to kill this human. Yahello activates Absolute Zero and then activates Ice Vortex.b. He releases ice shards that explode outward. He is grabbed by a demon, and he uses Freeze to freeze it. He shouts Ice Blade and attacks. Xiao Xiao tells Yahello, who is disguised as Ye Mushuang, to stop fighting and run, and says if this continues he will die. Yahello tells her that if he dies, she should take him out of the secret realm and bury him, and says he does not want to be chewed up and swallowed by these monsters. Then she tells him to just run already. Yahello is pierced and screams. A red vortex attack appears in front of him as he is thrown away, and Xiao Xiao calls his name. Yahello coughs and the demon wonders if he is even human, and how he is not dead after taking that much damage. Yahello says they have had their fun, and now it is his turn. Demons gather together and say this is just his last gasp before death, and ask if he really thinks he can kill all of them. Yahello stands as the demons moves to attack him. Yahello clasps his hands and says forbidden spell. Ice erupts from the ground as he uses eternal ice seal. The demon says their aim is terrible. Yahello says they bunch of idiots. It is over and says detonate. Ice shards rush forward and strike, and a massive ice pillar crashes down. Xiao Xiao watches in silence. She thinks that he actually killed more than 20 demons in an instant, and that such power is absolutely terrifying. Yahello coughs and says he told her it was a guaranteed win. Xiao Xiao asks if Yi Mushuang is okay. Yahello groans and says the backlash from the forbidden spell. Xiao Xiao asks if Yahello, who is currently Yi Mushuang, is alright, while both of them breathe heavily. A shadowy figure forms behind them. Yelin tells her to watch out and get back. The demon appears and says he will kill him. Yelin is slammed into the ground and screams. Xiao calls his name and curses. A blue-winged figure appears as dark energy spreads. Xiao reaches forward and kills the demon in a single hit. Xiao tells Yelin to pull himself together and says she has medicine made by a top-tier alchemy master that will definitely save him. Yelin says it's too late now, they'll be coming. He says do not worry about him and says her to run. Xiao begs Yelin not to die. Yelin lies covered in blood, struggling to breathe while she weakly pleads for her not to. Xiao cries as she calls Yelin's name and promises that she will become stronger to avenge him and bring him out of the secret realm. She continues crying while holding him. Yelin coughs repeatedly. He urgently asks her to let go of her, saying she will choke him to death before the demons kill him. She then realizes he is still alive and says thankfully that Yelin survived. He answers that maybe the god of death does not want him, or the medicine she gave him has taken effect. Xiao tells him not to be afraid and says she is bringing him to a cleric right away, promising to find the best cleric in Danak. Yelin looks at her and asks what she is doing. She lifts him onto her back inside a large cocoon-like shell and tells him not to move because she will carry him out of there. She tells him to go, and they begin moving across the rocky ground. A massive statue stands ahead with a glowing portal beneath it, while several demons are gathered nearby and a dark mass lies on the ground. Xiao notices something and reacts with shock. She curses and realizes that the secret realm is a trap set by the demon kind to hunt humans. She states that they are killing every human who enters the secret realm, number 79. Yelin tells her to put him down and leave by herself, saying she should bring back people to save him because he does not want to drag her down. Xiao refuses, telling him he is not a burden, and that as her teammate she cannot leave him behind. A demon sitting on a rock says there are humans trying to escape. From above, several demons spot Xiao carrying Yelin toward the exit and shout to stop her. One of them laughs and remarks that it is just one human with a crippled human, adding that they are simply wishing for death. Xiao steps forward and tells them to come and watch her tear them all to pieces. Behind her, Yelin asks to be let out, saying he can protect himself. Xiao agrees. Dark wings spread wide behind him as Xiao faces the demons. She declares that she will kill all these demons. A violent surge erupts across the ground, sending debris into the air. A demon is struck down. Seeing the fallen bodies, Yelin remarks that there are so many corpses of job changers and calls it great. Red and blue energy rise behind him as he activates Endless Devour skill. The system displays Devour level 22, stating that after consuming 5 job changers he gains moisture, fat, increased lifespan by 250 years, and experience points. It then displays Devour level 25, stating that after consuming 4 job changers he gains carbohydrates and minerals, increases strength by 8 points, agility by 6 points, and spirit. The system announces level up twice. The demons laugh and say the little girl will be tortured to death by them. Xiao declares that even if she dies, she will kill herself and will not leave her corpse to the demons. 2 demons suddenly pause. One tilts his head and murmurs in confusion. He stares closely and begins to realize something, saying this is something. Yelin steps forward as snow and debris scatter down the slope, several demons rushing toward him. He thrusts his hand ahead, releasing a sweeping surge of blue energy that crashes into the rocky ground and surges upward in sharp, icy waves. The force tears through the terrain and engulfs the charging demons. A demon shouts in disbelief, questioning how such a terrifying person could exist near Qingcheng, which is supposed to be only a small county town of the human race. Another urgently orders the alarm to be sounded, and to report to Lord Norris. A red flare shoots into the sky. Yelin realizes the demon race is calling for reinforcements. It becomes clear that escape is no longer possible, so they decide to leave this place first. Xiao states that the demon race is blocking the entrance, and that there must be more humans trapped in the secret realm besides just the 2 of them. Yelin agrees. He then notes that there are so many demons here, making it a great place to level up, and admits he is reluctant to leave. Later, in a forest at night, Yelin and Xiao sit by a fire roasting meat. Yelin says the food is delicious. Xiao tells him she truly admires his recovery ability, pointing out that he was seriously injured before but is now fine. He explains that it is her medicine, the 4-eyed demon pig she roasted, that healed his wounds. Xiao asks if that means she can become a chef. Yelin replies that after they get out he can open a restaurant. She excitedly says it is the first time someone has praised her cooking. Suddenly they both react to a sound. Yelin wonders if someone is in the forest and suggests it might be the 4-eyed demon pig watching them, or perhaps more humans have been found. Yelin rises and says they should go check it out. Elsewhere, an injured man explains that secret realm number 79 is nothing but a huge trap, and that what artifact could exist here when there are only ferocious demons. He adds that even high-level monsters are rare near Qingcheng, so it makes no sense for so many demons to appear from a secret realm, wondering if the demons are brewing some kind of conspiracy. He then says the urgent task now is to think of a way to escape. Another injured man holds his head and says the exit is filled with demons and going there means death. A man in red robes steps forward and says that at this point there is only one way to help them break through. The others call him Wu Hao and state that he is currently the strongest there. urging him to speak quickly if he has a plan. They promise that if he leads them out, he will be a great hero, and they will remember his kindness. Wu Hao says his plan is somewhat cruel and explains that those who are seriously injured obviously cannot escape and are a burden. He proposes that if they act as bait to lure away the demons at the entrance, the rest might be able to break through together. He then asks who approves of this plan and who objects. 2 injured men protest, saying using them as bait is just sending them to die. One shouts that he objects because it is too cruel, and a woman objects as well, saying her husband is badly hurt and she cannot leave him behind. Wu Hao asks if anyone else objects. When no one answers, he says good. A red arc flashes through the air. The 2 injured men are struck down instantly, blood spraying as they collapse. The woman shouts that Wu Hao hurts people for no reason and calls him too cruel. Wu Hao wipes blood from his blade and says that now they have 2 more pieces of bait, asking if anyone else objects. He states that since no one opposes, they will proceed as he said. He adds that they should seal their mouths first, and not let them tip off the enemy. Xiao Xiao steps forward and declares that she objects. She says their enemies are clearly the demon race, and asks how Wu Hao can act so perversely against reason, saying he has gone too far. Wu Hao repeats the phrase perversely against reason and mocks it. Yelin tells him he is cursing wrongly and says he will teach him. He begins shouting insults. A man comments that he did not expect cursing to have such momentum. Yelin continues shouting. Wu Hao calls them 2 more people with a death wish and swings his blade toward Yelin. He declares that he will smash his teeth one by one and cut out his tongue. Wu Hao suddenly stops and wonders why he cannot move. Xiao Xiao stands with her hand extended, and Wu Hao says she is playing tricks and that he will take care of her. A man asks what kind of weapon this is as threads restrain Wu Hao. Wu Hao struggles but remains bound. He shouts in pain. Yelin tells him that now he is a heavily injured casualty too, and that he plans to use him as bait first. Wu Hao weakly tells him not to, and Xiao Xiao replies that if not for demon kind, she would have killed him. The surrounding survivors step forward and address Yelin and Xiao Xiao as experts, asking them to take them along. They promise heavy rewards once outside the secret realm and say they are begging. Xiao Xiao tells them not to worry and says that as long as they work together, they can definitely leave the secret realm. Yelin says he is quite interested and asks how they plan to get so many people out. Xiao Xiao adds that she has a way because she has read The Art of War. Yelin looks at her with confusion. She draws a map on the ground with a stick and tells everyone to look, saying that this is their position. She points out the exit and explains that at least 15 demons are guarding it, likely even more now. She states that they need to split their forces into 2 groups, Team A and Team B. She says those with combat power will fight to buy a chance for the wounded to survive. She explains that mages and the wounded will go into Team B, while Team A will be responsible for attracting the demons' attention, so they need classes with high speed. She then asks who will join Team A. Yelin says that although he is an ice mage, he is not slow and can join Team A. A man says he will join too. The woman says she is injured but has a speed-up skill and will join as long as they can get her husband out. Her husband calls her a fool and says that if they die together, asking how he could allow her to join alone. She calls out to him. Another agrees, saying that if they are getting out, they will get out together and join too. Xiao Xiao responds that this is good. She says that since no one else wants to join Team A, 6 people are enough and they will proceed according to the plan. Everyone agrees. In the distance, Wu Hao thinks that this silly girl still does not understand the sinister nature of the human heart. When the time comes, he will not care whether they live or die, and that they should just wait and watch the show. The scene shifts to a large cave-like area with a dark opening ahead. Yelin peers from behind a wall and says that sure enough, there are even more demons. He asks what they should do. Xiao Xiao says that Team B should already be in position and that they have to give it their all. She adds that in a moment they will rush out together and delay the demons as much as possible. She then asks Yelin, who is currently Ye Mushuang, what he is doing. Yelin says that if it is only to lure the demons away, they might not need 6 people. He alone is enough and tells the others to find a chance to rush out. He dashes forward before Xiao Xiao can stop him. She shouts for him to come back and says that if he dies, she would have saved him for nothing. The demons notice the disturbance and turn their attention toward him. The cavern stretches wide, filled with scattered figures and a massive statue looming in the background. From behind cover, Ye Mushuang tells Xiao Xiao not to worry and says he will live. Blue energy surges around him as he launches himself into the air. He unleashes Ice Blade art, and sharp icy constructs streak downward like falling blades. The demons recognize him as the expert who wields ice. One warns the others that his strength is terrifying and that even a dozen of them could not stop him before. Another says they will not let him escape this time. A bright burst of power erupts as Yelin cuts through them. He shouts for the others to escape, saying these demons are the ones who should be leaving from here. Golden energy explodes outward, striking a demon and sending it crashing back. The remaining demons leap in to surround him. One warns that this guy is not easy to deal with, and notes that he can even cast forbidden spells. From behind a wall, Xiao Xiao and the others watch the battle unfold, the clash echoing through the cavern. One of the men says that now is the time, and that Ye Mushuang will kill all those demons. Xiao Xiao suddenly says something feels wrong. In the cavern, Yelin stands calmly amid the chaos and says the demons are too weak, calling them ants. A towering demon with a massive axe charges at him and declares that he is nothing but an ant. Yelin remains silent, then his gaze sharpens. He launches upward as the demon's weapon slams into the ground, ice erupting beneath him. The demons quickly react. One orders the rest to continue blocking the exit, while a few follow him to deal with this opponent. Yelin glances back and tells them to come chase him. He sprints deeper into the cavern, drawing several demons away. From the passage, Xiao and the others realize he has succeeded in distracting the large group. However, there are still a few demons guarding the exit. She says they have no choice but to fight and move first. Another suggests waiting for the others from the outside team to come up and help, but they decide to charge together. As they rush forward, a demon notices and shouts that more humans are coming and orders them not to let anyone escape. Xiao leaps ahead, dark wing-like shadows spreading behind her as she accelerates. Ice spikes burst in the distance where Ye Mushuang continues fighting. Elsewhere, Wu Hao, hiding behind a rock, laughs and says those two idiots really did lure all the demons away. He turns to the group and orders everyone to leave the wounded behind and prepare to run. Someone questions him, asking if they were not supposed to bring everyone out together. Wu Hao calls him an idiot and asks if he still wants to live. The man answers that he is not that stupid. Another tells him not to think about it and that it is more important to survive himself. Wu Hao tells them that if they want to live, they should follow him. He runs ahead across the rocky ground as an explosion erupts behind them, and the others follow. Xiao reports that Team B is rushing up to help them, but when she realizes, she questions why they are heading straight for the secret realm's exit. It is pointed out that they left the severely injured behind, and that troublemakers will get their retribution soon. Wu Hao remarks that thanks to those fools, he hopes there are more fools like them in the world, and that only then can they live long lives. A massive stone door suddenly drops down and blocks the exit with a heavy crash. They react in shock. Wu Hao wonders what is going on. Another questions why the exit is blocked by a stone door, and suggests they might have triggered a trap. Wu Hao curses and says this might be the backup plan of those demons, insisting it is just a wall and that they should break it down together. They attack the wall, but the impact only sends debris flying without breaking it. Wu Hao questions how so many of them attacking together cannot even break a single wall. Meanwhile, Xiao observes that they seem to have fallen into the demon tribe's trap and have been stopped. A companion agrees that it serves them right and calls them cowardly. Someone shouts to look over there. Xiao sees demons returning through a bright light and warns that those demons are coming back. The red-skinned demon charges forward, calling them damned humans and declaring that all of them should go to hell. The demons surround the group as water or energy crashes around them. The man mutters in frustration. Wu Hao states that they are surrounded and that they should fight them. The red-skinned demon leader rushes forward and declares that all of them will die. A blast of red energy tears across the ground. Xiao comments that the demon tribe leader is too terrifying and suggests retreating first. In a rocky ravine, Yelin sits against the cliff as a large slab of stone blocks the path above him. He notices movement and looks up. Xiao calls out to Yelin and asks why he is there and whether he is hurt. Yelin looks at them and wonders why they have not escaped. He asks if the demon tribe had some kind of backup plan. Xiao explains that the demons set traps at the entrance and that Team B was wiped out. Another adds that those people abandoned the wounded and that it is their own fault. Yelin states that it is his mistake and tells them to come back with him. He says they should see what those demons are capable of. He steps forward. In the distance, several demons stand on the rocky ground. Yelin thinks he originally planned to send them out and then go on a killing spree, but now he has no choice but to fight hard. He calls the demon bastards out and tells them to prepare to die. The demon leader smirks and says that since he wishes to die, he will grant that wish. A surge of blue ice-like energy crashes down from above. Yelin leaps from a high rock as the force splits the ground. He charges toward the demon leader. Ice shards scatter as the two clash midair. An explosion erupts, sending shockwaves across the rocky terrain. The demon leader stares at him and remarks that he was badly injured just now, questioning how he managed to recover so quickly. Yelin raises his hand and states that there are still many things they cannot imagine. A dark red force surges forward. Demons are thrown back, and blood sprays across the air. The demon leader stares in shock and wonders what kind of move this is. Yelin stands firm with one hand forming a seal. A large blue spirit figure rises behind him, while red and blue energies coil around his body. Yelin presses his fingers together and tells the demon leader that there are even more things he cannot imagine. Demons rush forward across the rocky ground. A violent force strikes, and blood bursts from the demon leader's body as he is hit. The demon leader glares in shock and demands to know what kind of move this is. Yelin stands firmly with one hand extended, and the other forming a sign. A large spectral figure rises behind him as energy swirls around his body. He activates Devour. The surrounding canyon trembles. A pillar of power shoots upward between the cliffs, shaking the rocks. The demon leader is thrown back as stones lift into the air. He shouts in anger that Yelin even devours his own kind. Yelin looks at him and calmly tells him not to worry, that it will be his turn soon. He thinks that outside, he would not get the chance to kill so many demons. The forbidden spell Burning Karma Sacrifice is invoked. Yelin softly repeats sacrifice. Energy gathers into a sphere as cracks of blue lightning spread across it. The forbidden skill world Devouring Karma activates. Seeing this, the demon leader calls for someone. He then orders the others to attack together. Multiple demons charge forward across the shattered ground toward Yelin. A massive surge of blue and white energy crashes downward from above. The demon leader shouts for everyone to defend. The blast slams into the canyon floor, erupting in a towering explosion that tears through rock and earth. Amid the chaos, the demon leader realizes that the man is using forbidden spells, and declares that he will not last long. Yellen stands calmly with red flames rising behind him, and acknowledges that this is correct. He states that since that is the case, they will experience this. A sphere of swirling energy forms around him, glowing with both icy blue and burning red power. He invokes the Ice and Fire Forbidden Spell Feast. With a fierce expression, he brings his hand forward and activates Forbidden Spell Eternal Freeze and Forbidden Spell Fire God's Breath. The power expands further as he unleashes Forbidden Spell Sorrow of Cold and Forbidden Spell Heaven Burning Fire. A violent wave of ice and fire spreads across the canyon. The ground is swallowed by frost and flame at the same time. The demon leader and demons groan in pain as the freezing force overwhelms the area. A heavy sound echoes as bodies collapse onto the shattered ground. Several demons lie motionless across the battlefield. The demon leader stares in disbelief and questions how this is possible. Other demons tremble and call it terrifying, urging each other to run. Yellen raises his hand and declares that none of them shall escape. He tells them to come on. He spreads his fingers and tells them to feel the power of devouring. A red and blue sphere of energy surges forward, tearing through the air. Demons caught in its path are dragged toward it as the force explodes outward. The demon leader is thrown back and crashes against the ground, groaning. He lifts his head and demands to know who Yellen is and exactly what he is. The system displays level up. Yellen stands calmly as stones float around him. The system reports that he devoured 22 high-level monsters and gained moisture, fat, and protein. It reports that his lifespan increased by 780 years and that he earned 16,900 experience points. It further reports that his strength increased by 254 points, agility by 170 points, and spirit power by 180 points. The demon leader charges forward with his large blade and declares that he will fight, proclaiming that the great demon lord will one day enslave all humans. Yellen raises one hand and blocks the attack. The demon leader shouts that it is impossible as his strike fails. Zhao Xiao calls out Yi Mushuang. She runs forward with others behind her. She looks at Yellen and says that he actually killed all the demons by himself. Yellen glances at them and thinks that these people showed up at a critical moment. He realizes that if he does not pretend a bit, his identity will definitely be exposed. Yellen pauses for a brief moment. Using this brief moment, the demon leader attacks Yellen from behind, knocking him on the ground. Xiao Xiao shouts that Yi Mushuang should hold on because she is coming to help. She tells the others to charge out and she is going to help him, and someone else warns her to be careful. The demon leader lands heavily on the ground. Xiao Xiao steps forward and shouts for the demons to come at her. Behind her, Yellen coughs repeatedly. Yellen apologizes and says he really did his best. He admits that the demon is too strong and explains that the demon leader absorbs the power of other demons to strengthen himself. Xiao Xiao tells him that it is okay. She says he has already done very well and tells him to leave the rest to her. The demon leader curses Yellen as a despicable human. He declares that the human corpses and the demon warriors were all devoured by Yellen and that Yellen even ate them. Xiao Xiao tells the demon to stop his nonsense. She spreads dark wings and rises into the air, declaring that she will make him pay for blood with blood. The demon leader roars in anger and charges forward. He shouts that even if he dies, he will drag Yellen down with him as he swings his weapon. Yellen, still seated on the ground, raises his hand and blocks the attack with a blade formed in his grip. He tells the demon leader that it will only happen in his dreams. The force of Yellen's counterattack surges forward and strikes the demon leader. Shock spreads across the demon's face as the impact throws him away and slams him into the ground. Lying there, injured and stunned, the demon leader refuses to accept what has happened and admits that he has never been so wrong before. Yellen looks at him calmly and remarks that if the demon had not been wrong, there would have been no way for him to keep his identity a secret. Xiao Xiao rushes over and asks Yellen whether his injury is serious. He answers that he will not die just yet and urges to leave quickly. She agrees. As they move away together, Xiao Xiao hesitates and tells Yellen that she has something she needs to tell him. Yellen replies that he also has something to say to her. In amidst that, Yellen releases energy from his finger and absorbs the demon leader's remains. At the exit of the secret realm, Xiao Xiao asks Yellen to let her speak first. She explains that her father is likely right outside the exit and warns him that he must pretend they are strangers who only met by chance, otherwise he will die. Yellen questions whether her father is some kind of man-eating monster. Xiao Xiao tells him to stop asking and adds that knowing too much will not do him any good. Yellen becomes even more curious. He tells Xiao Xiao that it does not matter who her father is because he will still come find her again. Having survived life and death together makes them best friends. Xiao Xiao looks at him with surprise and asks if he will truly come find her, and whether they are really best friends. Yellen raises his hand and swears that he will. Xiao Xiao gently stops him and says there is no need to swear. She then tells him the truth. Her father is the head of the Shi family, one of the 5 great families, and his name is Shi Hong. Yellen reacts with confusion as he hears about the 5 great families. Xiao Xiao asks if he has heard of Mr. Zhuge from Ting Cheng. Yellen confirms that he has. knowing he was a famous astrologer. She explains that the 5 great families are the oldest and most ancient clans in all of Great Xia, and that Mr. Zhuge came from the Zhuge clan, one of those very families. She also adds that since Mr. Zhuge passed away recently, the 5 great families are now investigating the cause of his death. Yelin thinks that the Shi family might be connected to the chaos at the teacher's funeral, and realizes that this could be why Wang Lishuan went into hiding. Xiao Xiao then asks him whether, now that he knows who she is, he still dares to come find her. Yelin answers without hesitation that of course he will. He says that even if it is the 5 great families, once he decides to do something, he will see it through. Satisfied, Xiao Xiao tells him she will be waiting for him and reminds him that her name is Xi Xiao. Yelin promises that he will come. Moments later, the dark portal above closes. Outside, her father, the head of the Shi family, Shi Hong, stands waiting with another person behind him. Xiao Xiao steps out of the dark portal. Someone announces that the young miss has come out, and another says that Master Shi's daughter is safe and sound. She runs forward towards Ji Hong and calls out to him as her father. Ji Hong looks at her and remarks that she has certainly grown bold, even learning to run away from home. Xiao Xiao admits that she knows she was wrong, but tells him to look because she can now hold her own against the demon race. She shows him what she obtained. Ji Hong responds that it proves nothing. He says the family spent immense energy and resources nurturing her, and achieving this much is only the bare minimum. If she could not even do that, she would truly be nothing but trash. Xiao Xiao softly calls him father again. Ji Hong declares that she has disappointed him greatly, and says that when they return, she will enter the Dragon Pool secret realm to reflect on her actions. She lowers her head and accepts the punishment, saying that his daughter understands her mistake and will reflect on it properly. Nearby, someone notices that the entrance to the secret realm is collapsing as the portal begins to break apart. Ji Hong then asks who the other person is. Xiao Xiao explains that he is an ice element mage she met inside the realm, and that he killed several demons. Ji Hong asks whether the two of them are close. She answers that they are not very close. Yelin watches with a quiet sigh. Ji Hong asks again if they are truly not close. Xiao Xiao confirms that they are not close at all. Ji Hong then says that it is time to leave. Watching them depart, Yelin wonders if Ji Hong is the mastermind behind everything. Noticing that the man's aura is incredibly oppressive, he scratches the back of his head and thinks that he has been out for too long and should get back quickly. As he starts to leave, his step suddenly stops. His expression sharpens as he senses danger. An arrow shoots toward him from behind. Yelin reacts instantly and twists his body to dodge a fatal injury. A masked archer appears in the distance and remarks in surprise that Yelin actually survived. Yelin bends slightly, gripping his side, and thinking that it seems Ji family have no intention of letting him go after all. The masked archer draws his bow again, and says that being able to dodge his arrow means Yelin must be quite gifted, but it is a pity he should not have gotten so close to the young miss. Yelin thinks quickly. Since he is wearing the illusion mask, he cannot reveal his identity. If he pretends to be dead, he might escape, but if the next arrow hits his head, he will truly die. At that moment, Yelin raises his hand and launches an attack, shouting Ice Blade. A sharp ice blade forms and shoots forward, striking the incoming arrow and knocking it away. But another arrow hits him, and the force of that throws Yelin backward. He crashes to the ground and lies still. Watching from above, the masked archer believes the strike has finished him. Yelin remains motionless and thinks that now that he is playing dead, he should be able to slip away. The archer walks over and stands above him, looking down at Yelin's body. He coldly says that he hopes Yelin reincarnates well in his next life. The masked archer tries to confirm the kill, but Yelin dodges, saying, "Damn it, this archer even won't let him play dead." The masked archer suddenly notices movement and exclaims in shock that Yelin can still move. Yelin abruptly rises and unleashes a spell, shouting world-destroying raging thunder. Lightning erupts around him and surges forward. The masked archer is startled and shouts that Yelin is supposed to be an ice element mage. The lightning strikes the archer directly, blasting his body backward. Yelin then says that he tried to show mercy, but the archer threw it back in his face and forced him to do this. A dark red devouring force appears in front of Yelin and engulfs the fallen archer. The system message appears stating that level 58 Job Changer X1 has been devoured, granting nutrients and rewards. Another message shows the gains: lifespan plus 35 years, EXP plus 580, strength plus 9, agility plus 5, psychic 4. Standing over the aftermath, Yelin coldly remarks that the one who should hope for a better reincarnation is the archer. 5 minutes later, a masked man stands in the forest where the fight occurred. He senses the surroundings and notices fluctuations in the ice element, concluding that the person from earlier definitely made a move. After examining the ground, he also detects traces of lightning magic and even space magic, realizing that more than one person was involved. He then reports that the hanged ghost is dead, and that the preliminary assessment suggests 3 people were involved. After listening for a moment, he acknowledges the order and states that next they will conduct a thorough search of Qingsheng and the surrounding area. Later, Yelin arrives at a residence and asks if Master Yinsheng is home, explaining that he is looking for him. Receiving no response, Yelin decides not to stand on ceremony. He grabs the gate and forcefully pulls it open. Inside, a man identified as Yin Xiang, a senior blacksmith, rushes out in shock and angrily demands to know who Yellen is while shouting for him to put his door back. Yellen asks the man if he is Yin Xiang. The man confirms that he is. Without hesitation, Yellen swings the broken gate and slams it into Yin Xiang, knocking him to the ground. Yin Xiang angrily shouts that Yellen dared to come to his house and cause trouble, and that he must be courting death. Several guards rush forward around him. They shout that Yellen dared to cause trouble there and order the others to take him down. Before they can move, Yellen unleashes a spell. A surge of ice bursts from the ground, freezing the guards in place. One of them realizes in shock that it seems to be a forbidden spell and says he cannot move at all. Yin Xiang nervously asks who Yellen really is and when he offended him. Yellen calmly tells him that if he does not want to die, he should call his other two brothers, Yun Yingfa and Zhou Heping. Yin Xiang suddenly recognizes him and accuses him of being the one who buys monster corpses at outrageous prices from the Awakener Guild. Soon after, Yun Yingfa and Zhou Heping arrive. They ask what happened to Yin Xiang and why his door is missing, wondering why they were called so urgently. Yin Xiang mentions that someone is looking for them. The others question who could be looking for them. Yelin then reveals himself and states that it is him, the person they hired an assassin to kill. They both stare at him in shock. Yun Yingfa angrily shouts at Yin Xiang, calling him a bastard and accusing him of setting them up even though he had treated him like a brother. Yin Xiang fires back, asking why Yun Yingfa is acting so self-righteous when they were the ones who wanted to hire the assassin. Zhou Heping joins in, saying that if Yin Xiang had given them even a warning, they would not have come so unprepared. Yin Xiang argues that since the man has already shown up at his door, he should not be the only one taking the blame. Yelin interrupts the argument and tells them to stop, explaining that he is not there to take revenge on the three of them because he has serious business with them. Curious, they ask what serious business he means. Yelin then produces a weapon and asks them to reforge it. He tells them to forge a rainbow-piercing bow, an epic-grade item with attributes including strength 1200 plus and the skill Void Vision, which increases the wielder's static vision by 100% and dynamic vision by 200%. Yin Xiang nervously explains that it is epic-grade equipment and that he is only a senior blacksmith. Although he is willing to help, he does not have the skill. He adds that epic-grade equipment requires at least a master blacksmith to reforge, and even crafting such equipment cannot be completed by a master blacksmith alone. Yelin points out that there are three of them and remarks that three clumsy blacksmiths should be able to figure something out. Yin Xiang hesitates, saying that if the three of them were senior blacksmiths there might be a chance, but the other two are actually an alchemist and an apothecary. Thunder suddenly erupts behind Yelin as he turns and calmly states that he is asking the three of them, then asks if it can be done. The three quickly respond that it can and insist that it must be possible. Satisfied, Yelin says he likes their decisiveness. He tells them that if they successfully reforge the bow, he will let them go, but otherwise they can imagine the consequences. With that warning, he turns away and leaves, telling them he is going for a stroll and that they should call him when the reforging is finished. The three men stand silently, looking uneasy. Later, flames surge around the furnace as the forging begins. One of them carefully manipulates the heated fragments of the weapon, while the fire roars and metal pieces float and move within the blazing heat. Another man raises both hands, concentrating as the burning fragments continue to shift and merge under the intense flames. The molten weapon is repeatedly struck and shaped over the anvil, while fire swirls violently around it. After a moment, the flames burst upward as the reforging completes. One of them laughs in relief and declares that it worked and they finally did it, adding that it is done and they can hand it over now. The blazing fire parts, revealing the finished weapon. Later, one of the men tells Yelin that his bow has been forged and invites him to take a look, while Yelin remarks that the three masters truly did extraordinary work. This weapon is the 8 Desolations Heavy Bow, epic grade, with the attribute strength 1000 plus and it is refinable. Its skill Illusion Breaker activates when the wielder is within 10 meters of a target, doubling the power of arrows fired and ignoring defense equipment below God grade. Yelin examines the bow and remarks that power doubling within 10 meters while ignoring defense is interesting. He then notes that it can even be used for melee. One of the men nervously reminds him that now the bow has been forged, asking if he will let them go. Yelin calmly confirms that he is a man of his word and tells them not to let him see them again, warning that otherwise they already know the consequences. He then walks away with the weapon, while the three men remain standing behind him in stunned silence. Yelin arrives at the Ji family mansion and walks inside, announcing that he is back. Inside, Ling Yu and Uncle Ji look at him in surprise. Ling Yu asks why he came out when he has supposedly been practicing in his room the whole time. Yelin suddenly remembers that he still has a clone in the room. He calmly explains that he only went out for some fresh air. He then mentions that Qing Cheng is not exactly peaceful right now and says that too many people want to kill him, so he wants to hire a bodyguard. Uncle Ji agrees that this is indeed necessary, while Ling Yu says it is a small matter and tells Yelin to leave it to him. Satisfied, Yelin tells Ling Yu that he will leave the matter to him. Ling Yu says that there is no need to worry because it will be arranged by tomorrow. As he walks away, Yelin thinks that he will use a new identity to become the bodyguard himself, so he can act independently, and appear at the same time as his clone, which will make things much safer. At the Jishi Group building, a group of candidates stands outside. Ling Yu informs them that the Jishi Group is currently in need of a top-tier bodyguard and explains that they will all go through layers of screening. He continues that the target they must protect is a figure who has been stirring up trouble in Qingcheng. Among the group, Yellen blends in with a different appearance and notes that this face illusion is very helpful, adding that he did not even know he himself was the one causing such a storm in Xinjiang. Ling Yu then announces that they will face each other in combat next, and that only the winner will be given the position. He asks if they are ready, and the group responds that they are. Yelin steps forward and says he is in a hurry, suggesting that they should all come at him at once. The others react with surprise and irritation, thinking he is arrogant and saying he has some of their boss's cockiness. One of them warns him not to get too full of himself, while stating that he is also a well-known figure in Qingcheng. Yellen decides that this is the perfect chance to test out his new weapon and lifts it into position. Several of the candidates warn the others not to underestimate Yellen, pointing out that his class is an archer and telling everyone to close the distance and take him out. They ask if there are any knights or tanks who can step forward to block the arrows. Yellen draws his bow. He releases an arrow and tells them they talk too much as the shot streaks forward at high speed. One of the men reacts in shock at the speed as the arrow strikes the ground with force. A large man with a shield steps forward, declaring that he will block him, while the others move in behind him. Another shouts that Yellen's power is terrifying and that he cannot withstand many more arrows, and they decide to take down the arrogant opponent together first, before competing for the position. The shield bearer charges ahead, saying he will hold the line and telling the others to move. Yellen remains calm and prepares another shot, deciding to see how the bow performs in close quarters. Yellen releases another arrow, the shot curving through the air with blazing speed. The arrow slams directly into the shield bearer, breaking through his defense and striking him despite his confidence in his shield's strength. The man stares in shock, unable to believe that his top-tier defense has been pierced. The impact explodes behind him, forcing the others to recoil as debris and force scatter across the ground. Seeing an opening, the remaining candidates rush forward together, shouting for a coordinated strike. They leap in from multiple directions surrounding Yellen. Yellen grips his bow and moves at close range, striking with swift precision. A surge of force erupts outward from him, knocking the attackers back violently. The group is thrown off balance, their bodies recoiling from the impact. Several of them collapse, bloodied and stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. One of them finally shouts that they give up, admitting that this is just a bodyguard job and not worth their lives. The battlefield falls silent. Yellen stands alone, unharmed, while the others lie scattered around him, injured and unable to continue. After the battle, Ling Yu acknowledges Yellen's strength and declares that he is the chosen one, asking for his name. Yellen introduces himself under the name Ye Mushuang, stating his level and class as an S-rank refined hunter. Ling Yu praises his strength and explains that during his employment, all necessary equipment will be provided by the Jishi Group, with an annual salary of 60 million. He then tells Yelin that he will take him to complete the onboarding process, and assures him that the boss will definitely be satisfied upon seeing him. Yelin follows, calmly thanking him while thinking that how the boss would not be satisfied. Elsewhere, a massive figure crashes down from the sky into a forested area outside Qingcheng, its presence looming over the landscape. Shi Hong in a suit stands before several masked subordinates and asks whether Xiao Xiao has been sent back. One of them confirms that the young lady has safely returned home. Another subordinate questions whether it is truly acceptable to proceed, warning that Qingcheng will not be able to withstand the number of monsters they are drawing in. One subordinate responds coldly, asking if Chen Long is questioning his decision, and states that since Ling Ye is in Qingcheng, this is the best way to force him out. Chen Long clarifies that his concern is for the innocent people in Qingcheng who will be affected. Shi Hong dismisses this, stating that it is just one city, and that when it comes to the Gate of Apocalypse, no amount of sacrifice is too great. He stands with his hands behind his back, indifferent, as the plan continues. While he tells that if an origin ancient artifact has truly appeared, then it must fall into the hands of the Shi family. Meanwhile, at the scene, investigators examine the surroundings. One of them says it is too strange, and that he cannot extract any clues at all, while another reports that Yin Xiang's entire family has vanished into thin air. They analyze the traces and conclude that if they are not mistaken, Yin Xiang must have been forging a bow before he disappeared. The other questions this, repeating that it was a bow. An order is then given to immediately investigate all class-transferred users in Qingcheng who possess a longbow, and the response comes that the order is understood. Later, two men walk toward a building. One asks if they are certain it is him. The other confirms that the man went to apply for a job as a bodyguard for the GI group, and adds that the person he is supposed to protect is Yelin. The man reflects that it is Yelin again, noting that starting from the Kensen case, it seems every incident is somehow connected to this person. At the residence, Yelin in disguise of Ye Mushuang stands outside as the man approaches. Yelin politely asks what this is about. The man identifies him as Ye Mushuang and states that he is a suspect in the murder of the high-level blacksmith Yin Xiang, then tells him to come with them to the investigation bureau. The clone off Yellen questions what evidence they have. The man firmly states that there is no need to worry because this time his evidence is solid, pointing out that the 8 Desolations' holy silver bow on Yamushuang is the best proof. Someone looks at them from water and confirms that they are from the investigation bureau. Suddenly, both men sense something and turn sharply as one of them shouts for whoever is there to come out. An unknown man rises from the water, his body formed from the flowing liquid shape. He announces that a massive swarm of demonic beasts is about to attack Qingcheng, and that Qingcheng's strength will not be enough to stop them, urging them to take this chance to evacuate the civilians immediately. The man, or say the investigator, is shocked, realizing that the man was telling the truth. The investigator questions where he came from, stating that there should be no demons with king-rank bloodlines near Qingcheng, and asks how demonic beasts could gather in numbers enough to destroy the city. The masked man calmly responds that if it were not for his master's orders, he would not even bother warning them, then bids them farewell. His liquid body disperses and vanishes. The investigator, still tense, admits that what the masked man said seems to be true. Yellen turns away, but the investigator suddenly shouts that he will not let him get away and declares that they will come back for him later as they leave the scene. Yellen observes that demonic beasts are swarming toward Qingcheng and considers that the ruined version of Qingcheng, seen in the Gate of Apocalypse, might be what the city will become in the future. He recalls that the masked man earlier looked like one of Shihong's people and realizes that to force him to reveal himself, that person lured tens of thousands of demonic beasts there, calling it completely heartless. An announcement spreads across the city, stating that all class-transferred users in Qingcheng, under the age of 18, who have successfully awakened, must assemble. Another urgent order follows, telling everyone to head to the teleportation array immediately. Again, further instruction declares that class-transferred users aged 18 and above, with a level of 10 or higher, must head to the city walls at once, emphasizing that this is not a drill and repeating the warning. Yellen carries a child, while civilians rush around him in panic. A woman repeatedly thanks him for helping. She holds the child tightly and says that if only Mr. Zhuge were still there. Yellen looks ahead and wonders whether everything happening now was already within his teacher Mr. Zhuge's predictions. Then, he quietly wonders what he should do next. He then remembers the 3 silk pouches his teacher left for him and decides that it is time to open them. Inside one of them, he finds a message telling him to do as he wills and follow his heart. He reflects on this, acknowledging that his teacher is truly profound. After a brief pause, he says that since everyone is looking for Lingyi, he will give them Lingyi. He pulls up his hood and puts on a mask, his expression turning serious as he prepares to act. A heavy thumping sound echoes repeatedly as the call to assemble is shouted again and again. Groups begin moving quickly into position. Orders are given for one group to go to position number 37 in the east section, with strict instructions that all commands must be obeyed during wartime. Further instructions state that those over 40 or those with brothers should be the first to enter battle. They are told to advance or retreat only on command, as it is a matter of life and death, and that deserters will be executed on the spot. Beyond the walls, a massive tide of demonic beasts surges forward, filling the land in overwhelming numbers. Seeing this, Yellen is struck by the sight, and finally understands why humans in this world must live behind city walls. Elsewhere, 2 men discuss the situation. City Lord Hu asks whether that important figure has responded to their message, and the other answers that there has been no reply, adding that all messages are like stones sinking into the ocean. City Lord Hu then asks whether other cities have responded to their request for reinforcements. Yellen quietly notes that even City Lord Hu is involved. City Lord Hu reflects that, as expected, in the eyes of those powerful figures, human lives are just a number. He steps forward and addresses the crowd, declaring that Qingcheng is their home. He warns that the walls cannot hold back so many demonic beasts. He spreads his arms and states that only by using their own flesh and blood to form a defensive line can they protect their families and ensure their safe evacuation. He declares his name as Hu Weng, the lord of this city. City Lord Hu Weng declares that he will personally charge at the front lines. He states that if the city stands, they live, and if the city falls, they will perish, urging everyone to fight to the death without retreat. The call to fight without retreat echoes loudly as rows of defenders line the walls. Beyond the city, the sky turns red over the vast swarm of demonic beasts, their numbers covering the land. The command to fight to the death without retreat continues to resound across the battlefield and along the walls. The defenders stand in formation, facing the overwhelming tide ahead. A violent explosion erupts outward with a loud blast. Yellen, in disguise of Lingye figure holding a long staff, stands firmly on the ground. A man recognizes him as Lingye and realizes he has actually appeared, while another notes that this man possesses a forbidden curse with terrifying power and wonders why they have never seen him before. One explains that Lingye had been entrusted by Mr. Zhuge and questions whether Mr. Zhuge is still protecting Qingcheng even after his death, as someone else anxiously wonders if they are finally saved. Yellen releases a massive surge of power, calling for the warriors of Qingcheng to join him and drive out the swarm of demonic beasts, urging them to defend Qingcheng. Flames, shaped like a raging beast, surge forward across the battlefield. A subordinate reports to Shi Hong that Ling Ye has appeared, and when asked for confirmation, he states there is no mistake, adding that according to the Investigation Bureau's files, Ling Ye specializes in fire-type spells and can summon karmic fire, and that Kenson died by his hand. Ji Hong acknowledges this calmly and orders them to move out. They immediately respond in unison and rush forward, responding that they will follow the order. From a distance, two men notice the masked group of about a dozen people and question who they are, wondering if they are another trump card left behind by Mr. Zhuge. One of them admits he does not know but observes that they look frighteningly strong, while another quickly points out that those people are not attacking the demonic beasts at all, and are instead forcing their way through the swarm using raw power. City Lord Hu Wang looks on in confusion, questioning how so many experts appeared all of a sudden and what they are trying to do. Yelin observes that they have finally revealed themselves, and concludes that they are clearly coming for his clone, adding that he will have some fun with them. The masked group surrounds Yelin's clone, and one of them remarks that he had been good at running and hiding before, questioning why he is no longer doing so, while another challenges whether he really thinks he can escape. Yelin's clone, who I see currently as Dig Eyes of Lingye, bursts into loud laughter and declares that his plan has failed, accepting it as fate, and admits that he has failed Mr. Zhuge's trust. One of the masked figures suddenly realizes that Yelin is about to self-destruct, and urgently calls for him to be stopped. A massive explosion erupts outward. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a massive crater in the ground, with smoke and debris spreading outward, yet the masked men remain unharmed. One of them remarks that this kid truly did not fear death, while another asks what they should do next. From above, Real Yelin observes in shock that even a level 43 forbidden mage's full-power self-destruction failed to injure a single one of them, questioning just how terrifying their strength is. He remains standing and thinks that with this self-destruction, he should at least be able to cover things up. Suddenly, someone calls out his name, and he reacts in surprise, recognizing it. Nini leaps forward, declaring that she wants everyone there to be buried along with Lingye, while others recognize her as Nini, Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Nini charges ahead, refusing to escape, and Yelin questions why she is not using the teleportation array with the main group. She then reveals a glowing object in her hand, drawing attention as others wonder what it is. Surrounded by a cosmic-like aura, Nini declares that inheriting her father's final wishes, she will live or die with Qingcheng today. A vast, star-filled formation spreads across the sky as the power of the heavenly stars descends under a commanding force. City Lord Hu Wang looks on in shock, realizing that it is an astral array. Streaks of light begin falling from above as the technique known as eternal star suppression is unleashed, and a heavy pressure spreads across the battlefield, locking everyone in place in a stone-like structure. One masked man notes that it is no wonder no one dared to cause trouble in Qingcheng when Zhuge Changxing was around, wondering how he can remain so terrifying even after death, while another adds that such a monstrous person should not have died so easily, and that without seeing his corpse, they would suspect he had faked his death. One struggles but cannot move at all under the overwhelming force pressing down on him. At the same time, City Lord Hu Wang forces himself forward and calls for the warriors to charge with him, leading others to push ahead, despite the crushing pressure as debris and energy tear through the ground. Amid the chaos, Nini is struck by the backlash of the power and coughs up blood as the strain of the technique takes a toll on her body. Nini stands surrounded by flowing energy as blood drips from her mouth and hand, while the small glowing artifact hovers above her palm. Yelin watches with concern, realizing that using this level of power is far more than her body can handle, and he urgently calls out to Nini. A man, shaken and desperate, questions why good people never live long, and reminds her that she is Mr. Zhuge's only daughter. The masked stone man, still under suppression, urges everyone not to wait for death, and calls for help to break free from the suppression or else they will all die. They gather and decide to break through together. Their bodies begin to glow as they release power and push against the suppression. One of them declares that they have succeeded, followed by praise. At that moment, a masked man channels energy toward Nini and angrily calls her meddlesome bitch before telling her to go to hell. The attack moves toward her. As she weakens, she softly says that she is coming to see her father, and the starlight around her begins to fade. Her body is cut again, blood spilling, as she weakens further. Yelin rushes in and catches her as she collapses, holding her in his arms. Nini wonders if her father has come to pick her up. Well, I hope this happened, but unfortunately not today. Yelin lowers her to the ground and, despite his dislike, cannot stand by and watch her die. Realizing the situation, he decides to end the conspiracy himself and activates a forbidden curse, causing his power to surge. He prepares an attack, enhancing his arrow as his ability evolves into a god-slaying arrow of heavenly punishment. The forbidden technique sacrifices his lineage and renders him powerless afterward, but, in exchange, allows him to unleash an arrow with overwhelming strength, capable of slaying gods and immortals. He releases the attack, sending a powerful blast forward that explodes outward. The masked man blocks the attack. Seeing this, the masked man reacts with interest, Noting that there is another expert present, he stands among others like him as energy falls around them, finding it interesting that someone was able to block his strike of fury. He then orders Qianlong to catch the opponent alive, insisting that otherwise he will report the matter to the Lord, while Qianlong moves forward to deal with the situation. At a distance, Yellen stands alone near Nini's fallen body as the battlefield quiets. He picks up the glowing object and recognizes it as another divine artifact, wondering what kind of existence his teacher had been while alive. Noticing no reaction from it, he becomes confused, realizing that the artifact requires a bloodline restriction and questioning it in disbelief. He then apologizes for the sake of saving the people of Qingcheng and decides to borrow a bit of blood, hoping his teacher will not blame him. Blood is drawn from Nini's body as the artifact reacts. A powerful energy surges upward, forming a massive pillar of light that spreads outward like endless starlight. The attack descends, striking Qianlong and forcing a scream from him as the impact lands. The blue starlight spreads rapidly, tearing through everything in its path as masked mans break apart and scatter within the surge. One masked man witnesses the overwhelming force and recognizes it as terrifying, concluding that there is no chance of winning and ordering a retreat. The massive dome of light continues to expand over the forest, crushing everything beneath it until the surroundings fall completely silent. After the light fades, the forest remains damaged and still, showing the aftermath of the destruction. Nearby, Yellen stands beside Nini's body and acknowledges that such frightening power has wiped out all the monsters. Not far away, City Lord Huang stares ahead before realizing the outcome, then declares that they have won. He raises his fist and proclaims their victory, while others celebrate that they survived and that Mr. Zhuge saved them once again. Yellen kneels beside Nini and returns the divine artifact, insisting that none of it had anything to do with him. Nearby, someone coughs repeatedly, showing signs of strain. Yellen looks ahead and stands on the ground and looks down at the fallen masked man, showing surprise that he is still alive. That's it for now. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more. Let me know your thoughts of this manhwa through comment section.